Greetings, everyone. Please share some thoughts and have fun with this narrative. That fellow seemed terrified. A caption identified him as Xiao. He intended to alert the big boss. He ducked behind a boulder, complaining that apparently every loser had a game system except for him. Our lad checked his loot, remembering he started with a few basic potions. Then some critters showed up, including a brainless feline and 2 other animals. This terrified lead simply desired to keep breathing, witnessing folks and spirits alike gaining strength while he remained utterly weak. With a grin, our friend claimed he was battling to stay breathing, hoping for a decent result. A picture of a youth popped up, mentioning he luckily found a helpful buddy. Our lead stood among the crowd, holding a toy and bragging about his loyal teammate and his own crafting skills. Xiao closed his lids, imagining life as a corporate giant despite his current punny status, envisioning himself tackling final bosses alongside other gamers. Chuckling, our friend mentioned his hope that even noobs could succeed in this absolute nightmare of a simulator. Relaxing near some furniture, that lady argued our friend was currently a peak powerhouse without rivals, though our guy insisted her skills were required. With a massive grin, that gamer remarked how the literal devil lord had arrived, which felt both sweet and incredibly shady. That girl turned her head, while the voice over-mentioned a villainous female nearby. User icons flickered, while our friend pointed out how that villainous girl actually held both 2nd and 3rd rankings. The men faced off, while talk of gaming skills and powers filled the air. His pupils dilated, as the text bubble joked concerning him being far too dramatic. That beast glared with pure rage, as the narrator mentioned generic enemies and epic skirmishes. Extraterrestrial boulders smashed suburbs, proving our world was toast. Hiding in shadows, our fellow figured he had plot armor after encountering a ferocious elite. That girl's Myrrh, and our guy mentioned she looked adorable while holding a leather lash. Our hero panicked, convinced he was totally screwed anyway, so he figured the tale was over and they should roll the final sequence. The development team name scrolled by. Reaching out, the guy clarified that in reality, things didn't actually fall apart then, as the job-picking menu suddenly materialized. That guy Xiao gaped toward the fellow while quietly muttering something unintelligible. The fellow stopped moving, while staring at that floating alert. Cosmic light shone between the stars, and the lead recalled how the Earth's wool simulator combined with reality, while static flickered. A photo of that beast emerged, mentioning how predators and random characters invaded our planet. Humanity faced extinction, but luck intervened. Crowds stared at the alert, while our main guy realized every single human had gained player status. That individual tapped the virtual alert message. Gamers gripped their equipment, while a message noted how every person began at the lowest rank to hunt down some beasts. Our lead chuckled, saying he was actually hyped, and had been anticipating this start for ages. Staring toward his boots, the guy noted a complete lack of response. Our main man's vision went still while concluding this ordeal was garbage. Xiao clicked the message, learning something wild had befallen the most average student at the absolute worst time. He shivered, realizing character creation had been rudely interrupted. The system logged out was off the table. Glancing over, the hero wailed that all was lost, leaving him frozen in pure terror. The main character was brandishing a stick, reportedly discovering he couldn't equip any gear, which is about as helpful as a screen door on a submarine. He commenced with push-ups, a decidedly unhelpful activity when he discovered he couldn't gain experience points or advance a single level. Talk about a pointless workout. NC stared at the screen in panic, hearing that his personal game interface was throwing a fit, basically going on strike. Tilting his head skyward, he bellowed that a regular person couldn't possibly hack it in this game world, and promptly plummeted into utter despondency. Xiao jolted when he heard them lament. It's a shame to die like this, prompting him to grumble, what kind of ancient, wise, sounding nonsense is this? With a hopeful grin, he declared he'd done all he could, planning to first locate a secure spot to hole up, and then, and only then, concoct a master plan for survival. Peeking into his inventory, the hero chirped that thankfully, he had been gifted a backpack and some newbie starter potions. Plopping down, he added that since he was in such a pickle, his first order of business was finding safety, followed swiftly by forming a squad with any nearby players. Casting his gaze downward, the protagonist sank into contemplation. He spun around, startled by sudden, loud bang. A thunderous impact suddenly slammed into the earth. Placing a hand on his side, the man inquired if they had finally arrived. Clenching his jaw, he grumbled that it was indeed the end of days. Zappy pink lightning crackled around the monstrosity as MC, cowering behind a boulder, yelped. Glancing to the side, he mused that it had to be some sort of wild boss. Wisps of light around the player started to fade away. Smirking, the girl inquired about the current location, mentioning a prophetic dream where the Demon King himself had shown up. Gazing at her, Zhao pondered if he had somehow stumbled upon an rank monster, wondering if he was that unbelievably fortunate. He then flashed a grin and snapped a quick photo of her. The lady surveyed her surroundings, With a raised eyebrow, she commented that she rather fancied stumbling into places she wasn't supposed to be. Appearing at the shop, Belial announced with certainty that there he was. Next, she gave her lips a quick lick, clutching the photograph. The lady declared she'd patiently await the king's arrival, recalling how he had appeared in her prophetic dream, and she'd sketched him because he was so incredibly handsome. Looking up, she added, oh how she longed to see her magnificent demon king. Standing amidst the other players, Belial remarked, rather disdainfully, that these buffoons were really ruining the scenery. The guy looked terrified and blurted out that it was a monster, while another player chimed in that they should definitely punch it in the face first. Extending her hand, the devilish figure asked if they were feeling unlucky, when suddenly, a massive blow landed nearby. A huge explosion erupted behind the girl, and it was explained that this particular skill triggers an instant blast, capable of wiping out any unfortunate creatures 10 levels below its devastating range. The hero looked quite scared and repeated his question. He quaked with fear upon hearing that the king himself was approaching, wondering why on earth they hadn't rolled out the red carpet. He then thought, they absolutely have to bolt, and fast. The lady stared at the stone, utterly perplexed. Charging forward, she demanded if it was a human who could actually withstand her assault, and the protagonist, thinking it was all over, watched as a brilliant beam shot towards him. He stared at the incoming strike, absolutely petrified. The ground began to dramatically collapse, causing the main character's eyes to widen in shock as he demanded explanations for the sudden geological event, while even the demon seemed startled by the mess. Frowning heavily, she declared this spontaneous environmental destruction was most definitely an attack. Without hesitation, Belial sprang to her feet. She then dropped into a dramatic kneeling pose. Gritting her teeth firmly, the girl spat out the man's name with visible hatred. Perched precariously on a collapsing pole, the man remarked she seemed overly excited, causing her to demand how he could say such a thing when he had just blown the very earth from beneath her feet. The young man chuckled wryly, and suggested she really shouldn't be so unkind to him. The demon extended her hand, asking why he had come, to which he simply replied that capturing the newly crowned king was quite clearly the whole point. Roland placed a hand on his face, commenting that although he had seen this location in prophecy, he hadn't been completely sure if it was truly the same place, then smiling, confirmed that it was. Belial looked furious, shouting that she absolutely refused to let him succeed with his plan against her demon king. She leaped up rapidly. The girl made a wide, sweeping gesture with her hand. The man quickly deflected her incoming strikes. He smiled smugly as he watched her, while the player character returned the gaze with intense anger. She swung her whip hard. The resulting impact struck the ground with force. Fiery particles twirled around the man's forearm. He gripped a sword tightly in his hands. Hiding behind a large rock, the hero murmured nervously that his location was truly terrifying. He froze completely, paralyzed by sheer terror. Belial lowered her head when she heard him suggest she couldn't defeat him, then her eyes lit up as she yelled that she fully intended to personally see the king. A system warning appeared, showing an increase in her stats. The girl crouched low before suddenly launching upward. Swinging her whip with force, the demon shouted that he deserved to perish. Roland gritted his teeth tightly, thinking how utterly useless his psychic would be if she actually finished him off. Holding the piece of paper, he noted that at least he still had an ace up his sleeve, before abruptly pulling the paper out in front of him. The woman's eyes widened instantly in surprise as she began to mumble incoherently. Staring at the portrait, she identified the figure as the King of Devils. The young man furrowed his brows in concentration. Suddenly, he struck her, sending the woman sliding across the ground. She came to a halt right beside the hero. The hero looked at her with a frightened expression. Belial sat on the ground, looked at the portrait, and let out a piercing scream. Taking the paper, the girl accused him, as a priest, of daring to use such a shameless trick against her, taking advantage of her pure, innocent love for the demon king. Standing up, she added that he had desecrated her king's face. Lowering her head again, the woman wailed over the face of the devil king. Suddenly, their eyes met, and the protagonist instantly aged significantly. With a cheerful grin, Belial affirmed, "Yes, sir, that was the monarch's very visage, a face she knew from 1,000 tales." And at last, the chap she'd been anticipating had raised his pointy thing aloft. Swiftly, he clove the object in twain, splashing crimson fluid right onto the main character's mug. Then, sweeping his weapon aside, the young cap declared his culinary preparations complete. Xiao snapped his eyes open in a frightful jolt upon catching the pronouncement that he truly merited the moniker of the Finnish sovereign. Clenching his jaw until it itched, Roland griped that this fellow had tossed him into a predicament so utterly fraught with peril. Extending his palm forward, he tacked on that even though the issue was moot now, his only necessary action was laying down snares. Then, with a sly smirk, the youth declared he'd happily wait for the crowned head to return for another lethal encounter, closing his eyes to muse that if he were merely level 1, handling this would be a piece of cake, turning his head to mention that incidentally, Locating that specific passage from the ancient forecast was also on his to-do list, while the supposed champion just stared, mute, his peepers wide as saucers. The gamer pondered that the true overlord of the damned had been lurking here all along, materializing with the stealth of a ninja, and had been right behind him the whole time. Just as system alerts popped up announcing a skill activation. A mischievous glimmer ignited within the demon's twin lamps. Our main fellow was perched upon the dusty ground, with reports indicating his designation was a total mystery, his vitality points far exceeding any known cap, and his species and formal title completely unknown to the system. He glanced sideways, and the notion dawned on him that even basic details like his official rank were missing, prompting him to wonder how such an absolute data void could even exist. Knitting his brow in consternation, the user wrestled with the logic that even if he unleashed every ounce of his fighting capability, being this entity was simply not achievable. He became rooted to the spot, thoughtfully mulling over the potential strategy. Perhaps the villain intended to let his minions duke it out one-on-one, whittling down the hero's vitality to the absolute dregs, allowing for a painless final blow to claim the head, marveling at the sheer, wicked cleverness of this dark king. Looking upward, the player suddenly recalled the mandate that their purpose was to shepherd users onto the correct avenue where they could vanquish the ruler collectively, and bring salvation to the globe, musing that he was the entire world's last hope, which instantly caused a rapid fire montage of his entire life to flash past his vision. The primary character froze dead in his tracks directly opposite the adversary. He lifted a hand to brush his face, the young man's teeth clamping together fiercely as the dreadful conclusion hit him that he was absolutely toast. Zhao flung an arm out to the side, his gaze suddenly blazing, leading the fellow to question, quite audibly, how this nobody dared to lay a hand on him, realizing, of course, that anger was the only logical reaction. Rolling his eyes skyward dramatically, he tacked on a petulant aside that he genuinely hoped the entire planet would just spontaneously combust. A small, clear flask materialized right there in the hero's clutching hand, and upon scrutinizing it, the player felt compelled to pose the query once more. He stood stock, still in utter confusion, then instinctively rubbed the back of his neck, the protagonist admitting his life bar was practically scraping zero, yet possessing this very elixir, which he wouldn't mind dowing. As a fleeting thought crossed his mind that the demonic sovereign knew absolutely nothing of his true temperament, the glorious panorama of the royal residence came into view, accompanied by the announcement that the zone, where the terrestrial realm merged with their dimension, had successfully enveloped a full 30% of Earth's surface. The registered users were busy trading blows with various monstrous foes, as word spread that humanity on Earth had successfully undergone the player awakening process and commenced the great fight. The massive, triangular structure hovered silently in the upper atmosphere, while a voice declared that the next step was merely to maintain adherence to the master schedule, punctuated by a knowing smirk. The gentleman remarked that this unfolding situation was quite satisfactory, since assisting the gamers in their progression was the primary directive for their non-player character roles. Standing near the window frame, he inquired after Roland's status, receiving the update that the high-tier, boss-level monster, whose demise had somehow catalyzed the Demon King's emergence, had finally been dispatched. The administrative assistant examined the incoming communication, and declared that if they managed to take out the newly spawned Demon King next time around, securing victory would be a simple affair. The executive closed his eyes upon hearing the instruction to leave it clean up to Roland, stating that if that were the case, he wouldn't have a single worry, responding that indeed, Roland was brilliant for devising such a sneaky-faced attack strategy, and executing it flawlessly, truly earning his stripes as humanity's shining beacon of hope. With his eyes practically bulging from his sockets, the player had the distinct impression that he desperately wanted to check out, while the main character remained placidly unmoving right in front of him. Gripping the small vial, he challenged the antagonist, asking if he truly expected him to imbibe that swill, to which the other guy responded with utter bewilderment, then, looking pointedly at the potion, added that he was fiercely determined to avenge his fallen comrades. Frowning deeply, the young man contemplated that dispatching this nuisance would be laughably easy, but choosing instead to force him to drink the noxious liquid suggested a far crueler, slower end. Snatching hold of him with a powerful grip, Zhao declared that the captive should be left to rot in excruciating torment before he'd ever earn the release of death, which prompted the captive's internal thought, what an absolutely repulsive, tyrannical ruler. Lowering his gaze thoughtfully, Roland reasoned that voicing a refusal would guarantee his immediate demise, so he blurted out that perhaps his current state of ignorance could somehow be exploited for survival. Without any preamble, he unleashed the full capability of every power he possessed. He snatched the healing potion from his grasp, instantly restoring exactly 50 points to his health bar. The other character peered at the container, noting it was merely a low-grade starter potion. The hero, gesturing apologetically toward his face, confessed that he only had leftover scraps in his inventory. He tossed the empty vial away, admitting that the scare had nearly given him a heart attack. He diverted his gaze, internally branding the supposed hero as a treacherous scoundrel for pulling such a cheap trick. Extending a hand, the protagonist pointed out that avoiding a fatal blow was still a win, prompting the player to reluctantly agree with his logic. Turning back, he demanded Roland speak up, who, clenching his jaw tightly, snapped back, demanding to know their actual intentions. The main character glanced sideways, mentioning he actually has a separate question to pose. With a sly smile, he inquired about the quickest route to the nearest beginner's safe zone. The player blinked in confusion, asking for clarification. Xiao, cupping his chin, explained it was a designated area where low-level individuals could peacefully own their weak combat abilities. Grinning widely, the player realized the scheme. The safe zone harbored freshly awakened adventurers, precisely the individuals destined to eventually surpass him. Confronting the protagonist, he declared that the plan must involve preemptively slaughtering these future powerhouses, a truly cowardly move. The young man smirked, contemplating whether he should betray the others for the sake of his own survival. Moving ahead, he concluded that his priority was to ensure his own safety above all else. Roland cast his eyes down, believing himself to be humanity's last irreplaceable beacon of hope, prompting the hero to thank him profusely for being so genuinely kind. He spun around and casually waved farewell, clenching his teeth. The other guy internally plotted to seize this opportunity for a sneak attack, determined to find a way to finish him off before a large monster suddenly launched itself at them. The player firmly secured his weapon using both hands for stability. He delivered a precise and effective blow to a vital spot. The young combatant quickly pivoted on his heels. He observed the horde of monsters, realizing with alarm just how numerous they were. The player immediately initiated combat against the demonic entities. He powerfully swept his weapon through the air. The creatures recoiled from the impact, prompting the protagonist to declare that despite his nearly depleted health, he was still more than capable of handling high-level threats. The creature suddenly launched itself into the air, causing the main character to flinch away in genuine terror. The watcher averted his gaze, speculating on whether a specific move would be performed, hoping to glean more combat data from a potential combo. Xiao then stumbled to his knees, pleading for aid, as the demon raised a hand to strike. The young man swiftly sliced the monster down the middle. A tremendous detonation boomed just behind his back. He glanced downwards, judging the entire spectacle as a clumsy, utterly ineffective display. The hero's stare remained fixed, sparking a realization in the player's mind. Regardless of the monster's aggressive movements, the hero never truly lunged, a sign of profound self-assuredness. Moving ahead, Roland reflected that despite the hero's undeniable power, he remained completely ignorant that Roland was fated to be his eventual downfall. With a satisfied sneer, he declared that fortune seemed to favor him. Peering forward, the fellow begged for a brief timeout since his legs were basically jelly, prompting our champion to offer a clumsy sorry while jamming his blade into the dirt. Checking his loot, the hero realized these goodies dropped from a roaming big bad, so he reached out hoping to keep it all, but the dude explained that local boss actually have brains and avoid touching gross monster remains. Glancing sideways, our lead wondered what treasures were actually up for grabs, and the lad gave an enthusiastic nod while lifting his brows in total agreement. Grinning, Xiao expressed his thanks and mentioned he certainly would not hesitate to help himself to the pile. Pivoting around, he questioned if that godly outfit was truly being ignored, making the other man scowl and deny any interest, which led our protagonist to praise his incredible generosity. Shutting his lids tight, he suspected a glitch had cursed his profile, because sadly, the gear simply refused to fit his character. Staring wide-eyed, the brave hero shouted. The gamer gazed at him confusedly. They started reading the volume. Pivoting aside, the man cursed those nasty devils and vowed to keep the realm from falling into enemy clutches. Surveying his gear, the lead noted that snagging high-tier boss drops would make any normal person jump for joy, though he privately wished such insane fortune had visited him during the character creation screen. Lifting his chin toward the sky, the star of our show decided that given the current mess, he might as well attempt to stay alive. Vicious beasts encircled our gamer. Suddenly, the monsters began attacking. Looking on with massive pupils, Xiao daydreamed about reaching such a level of awesomeness, and matching the sheer power of his big bro once he finally hit puberty. His blade remained buried in the turf, and while gasping for air, the player noted they were in a peaceful area, causing the hero to stare in shock as he realized the gamer was actually her while they both gazed at the city. Grimacing, the main lead realized this was his campus. A lady's face flickered into view, accompanied by news that Belial totally botched the job and kicked the bucket, which was awful though the reality was significantly grimmer. Perched at her desk, the Finn suggested dispatching a welcoming committee for the brand new ruler, but she learned that only the late Belial had glimpsed his face in a magical snooze. Casting her gaze downward, Babylon wondered aloud how on earth they would track down the ruler if the main witness was currently 6 feet under. The ladies spun about upon hearing the order to stay calm, while a grumpy Mammon mentioned that Belial had actually dropped a hint before her untimely departure. Gripping the sketch tightly, she noted that by using this visual aid, they would have no trouble identifying the hellish monarch whenever he finally showed up. Rising to her feet, Babylon remarked on her perfect timing, while the other woman inquired about the specific details of the individual's appearance. Tweezing her knuckles, she explained that the snitch reported Roland ended her and exited the royal nursery, then trekked toward the farming college's neutral territory with a mystery guest in tow. Face-palming, the women surmised this companion was probably the Dark Sovereign, but the mistress clarified that the spy had merely forwarded a description of a random stranger. Grasping the snapshot, she pointed out that the target resembled the person in this image. Mammon quietly studied the small photo. Shutting her peepers, she remarked that at the very least, this confirmed the boss man had not been snatched by Roland and was currently out of harm's way. Our hero's picture ended up in the bin, accompanied by a quick note saying playtime is over and they need to round up any able-bodied recruits immediately. Looking up at the massive skyscraper, a voice echoed the urgent need to track down the Lord of Darkness before their time completely ran out. With a grin, the host declared this place a bastion of safety, while a throng of gamers queued up, noting the sheer volume of attendees. Zhao simply gazed upon the gathered masses without uttering a peep. Smirking smugly, the fellow congratulated himself on his splendid game design, yet this pompous goose was utterly oblivious to the impending doom. Right, a towering structure materialized, proclaiming that this entire agricultural college realm was a massive bamboozle, a divine sanctuary with some gadget named post-birth capable of handcuffing every creature's special moves. Baddies were caged inside the glass, leading to the notion that regardless of his might, he'd be a sardine in a tin, which the game regulations explicitly dictated. Looking sideways, Roland mused that the instant he crossed into that supposedly secure spot, they'd seize control and finish him off. The poor chap dropped to his knees, lamenting that his hubris and sheer cluelessness would seal his fate. The young man spread his arms wide, a hero's complex blooming in his mind, the one destined to rally the players against the Dark Overlord. Postered by a desk, the chap inquired if this wasn't the legendary Roland, the prophesied savior meant to rout the King of Darkness. The individual shut his peepers upon hearing that the esteemed Supreme Roland was dropping by, a truly badge-worthy occasion, since rumors suggested he'd gone to the king's nursery just to choke the life out of the menace early. His eye ballooned open when he heard the inquiry, confirming he'd already accomplished that feat, tearing that nasty fiend limb from limb. Swiveling his head, the supposed champion remarked that this elder gentleman was actually quite impressive, prompting the other guy to ask what wisdom he had gleaned from this observation. Extending an arm dramatically, he boomed that this man was humanity's last hope. The prophecy undeniably pointed to him, gathering the adventurers for the king's demise. Clutching some documents, the administrator reported that the safe area now boasted hardened, bolted steel installations. He then shut his eyes, adding that he was familiar with that female, the one capable of neutralizing her powers, to which the daredevil yelled that pressing the topic further was strictly off limits. Snatching him by his collar, he bellowed that these people actually desired to witness the world's total collapse. The onlookers stared at the duo with puzzled expressions. The main character flashed a wry smile, thinking how grand it would be to actually earn that hero title. Glancing sideways, he sweetly added that this person was just like a big brother, both powerful and genuinely kind. Grinning widely, the player pondered what final catastrophe would bring about his end. The host casually stepped over the demarcation line. Observing this move, the fellow thought that just one more small action and their righteous cause would be totally victorious. Suddenly, someone gave him a hefty shove from behind. Flailing an arm out, the youth shrieked that he should just bathe in the system's overpowering energy surge. Shaw looked at him, startled, and repeated his query. They stood locked in silent confrontation. Roland rolled his eyes skyward, wondering why absolutely nothing had occurred. What gives? A structure appeared anew, and he confirmed that it was absolutely guaranteed that nothing could have gone wrong. The panoramic view of the secure location became visible. Squinting with confusion, the participant asked if such a thing was even possible. Clenching his jaw tightly, he surmised that this was a being even the mighty system couldn't successfully contain. Slipping his hands into his pockets, the supposed savior declared that this very event was the essence, the true might of the system at play. Beaming with satisfaction, he thought his prediction about what followed had materialized. The heaven persisted, and then he muttered that this whole charade was starting to get on his nerves. Frowning deeply, the player demanded to know his next scheme. As a crimson beacon suddenly flashed right in the city center, a line of people remained stationary, waiting. The group just froze there, utterly dumbfounded. The various participants looked terrified, demanding to know the situation, asking what calamity had just struck, pointing out that they were under assault. The young man glanced down, suggesting the server was probably experiencing lag. The older man quickly reassured him not to worry, claiming it was just a minor hitch. Spreading his arms wide, he added that this was a designated safe area, protected by the system's devices. Frowning, the officer promised that as long as they remained within his radius, he would guarantee their absolute safety. Looking up, he asked if Bert Steele had ever taken on this strange shape before. The guy replied that he couldn't recall. Finding it highly bizarre, the man glanced to the side and said that regardless, they shouldn't panic, because their hope, humanity's strongest fighting force, Roland, was also present. Smiling, he added that he wanted to share a few words with everyone. Suddenly, the adventurer dropped to his knees, screaming about how scary the situation was. Frowning, he reflected on the idiotic joke of trying to turn cheating and the system into a symbol of love. The protagonist watched him, realizing the adventurer had tried to use Bert's position to impose system restrictions on him. He clenched his fist tightly. The main character struck out with his hand, prompting Roland to think he had countered with a heavy blow, reducing the attacker to instant dust. Rolling his eyes, the player commented that this was precisely the difference in strength between them. As he knelt, he wondered if they should simply throw in the towel. Zhao looked at him, asking if he was alright, as he heard that it wasn't supposed to be a big deal. With a smirk, he thought he never would have guessed that anyone could be so frightened and simultaneously so cute. The hero grabbed the guy by the shoulder, telling him to pull himself together. Closing his eyes, he added that he was supposed to be the hope of all mankind, so how could he possibly be scared to death when the game had just started? The young man looked back in bewilderment. Tears welled up in his eyes as he cried that this was only the very beginning, calling the Demon King outrageous. The player tightly gritted his teeth, demanding to know what exactly he wanted. Standing up, he challenged the protagonist to say exactly what he wanted out loud. Like a man, wide-eyed, the protagonist assumed he meant distributing tasks and rewards. He felt touched by the simple words of encouragement, deciding the other man was too polite. However, since the offer was made, he took the guy's hands and admitted he did have one tiny request. The crowd was gathered outside, and words could be heard that he needed to master cooking skills if he hoped to survive in the safe zone. The main character rested his hands on his hips. Watching him, Roland wondered if he was anticipating some disgusting request, but the guy actually just wanted to learn the cooking skill. Xiao glanced to the side, asking if he was really the hero who would lead the players in defeating the Demon King. He confirmed this. He then tapped the guy on the head, recalling how he had loved hero stories since childhood, using his imagination to picture himself as one of them. Looking at his hand, the hero said that due to an account anomaly he felt a bit puzzled. Still, since fate arranged this meeting, it probably didn't want him to abandon hope. The young man asked in surprise when exactly he would have to do everything required to become a hero. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and asked if he was prepared to be set on the right path. Frowning, the guy thought the hero was incredibly strange. Smiling broadly, he asked if the shorty, who was afraid of fighting, truly wanted to take a shortcut by choosing the path of a cook. Gritting her teeth, Leah asked why anyone would bother fighting monsters if it was that simple. Stretching his hand forward, the cook explained that learning skills wouldn't earn him money, it would cost coins. An average player usually manages expenses carefully, typically earning no more than 10 silver coins in a few hours, barely enough for basic cooking skills. The MC casually replied that he had plenty of money. Looking at the balance, he confirmed he had 10 gold coins. Closing his eyes, he apologized for being in charge, begging for forgiveness. Smirking, Lee said he must be special to have earned so much money at the start, but warned him that NPCs followed their own rules and wouldn't be swayed by his wealth. Players were already arguing among themselves. They said this amount of money was more than enough to learn the skill, but not enough to level it up quickly and turn a profit. Since the two worlds had recently combined in such a short period, resources for newcomers were quickly running out. Standing in front of the hero, the man explained that the specific materials needed to level up the production skill weren't available on the market. He could only force the skill level higher by buying from NPCs, but this would be extremely expensive, essentially throwing money away. Instead, he recommended using the funds to purchase equipment and level up quickly. Looking down, Zhao responded that he simply had his own personal reasons for this choice. Turning his head, he asked if there really was no other alternative. The guy gritted his teeth, wondering why the damn Demon King was staring at him. He felt scared and humiliated, convinced the Demon King now wanted his money too. He looked at him furiously, adding that a soldier would sooner die than endure humiliation, and he could no longer restrain himself. Holding the bag in his hands, the young man said this was all he had brought with him. Grinning, the hero replied that he didn't need to borrow money from his brother. Standing in front of him, Lee declared that even this still wasn't enough. Their eyes met across the space between them. The player took off his coat. He extended his sword as an offering. The guy lowered his head in defeat, striking his fist against his palm. He thought he had given up absolutely everything. Watching him, the girl said it still wasn't sufficient. She explained that the lowest level production skill was equivalent to an AC rank martial skill, meaning it wasn't worth learning initially. The cook then asked if he didn't have a precious watch. Roland looked frightened, explaining that the watch was a coming-of-age gift he had received from his father. Holding the watch in his hands, the protagonist heard someone express shock at how well he treated the guy, suggesting he must see potential. He asked if this was true, if they really held him in such high regard. The player rolled his eyes upon hearing the protagonist claim he wanted to become a hero, and had requested support in everything. He couldn't believe the protagonist took this so seriously, finding it deeply touching. Internally he thought, just finish me off. It was said that the hope of mankind had begun to hate the entire world. Turning his head, the main character asked about the money. Giving a thumbs up, the girl suggested visiting the next merchant to earn some extra cash, explaining that players typically sold items at lower levels. The scene shifted to a shopping center where various objects lay scattered on a table. Leaning against the counter, the guy boasted he had so many high-quality items. The player asked if that was true and how much they could sell for. Raising his finger, the merchant quoted a price of 1 silver and 20 copper coins. The user complained that it was so little. He lowered his head upon hearing the advice to return again, stating that he wouldn't gain a single skill for such a meager profit. Xiao stared at him, wondering aloud why playing the game was proving so difficult for him. Grinning to himself, he thought that money was clearly the primary problem no matter what world or circumstance you found yourself in. The NPC frowned when he heard the offer to sell some items, then replied that it was fine, telling him to place everything on the table to see what he had. Various objects were laid out on the table. The seller stared at him in utter astonishment, realizing that all of the objects were actually rank quality props. Putting his hand to his face in disbelief, he muttered that he felt certain he had seen all of these things somewhere before. The guy froze completely, realizing with dread that all these items belonged to Roland. The protagonist extended his arm forward, mentioning he had one final item for assessment. He clutched some peculiar clothing, stating this was the source of his inquiry, prompting the youth to ask if it actually belonged to the hero. He carefully examined the garment in question. The merchant quickly looked away, privately noting that it possessed a surprisingly fashionable appeal. Grinning, the main character asked how much he could possibly sell it for, to which the merchant explained he couldn't simply identify its value from sight, and required a formal appraisal. Extending his hand, the salesman initiated an estimation technique, causing a transparent shield to materialize around the garments. Sticking his tongue out in disbelief, the young man wondered how such a thing could be true. The player glared furiously, yelling that the merchant was obviously playing a joke on him. He pointed out that his massive suit of armor only yielded 2 small silver pieces, yet this flimsy fabric was valued at over 300 gold, to which the merchant calmly stated that the hero was clearly missing the point. Examining the garment, he explained that often, the less substantial an item, the higher its value. The guy raised his brows, noting its incredible softness and lightness, comparing it to air. Sniffing deeply, he commented on its unusual salty, sweet aroma. The NPC then stated the price was boosted by 200. Calculating internally that fabric which had rested upon Belial's ample bosom and carried a feminine scent should be valued much higher than a mere 680 gold. Rolling his eyes dramatically, he declared it a truly exceptional and scarce item. The main character grinned broadly upon hearing the offer of 680 gold coins. He mused internally that this fancy item was priceless, yet he still asked if it truly commanded such a high price tag. Extending his hand, the shopkeeper strongly suggested keeping the item, warning that if it was sold to him, it would enter processing and vanish from existence. Reading the fine print, Xiao noted that it also appeared non-transferable to other players. Frowning slightly, the youth decided he might as well keep the chess piece, despite looking quite ridiculous in it. He reasoned he could equip it once he hit the required level. As the hero sauntered down the street in what looked like a dress, he reflected that this enhancement provided such a massive boost, he could conquer anyone effortlessly. His entire body locked up upon hearing that specific proclamation. The mall doors slid open. The main character glanced skyward just as he received the notification that the brass blade had been sold and converted by the system. Simultaneously, the horn of the mature devil was also sold and recycled by the system. He shut his eyes tightly and let a self-satisfied smirk appear. The gamer lunged toward the creature. It was widely known that in this user-driven reality, certain individuals aspired to conquer the final adversary and protect everything. The participants faced off, creating the sense that a completely different group of individuals prioritized ruling the virtual stadium and establishing dominance over all competitors. A figure stood atop a massive boulder, and a thought flashed by, suggesting that a third category of individuals simply enjoyed exploring the vast lands and uncovering novel experiences for themselves. Gripping his blade tightly, the young man insisted he alone was truly worthy of delivering the killing strike to vanquish the demon. A thought passed by, however, noting that there existed another group, known as majors, who simply purchased high-level teams with cash. Even lacking personal combat skill, these players could still participate in defeating the ultimate enemy. The youth gripped the hilt firmly, stating that the responsibility for wielding it fell to him. Having landed a solid blow on the demon, the main character decided a sword wasn't necessary for this particular fight. The female demon collapsed onto the hard earth. The masses cheered and yelled praises for the devil-slaying hero. causing him to inwardly confirm that this was indeed his glorious destiny. He realized that a sufficient amount of cash could easily pave a heroic road for him. The woman sitting on the bed declared him her ultimate idol and savior. Turning away, the maiden suggested she simply needed to take a break while the others sorted things out amongst themselves. Grinning widely, Xiao mused that simply contemplating this scenario gave him renewed energy and faith in a promising future. He glanced over at me with a startled expression, explaining that his stomach was quite satisfied. Glancing over, the chef inquired about his advancement level, prompting the hero to reply that he had reached the absolute limit. Rolling up his sleeves, the man noted that the basic skills had been completely mastered. The subsequent phase would be intermediate level, where the challenges would increase significantly, so he advised focused study. As he walked past, the main character affirmed that indeed, every possible slot had already been completely maxed out. Glancing sideways, he casually mentioned that even the rank of Grandmaster was included. His eyes grew large in surprise as he repeated the question. With a sly smile, the main character considered his overpowered, broken account wasn't an issue at all because it was only the start of the adventure. It was rumored that the Demon King had, without realizing it, set a personal goal to defeat himself in exactly this fashion. Walking through the metropolis, Xiao pondered that entities were supposed to assist users in gaining experience, but his specific job was to take down the Demon King, meaning his most arduous task was simply making it through this crazy world alive. He shut his eyes, reflecting that he'd certainly been blessed with excellent starting luck. With a smirk, the protagonist decided it was high time to make up his mind and proceed to the next phase. Sitting on the bus, the driver yelled impatiently for him to board immediately or get left behind. As they were pulling out, this main guy froze, gawking at me like a glitch in some matrix while muttering about this identical scenery. Staring at a structure, our hero declared it an official clubhouse for those elite players. As folks swapped tall tales, someone whispered how that entire gang hit level 15, which is basically godhood. Xiao glanced away, hearing they were nearly top 5 within these murder math rankings. Supposedly, their coordination is scary good, and they even bully level 6 beasts for lunch. Those pupils dilated significantly after confirming the gossip was factual, proving their squad leader really behaves like an expert. Our leader grinned while declaring, because the gear finally appeared, the group should begin their journey. Loitering around, directly before him, this lady insisted her little social club was definitely missing one more warm body. Alternatively, the local wildlife gets crankier and significantly more annoying to kill. This female pivoted her neck to fish for his opinion. Lounging like a potato, this guy grunted how adding strangers means splitting every precious reward. Then he looked shocked once she suggested 4 people were actually sufficient. Reaching out his limb, the fellow reminded everyone that pros value speed over feelings, threatening to boot any slacker even if they shared a womb. A bird trembled like a leaf, promising to grind like a maniac just to avoid the unemployment line. Heading out, the dude barked that they better give it 100%, earning a chorus of nervous nods. He stared at the pop-up like it was written in gibberish, wondering why some random loony was sending him invites. The window flickered back to life instantly, gnashing his molars. Gene muttered about digital harassment while slamming the decline option. Naturally, the screen immediately exploded with even more spam. Grinning like a shark, the boy wondered if the stranger truly thought he was that easy to bamboozle. He tapped the alerts. The fellow turned into a statue while reading the holographic text, realizing the mysterious sender was actually trying to haggle. Smashing the icon, the gamer sighed that he might as well check out whatever junk was being offered. That fellow recoiled while yelping loudly. A trade-in interface materialized, showing a hopping 10 yellow doubloons being tossed his way. Looking like he saw a ghost, Gene hollered about the treasure, wondering what kind of black magic produced such wealth. His vision locked on the screen, calculating that his stingy hoarding skill only netted him peanuts. Yet this crazy person was just handing over a massive fortune for free. Text drifted across the heavens, warning that early game poverty makes picking abilities a total nightmare where you have to be a cheapskate with your talent points. Bowing his head, the dude realized 10 gold could buy him a deluxe starter pack and shiny armor, basically turning on 5 times speed mode for his career progress. Lifeless bodies were piled before the gamer. Staring intensely, the youth screamed about who on earth would just chuck 10 shiny tokens into the wind. Glancing skyward, he mused that owning such a massive treasury was suspicious, suggesting the benefactor was likely some top-tier whale. Moisture trickled down his brow as he debated if this was a sophisticated scam, weighing the risks of clicking yes or no. Gene flailed his arms, yelling that 10 shiny bits were on the line, and only a complete moron would turn down free cash. He tapped the prompt, leaning back casually while wondering what sort of idiot would just donate wealth to a stranger like him. He looked at the floor upon hearing Xiao beg for a spot in his merry band of adventurers. The lad gave a smug half-grin and glanced toward the horizon. Hovering near our lead, the client explained he needed bodyguards for a trip to a dusty shack to fetch an important relic, which the main guy accepted. Arching his brows, The man mentioned that local gossips warned him the area was crawling with level 18 moles that really hate visitors. This female reached out after hearing he was too weak to travel solo, snapped how she was no volunteer, and reminded him how serious dungeon crawling takes priority over babysitting. Shutting his lids, Sheen questioned her lack of a soul, prompting her to demand a repeat of the insult. Clasping his heart dramatically, he preached that true pros need to embrace neighborly affection to survive this gig, while Lou stared in total shock, wondering if he had finally lost his marbles. The massive skyscraper loomed into view, revealing a cozy little nook hidden deep within its concrete belly. Advancing slowly, the gamer wondered how a top-tier squad like theirs ended up doing chores for the lowly peasants. Gesturing wildly, the dude told her to check his massive bank account, leaving everyone baffled about where he stole all that shiny loot. Peering downward, the lady doubted that tiny shrimp of a dwarf actually paid him so much cash, face-palming as she speculated about hidden gems worth 10 gold pieces, which the boy confirmed with a cheeky tongue flick while bragging about the fact that there must be buried riches there. Babur trembled, accusing him of wanting to heist everything, but Chin insisted those trinkets were worth way more than 10 coins and would buff their fighting stats. Grinning like a shark, he mentioned that the price goes up if they have to commit homicide, leaving Lou completely speechless and rethinking her life choices. Parked right on the sidewalk, the protagonist demanded to know exactly what kind of mess they were getting into. Glancing at the floor, the woman declared that as long as victory was guaranteed, she was ready to make some money. The fellow shut his eyes tight upon hearing her opening her mouth, bluntly stating that literally nobody gives a hoot about her opinion. Obara froze solid after hearing that blunt rejection. Strolling along the pavement, the leader told them to just get a move on already. Grinning wide, he cheered for the hunt to start. Sharp blades swung around. Those furry moles hit the dirt while the lad stood stiffly, asking if he arrived on time, earning a thumbs up from the champion. Arching his brows, he mentioned that his humble abode was located way up on the 6th level of this dome. Gripping his blade, Shin promised the guy not to sweat it, because despite these moles being level 18, his elite squad were masters of pest control and safety. The group wandered through every dark corner and dusty alleyway. Whipping her head around, the young lady remarked that the vibes in this place were totally rancid. A run-down complex emerged as she realized that taking this job was a massive mistake, giving her a major case of the heebie-jeebies. Staring wide-eyed, she complained about the sketchiness, while the man asked if she honestly thought she was some pro gamer compared to him. Marching onward, he told her to keep her trap shut and follow along, threatening to ditch her in this death trap if she kept whining. The boy advanced a bit while the hero glanced upward, announcing that they had finally reached their sketchy destination. Watching his teammates, he noted with a smirk that they were actually surprisingly dependable for once. Grinning, Shin told him to hurry up and grab his junk, as the lead guy jammed the key in, and the boss brandished his steel. Out of nowhere, a massive rodent lunged at him, making the gamer scream like a girl and ask what that beast was. Leaping into the air, he hollered for everyone to clear the path before they got trampled. Toweling, the boy questioned why there were level 22 monstrosities hanging out in a place like this. Glancing sideways, he noted that the whole gang had successfully avoided becoming monster snacks. Terrified, she stammered, demanding to know exactly what kind of monster the boss was. Xiao began screaming as he tumbled into the abyss. The other players stared in confusion. Chin, wearing a far too cheerful grin, announced that their leader had suddenly vanished. She then rushed off, declaring a heroic rescue mission. The young man gazed into the chasm and yelled her name in desperation. He slowly lowered his eyes. He quietly said that the rescue wasn't necessary. Lou looked at him with a disappointed expression before turning away. She watched the massive rat, stating bluntly that they were facing a truly enormous problem. Clenching his teeth, the young man demanded to know where the level 22 rank monsters were coming from. The girl, assessing the situation, replied that even with perfect coordination, 3 players were highly unlikely to defeat an rank monster of this level. Obur then asked if they stood a chance if his personal level was higher, even though they were all 6 levels lower than the creature itself. The archer looked down and conceded there was a chance, but the risks were astronomical. The treasure was right under their noses. They had invested so much time, and it would be a huge shame to leave empty-handed, especially since earning rewards was already such a struggle for them. The captain froze in place when he heard the suggestion that retreating was their only option. Frowning, he insisted on taking a second look, muttering that something felt fundamentally wrong about the monster. As the rat turned its head, she suddenly shrieked, announcing in a panic that it was actually the Demon King, a presence she sensed immediately. The beast looked around its surroundings and repeated its query. Staring into the endless pit, he shouted that the Demon King had fallen to the bottom. The hero was still rapidly plummeting through the air. He managed a smirk, wondering if this was really where he would meet his untimely end. Closing his eyes, the protagonist mused that if he died here, the system would probably just resurrect him for another round. That was standard operating procedure for a good Xuanwen story, after all. Suddenly, he hit the ground with a thud. Looking at his hands, the MC realized he hadn't died, or even felt a significant amount of pain. A system message flashed by. Achievement unlocked. Lost boy for surviving a 20-meter fall. He raised his head to ask what the plan was now. Xiao, scratching the back of his head, casually suggested he simply wait for the rest of the team to come save him. He turned around, repeating his question once more. Suddenly, an attack flew towards the rats. Standing in a ready stance, the assassin told everyone to calm down and not be afraid. Frowning, the hero asked who it was. Recognizing the player, he realized it was her. She raised an eyebrow and cautioned him that the area was dangerous. Demanding care, gesturing at the sheer rock wall, she added that climbing back up from here was completely impossible. Turning her head, the girl declared they would need to find another way back to the surface. The protagonist then suggested, what about just using the stairs? He visibly shuddered at the thought of leading the expedition, immediately questioning why he should be chosen. The assassin simply stared at him in silence. Clenching her fists, she shouted, "Are you serious? You want the shadow assassin to walk in front of everyone?" Her job was literally performed from the shadows, and everyone knew that was the whole point. The MC replied that he didn't understand her reasoning at all. Crossing his arms, he insisted that he would go first to protect her regardless. Looking at him, she told him not to worry. As Xiao walked ahead, she thought, oh, this stupid man. He was walking in front, not realizing that he was completely exposing his back to her. The player smirked, thinking he would surely die soon, regretting his choices, and never knowing that his personal treasure was their real target all along. Without warning, she leaped into the air. The girl plunged her dagger directly into the large chicken. Her eyes widened in surprise, as she realized her fortunate strike had landed squarely on the creature's weak point. She was completely bewildered by what just transpired. Looking up, the hero boasted that he had rigorously honed his skills beforehand. Since her vitality wasn't fully restored, he suggested she take a taste of his new abilities. Grinning broadly, he asked if she had actually brought a kitchen knife to carve the chicken. The assassin suddenly performed a high-speed sideways hop. She frowned in bewilderment, wondering about his baffling contradictions. He looked like a total weakling, yet he had casually thrown away 10 gold pieces and possessed impressive cooking skills. A magical force field suddenly appeared around the chicken, making her realize the cooked bird might actually be a powerful shield capable of blocking her strike completely. Gripping her dagger, she suspected he anticipated her attack, since even a level 16 warrior couldn't escape a blow when faced with such a defense. Looking closer, she warned herself that he must be hiding a huge secret, and the chicken itself was probably laced with poison. The protagonist, however, hugged the girl, internally gloating that just a single bite would place her firmly under his control. She would become his permanent puppet, obeying every command he issued, a fate from which there was no return. The player tightly shut her eyes, internally vowing to avoid eating, while the main character inquired about her favorite part of the meal. She looked absolutely terrified, fearing that the delicious aroma was about to overpower her ability to resist. Suddenly, the garments she was wearing were ripped to pieces. Shards of shredded fabric drifted through the air. The girl looked up as system notifications appeared, confirming her physical characteristics were increasing. She froze in place, completely stunned. Staring at the food, the lady realized this chicken had merely improved her mood. It also enhanced her abilities and instantly increased her class level. With eyes wide open, she declared that this was no ordinary poultry, but rather a potent stat modifier. Looking at the hero, the player, a professional shadow assassin who had dispatched incredibly powerful opponents, wondered if this simple-looking guy was actually much stronger than that idiot Kin. Several people positioned themselves on the balance scales. Bowing deeply, she announced that from now on she belonged to him, and would follow any order, causing Xiao to ask if she meant right this very moment. Looking down, he mused that she clearly intended to marry him, simply because he offered her a piece of chicken, even though he had initially thought she was from Chernobyl. Closing his eyes, the hero stated he didn't want her to owe him a debt, just provide protection, then sarcastically asked what kind of defense she could offer for his health, to which the girl asked what she needed to defend him from. Turning around, he replied yes, after all, he was the boss who paid the money. The player froze in utter bewilderment. She stood there silently, processing everything. Smirking, she said she understood completely, and promised to protect him. The young man delivered a forceful blow to a rat. The beast collapsed onto the ground, lying there. It thought it had mistakenly injured the Demon King, concluding it didn't deserve to live, and promptly committed suicide by biting its tongue. Looking over at her, the young man asked if she had just committed suicide. Bubba's eyes widened as she replied that it certainly looked that way. Looking at the captain, she commented that he had killed an A-rank monster despite his 6-level disadvantage, wondering if he could really be that proficient. Jean looked down at his own hands and mumbled something. He pressed the confirmation button, having just heard the question about activating his title as an extremely powerful person. The young man smiled, expressing surprise at his luck, wondering if he was secretly the main character and pondering what other abilities might have awakened in him. Looking to the side, the girl said things shouldn't feel this way, expressing her discomfort with the location, but he dismissed her feelings as baseless anxiety. Stretching his leg forward, the young man declared that yes, he was extremely strong, capable of taking down a level 22 elite monster with a single blow. Turning around, he demanded to know what he was afraid of, prompting Obara to shout that he should turn and look for himself. Pivoting his noggin, the gamer questioned her target of interest, then gazed skyward upon hearing he was staring the wrong way, since the threat lurked right at his rear. Jean scowled and shouted something spacey, then zipped straight onto the skyscraper top. That fellow rested amidst the dusty wreckage. Wearing his howl, that dude questioned the logic of such strange events. The monster's peepers glowed, and the lad questioned if it really was a top-tier legend. The devil triggered its vocal scream ability. It unleashed that sonic boom toward the team. The lady slammed into the masonry, then tumbled onto the hard floor. Staring forward, Obara wondered why such buffed critters only inhabit basements, while Liu muttered about the sheer impossibility of the current weird situation. A skyscraper materialized, and she sensed vibes were off upon entering since the zone became an instance. So the player noted that explained the swarm of level 22 creeps, which made the healer ask for a plan. Then Jean ground his teeth and promised to lure the beasts away while the group searched for a sneaky exit path. Abruptly he blinked in shock, as a giant furry hand lunged toward his face. The impact landed, sending the youth sailing sideways. Packing up red liquid, he yelled for a medic, so the cleric triggered a mend spell with a supportive nod. Scowling, the dude realized he needed a new stance to retaliate, while the Finn watched quietly before launching a flurry of blows, leaving the player pelted by several painful strikes. With a mangled expression, he yelled, collapsing onto the dirt. Jean remarked that the opponent possessed massive gains. Shaking his red bar, he requested an end to the misery and a swift trip to heaven. Huddled low, Lo whispered that they were trapped, and even a full party could not handle these level 35 freaks. Glancing back, Obara hollered that they would carve out an escape route for his survival. Spinning about, she questioned when her legs had carried her that distance. Grinning widely, the bowman stated that pardon his rudeness, but they joined forces for victory, yet since they were currently losing, the agreement was officially null and void. The wizard appeared terrified, and agreed that while logical, the whole ordeal felt quite excessive. The monster's orbs flashed brilliantly, causing the gull to peer at the leader. The protagonist swung the gates wide, called out his companion's moniker, and watched as the feline leaped high, before glancing laterally with a loud shout. Beaming, the main character mentioned how wonderful it felt that he was perfectly okay. People observed him with confusion. The critter's gaze glowed crimson, and with shocked pupils, the woman realized the dungeon's feline boss was actually his kitty. That youth peeked inside the cupboard, pondering if the kibble, sand, tins, and plates were all gone. Jean embraced the maiden, remarking that even though things went sideways, at least the whole crew survived the chaos. He chuckled, mentioning that the dude appeared punny yet managed to domesticate the final boss kitten. Then while the lead searched the pantry, the thief noted he was likely worth more than predicted, though they could not exploit his benefits while he remained breathing. He pivoted to face the other, recognizing her flawless execution of the task, a true masterpiece of correct judgment. Jean glanced back at Lo, declaring that their female companion, unlike some of the less impressive individuals currently loitering about, was an absolutely indispensable ally, and, blushing, ducked her head as the young man summoned her closer, playfully wondering if she might fancy a reward in the form of a particularly brawny man's embrace. The young woman approached him, while he cheerfully reassured her to maintain courage and dismiss all worries, for as long as they adhered to his leadership, their squad would remain undeniably supreme. Abruptly, and produced a dagger and, with a swift, rather dramatic flourish, initiated a geyser of crimson from two unsuspecting individuals. The young woman dipped her head modestly, explaining with a shrug that the mere contemplation of assaulting Lord Xiao had, quite frankly, triggered her homicidal tendencies. Jean, now gracefully bleeding onto the terrain, still managed to splutter, and, what on earth do you imagine you re-accomplishing? The young woman cast a disdainful glance downwards, silently questioning his sheer audacity and posing inquiries. Then, with startling dispassion, she administered a couple more decisive stabs to the chaps, much to Obara's frantic attempts at intervention. Her eyes widened dramatically, as she declared, with chilling certainty, that they clearly possessed absolutely no inkling regarding whose territory they had so foolishly decided to invade. The youthful fellow, with a feline perched rather majestically on his shoulder, announced that he had successfully retrieved all his possessions, making it perfectly fine for them all to head back home. The gentleman presented his furry companion, a cat that, rather remarkably, gave a conspiratorial wink as the hero divulged that he hadn't been by its side when their entire reality shifted, prompting his unwavering resolve to locate it, come what may. The girl fixated on the cat, murmuring that, in fact, this creature was indeed the coveted prize. The collection of assassins bowed low, practically gushing that she, clearly, had grasped the entire situation, and therefore, they were now officially, and quite amicably, coworkers. Xiao gently shut his eyes, responding that focusing solely on one's own well-being simply wouldn't suffice. He was also obligated to tend to those who had, for lack of a better term, been tamed. Regardless, a trip back to the city was now imperative. The young man, rather uncaringly, just stepped directly onto the fresh blood. The hero silently observed the two unfortunate, now very still, gentlemen. He stood utterly dumbfounded, then shrieked, demanding to know what gruesome events had just occurred. The woman placed a hand dramatically on her chest, informing them that, regrettably, the victims were beyond medical help, so she had, as a compassionate gesture, decided to mercifully end their suffering. Miraculously, the priest then performed some spectacular magic, seemingly bringing them back to life, though Qin, ever the critic, grumbled, he only healed 2/3. What bizarre kind of boo is that? The young woman averted her gaze, casually elaborating that the problem stemmed from his intestines having, well, made an unexpected departure. The man, predictably incensed, bellowed back that she was precisely the individual responsible for their rather untidy exit. A hand gently touched her forehead, conveying profound regret that, alas, recovery was utterly beyond the realm of possibility. She, however, turned positively incandescent with rage, imperiously commanding that the patient receive immediate further treatment, consequences be damned. Obera, visibly alarmed, replied that she truly possessed no magical healing button for such dire emergencies. The priestly figure persevered with his mystic incantations, clarifying that the blood loss was simply proceeding at an utterly unmanageable pace, leaving her no opportunity whatsoever to effectively mend the damage. The killer let out a sly grin, then whispered, admitting she had cleverly smeared the dagger with a potent poison. The rogue cast his gaze downwards, mentally taking off his accomplishments, musing that if a monster 22 couldn't finish him, nor could a horde of level 35 beasts, then surely he wasn't about to perish at the pathetic hands of some mere fellow player. Qin, in a moment of profound introspection, closed his eyes, replaying the recent chaotic events in his mind, finally comprehending that he had, beyond a shadow of a doubt, made a grievous error, and only now did the crushing weight of his colossal ignorance begin to truly settle upon him. The poor fellow found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament, actively submerging in the water, convinced it was entirely too late, when suddenly the younger man piped up, bravely requesting a chance to intervene. The gentleman, quite surprised, glanced around with collective astonishment. The protagonist, clutching a bandage with an air of hopeful uncertainty, suggested he might, just might, be able to lend a hand, or rather, apply a dressing. An item was then prominently displayed, revealed to be a rather fancy rag prop, a bandage crafted from an impressively transparent fabric, complete with an intricate, eye-catching pattern. The chaps looked genuinely stunned. Qin, ever the observant one, pointed out that this particular bandage had clearly been fashioned with a top-tier first aid ability. Lo, nodding sagely, confirmed it was, in fact, an exceedingly high-ranking dressing. As the magical strip was expertly wrapped around the arm, the narrator explained that mastering first aid, from its rudimentary beginnings to its advanced levels, was ludicrously costly, not to mention requiring the separate talent of actual bandage crafting. While the character continued to bind his limb, with the others peering over shoulders, the narration clarified that in its less developed forms, a single application of this marvel could heal as effectively as 5 fully engaged, professional healers, all working their hardest. With the bandage now snugly affixed to the warrior's arm, it was further revealed that this remarkable item possessed the versatility to be deployed, even in the thick of combat. During intense level 80 defensive skirmishes, assorted artifacts adorned the shelves, and a voice clarified that, given the severe scarcity of suitable fabric during the initial phases, virtually no one bothered to allocate precious resources to the first aid skill, simply because they literally couldn't afford the luxury. Shaw grinned, announcing that since survival was apparently the #1 goal in this world, had already perfected first aid skills, because a little blood never hurt anyone, unless it was gushing out. The hero Qin held the bandage, wondering aloud why anyone would ever need to know first aid when there were plenty of monsters to do the job for them. Qin felt a tear roll down his cheek, mentally listing the young man's achievements, easily dismissing 10 coins, turning the dungeon boss into a pet, and mastering first aid. He felt hopelessly inadequate, wondering just who he could possibly pick a fight with. The guy smiled sweetly, inquiring if they felt like total fools yet, and fixed her gaze on the hero, clearing her throat to start speaking. The girl blushed deeply, thinking that Shaw might heal them now just to kill them again later, and truly, Lord Shaw definitely knew how to have a good time. The killer smirked maliciously, lurking right behind the hero's unsuspecting back. The men shuddered in fear, with the robber suggesting perhaps it was better to just leave him dead instead of dealing with this savior. The young man presented the artifact, demanding they put it to good use immediately. Sheen became excited, asking if he was truly worthy of receiving the transparent cloth bandage he had been coveting earlier. Shaw became furious, shouting that Sheen needed to stop spouting such nonsense, because obviously, nothing was more precious than a human life, or a very expensive bandage. The bandit started sobbing, declaring to his boss that he now owed him a massive debt, effective immediately. A notification popped up on the interface, drawing the young man's focus. The message clearly indicated a request for a financial transaction. The main character closed his eyes dramatically, sighing about how he truly didn't want to take their money, but since they insisted so strongly, he would graciously accept. The guys silently rolled their eyes, sitting across from the young man, as the numbers flashed. Sheen lost 12 gold and 52 copper coins, leaving his account balance at 0. Lou lost 82 silver coins, also resulting in 0, and Shaw received exactly 13 gold and 34 silver coins. Shaw smiled reassuringly, telling Sheen not to worry, because having already accepted their payment, he certainly wouldn't let them die now. A bandage made of ghostly cloth was produced, promptly wrapped around the astonished Sheen. The bandit pressed his legs against him as the bandage went to work, which was described as not just a simple covering but a medicine healing his back wound. The naked guy spread his wings, while the robber closed his eyes, thinking this hero had also cured his perverted soul. The group was staring straight ahead when another system notification popped up. Sheen grabbed the notification, accepting the friendly reminder with a sigh of resignation. The ground beneath the trio immediately lit up with energy, signaling their promotion. Lou stared at her arm, realizing her injuries were not only healed, but her body had been thoroughly modernized, like getting a software update on a very old operating system. The guys were utterly terrified, wondering just what kind of ridiculously powerful modifier was hidden inside that simple-looking ghostly cloth bandage. They dropped to their knees, thanking their new older brother and swearing they would risk their lives for him. The hero replied awkwardly that such honors weren't necessary, as it was merely a standard rescue service, not a lifetime commitment. Shaw held up 3 fingers, declaring the ghostly cloth bandage cost 30 gold, and that they could pay the rest back later, at a very reasonable 35 annual interest rate. She placed a hand on her chin, realizing that through usury he would financially destroy them in the most devastating way imaginable. This was truly a real boss, she thought, who knew exactly how to make money and have fun. As they exited the building, a notification announced the team had cleared the dungeon and received 50 experience points. An international announcement declared Sheen, Lou, and Shaw had completed the apartment building dungeon, taking first place in the team ratings, much to the crowd's delight. A young man with a cat on his head looked confused, wondering aloud. He turned away, asking if the building they just exited was truly a dungeon. Sheen gave a confirmation smile. The bandit then stared at the hero, wondering if he hadn't already put the dungeon leader on his head as a pet, or at least tried to. The man sat at his computer, receiving 2 more system notifications confirming the team's apartment building dungeon clear. He stared fixedly at the message pop up, deep in thought. The Lord looked away, wondering if the Demon King had gotten bored, and decided to clear his own dungeon for kicks. Across the college grounds, visitors finally got spotted. The squad shuffled through the thicket of rubberneckers while whispers flew about them being the legendary dungeon conquerors who crushed that level 10 nightmare. Our protagonist grinned, figuring he was just the guy paying the bills, so none of this fame circus mattered. Ayuz wagged a digit toward the bandit, identifying the rascal as Sheen. He scanned the area as rumors swirled that he was that elite gamer who used to dominate every online world, which honestly makes perfect sense. A fancy icon popped over Sheen, and people yelled that such a title belongs to a god-tier player worthy of world championships, explaining their easy victory. The sneaky fellow shrugged, seeing the cat was out of the bag, but insisted he couldn't help being naturally gifted at rating tunes. Reaching out, he mentioned their success was purely due to their big brother carrying the whole operation. The group lifted their gazes, basking in the sudden wave of noisy praise. Lou spun around, curious about the commotion, just as a nobleman made a grand landing right in their path. The newcomer took a wide stance and puffed his chest, making onlookers wonder if that was actually Roland, while the sweaty noble prayed he wouldn't accidentally blab about the unholy monarch. Roland squeezed his eyes shut and gave a little cough. Resting a palm over his ribs, the fellow declared that such achievements are rare, granting appreciation from the celestial metropolis, which delighted the protagonists to spot old Roland, while the crook felt it was overkill. That fellow started twirling a lasso. The noble yanked the tied-up captives along, explaining he only summoned 4 champions for medals, which left the grumbling mob wondering why the 5th guy got snubbed. A feline resting on the leader's noggin let out a huge yawn when he explained that since he was the employer, he didn't get a prize. Zhao simply raised a hand and beamed, totally unfazed by the situation. The dude punched the masonry, causing Roland to wince and remark that someone was talking their way into an early grey. He hugged the bricks in terror, doubting if the supposed savior of humanity usually acted this unhinged. It seemed this guy had a personality more tangled than cheap headphones, Lou observed. Her face turned bright red when questioned, since the mystery man never mentioned his stats, so she wondered if he was just playing hard to get. Roland scowled, clarifying the fellow simply lacked any actual class or rank. The nobleman glared at the ladies, declaring the man wasn't even a participant in this game world. The bandit stood frozen, blinking as he begged for Pete. Lou gasped in confusion, but the assassin behind her whispered that the man was actually the unholy prince of darkness. The boys shifted their focus toward her, demanding to know what crazy thing she just said, and gave a sneaky grin, suggesting that anyone with that much raw power had to be a top-tier underworld entity. Roland stared at the lady, impressed that the quiet ones are always the sharpest, then sighed with relief and confirmed her theory, adding that he was actually a much bigger threat than any normal monster, and his true identity was actually. The lad sat comfortably on a royal chair before a massive lizard while people whisper he was actually the supreme dragon lord. The crew stood stunned, asking again, noting the situation was actually quite impressive. This fellow slipped his mitts in his trousers, explaining he'd so perfectly done the disguise of a wiretapped newbie that he was starting to think like one, too. Xiao jabbed a digit sideways when the bitchies yammered about affording the ultimate face plant moment, noting they really ought to keep tabs on this guy, or his eventual unmasking would bring about epic disaster. The chap eyed the robe, observing that the quartet of villains occupied the top echelon of the leaderboard, making them, just like himself, the last shining beacon for the whole human race. Roland extended an appendage, proposing a little to partnership. She peered into his open hand, listening intently for the moment they could bump him off. The scoundrel shook the offered hand with vigor, insisting that glory and the win were definitely in the bag for them. The superior officer grinned, remarking that they'd struck a deal. The bloke had agreed, balling his hand into a fist. The gentleman pivoted, declaring they'd usher in fairness and save existence together, then sauntered down the avenue. The bow-wielder watched him depart, mentioning she'd heard whispers that his fighting prowess was absolutely second to none. The last stood behind the ruffian, inquiring if he genuinely intended to shake hands with Roland and actively oppose Xiao. Qian glanced away with a smirk, retorting that nah, he was just pulling the wool over this computerized character's eyes. The dude shut his peepers, proclaiming that as a true specialist, he saw the whole shebang clearly. No one alive could rival his might, so why risk his skin by becoming an opponent? The scoundrel spun around, adding that any person who bailed on him when things got hairy he shouldn't be preaching the gospel of righteousness. Lou let her eyelids droop, acknowledging the hard truth and asserting that their paramount objective was simply to snag the victory. Qian faced the young woman, asking for her and the other person's take on the situation. The sneaky killer leveled a gaze at him, responding that if he felt like remaining Xiao's lapdog, ditching the crew was perfectly fine by her. The fellow nearly choked on his own spit. He cast his gaze elsewhere, realizing this was the exact same dame who had been meek as a lamb until she changed her footwear. The chap shook his clenched fist, hollering that if she tried clocking a teammate again, he'd definitely strike back, adding that everything hinged on the exact circumstances. Obera hung her head low, expressing a clear wish to tag along with the group. Qian jammed his hands deep in his pockets, announcing that brilliant, the unanimous vote it is. The maiden stood behind the robe, who then proclaimed they'd all become baddie buddies. Word spread that for the very first time, a clutch of players had defected to the Dark Sovereign's side. The entire metropolis was displayed from a vantage point high above, like an eagle's view. The gentleman kept his hands tucked away, affirming he'd picked up the intel. A group of gamers had surfaced who actually managed to clear the dungeon challenge. His companion concurred, remarking that people are remarkably tenacious, often pushing past their limits to snag astonishing results. Julius beamed, declaring that it was splendid news, giving them a real shot at clocking the Demon King. The man stood by the window, pondering if Roland had actually made it back, and was informed there was both good and bad information to share, so he asked them to kick off with the positive stuff. Julius whipped around upon hearing Roland was back, stating that this meant their assignment to eliminate the Dark Overlord must have been a success. His eyes went wide as saucers when he heard the negative news was that Roland had brought the king himself. Julius stooped down, seeking clarification on the meaning. The messenger explained that the head honko had dispatched word that the Demon King wasn't cooked up as an infant, which was their prior assumption. He dropped his chin, asserting that the villain was actually a fully grown adult. The gentleman looked astonished, asking for a repeat of the bizarre claim. The aide dashed widely, clarifying that he was personally prepared to hash out all the sticky details with him and the top brass. Roland was pulling up right then, and the general was personally ushered toward the briefing chamber. The sovereign strode forth, sweeping past the chaps who were delighted to see Roland, offering a quick hello. The official held some documents clasped in his grip, informing the gentleman that the higher-ups were already expecting his arrival. Roland flushed crimson hearing the generous offer that if he required anything at all, he could reach out any time, and replied that he would absolutely leap at the chance. The sovereign tipped his gaze skyward. Digital menace floated above him as someone noted the hero had just shown up. Another voice suggested they discuss the recent chaos. Asking for the skinny on the Demon King, the Lord declared the whole situation had taken a spectacular left turn they hadn't foreseen. Roland looked upward, mentioning how he managed to bend Bert's steel into a heart shape without even using his fingers, expressing awe that even system gadgets couldn't restrain such might. Truly, immense power resided within that being. The floating message boxes buzzed with queries about why the champion hadn't self-destructed entirely, wondering what the end game was, perhaps just showing off his sheer strength. The group was exchanging handshakes when the young fellow announced he had a minor favor to ask. Xiao leaned into the Lord as he mused aloud that had noticed the hero was pressuring him into joining the human faction but had compromised and become somewhat mellower. Roland closed his eyes while hearing questions about joining humanity and the ultimate goal. The Lord peered through the many digital panes, listening to the back and forth about seizing the repeated questioning about whether he'd get an answer, and how he could possibly plumb the depths of dark creatures' thoughts. He could only speculate wildly. The man scowled, admitting he really should have clocked the real agenda sooner. The sovereign tucked his hands into his slacks, hearing the assessment that, just as expected of Roland, brave and bold, and the pride of humanity, he had even outmatched them in sheer intellectual brilliance. The system's floating displays encircled the man, one of them demanding to know his true motivation. The Lord clarified that the fellow's scheme was to worm his way into the player community. He pointed sharply, declaring the intent was to cause havoc in the political structure and alliances, thereby making it simple to wipe out all humankind. The figures in the screens expressed shock. Realizing this logic held up, Roland looked away, recounting how when he bumped into the champion earlier, the villain was actively infiltrating the most promising group of players. Someone remarked on his speed and slowness, wondering if action had already been taken. The Lord shut his eyes, reporting that thankfully, he arrived in the nick of time and successfully torpedoed the plan. Furthermore, had managed to establish a friendly alliance with Jean. It was universally acknowledged that the magnificent Roland was indeed the human race's greatest hope. The figure in the announcement box reasoned that, but simply, the rogue built the dungeon with a specific aim in mind, which the Lord confirmed was entirely accurate. He flashed a thumbs up, stating it was all just a ploy to inflate his own reputation and totally bewilder the masses. Images of vermin flashed across the screen when it was mentioned that the game world currently hosts two categories of nasty critters. The first sort obeys the supreme wickedness, under the thrall of demons. These are the flora and fauna warped by terrestrial forces, like the mutated sewer rats from the labyrinth. The monster brandished a weapon as they discussed the second type, which are precisely like the demons from the cursed earth itself. A masked figure perched on the elevated seat, and it was explained that these beings answer to the Demon King and stand as the primary adversaries of this realm. The Dark Sovereign commands every demon, and plans nothing less than global obliteration. That underworld resident glared at the fellow waving a light stick. Rumor has it the hero's fan stumped him into the dirt during the apocalypse. Since Demon Mojo is way scarier than some random rabies-infested squirrels, Belial scanned the ugly mob of minions, knowing only the snobbiest of the bunch deserved the fancy title of boss man. The feline hissed like a teakettle because the lore claimed the final floor manager was a big deal, specifically in this concrete fortress built by the hellish legions on our humble dirt ball. The floating menu icons were cranky, complaining that to get his way he basically unleashed a biological hazard. His jerkiness has no ceiling, which is actually kind of impressive. One pop-up wondered if the big bad really suffered from amnesia or just skipped his biology class on his own soul. Everyone stared at a screen, gossiping about the drama while Roland loitered by the neon rectangles. Voices screeching that a rusted steel skyscraper and player kidnapping can just be an accident. The golden-haired dude smirked, saying it looks totally legit, then whispered that he is currently broke in the skills department so they must stall the villain until a murder opportunity arises. A massive pit swallowed the floor. The voices screamed that Roland is their only hope against certain doom. The trenchcoat enthusiast shut his eyelids, realizing he is the designated janitor for the fate of every single human. The fellow peered forward. A dark-haired youth flopped onto a funky cushion, stretching his limbs out like a lazy starfish. Clutching a stack of notes, he realized global cash had basically become fancy toilet paper. The amber-eyed dude stared at the roof, thinking that in this digital hellscape, a quiet spot is worth more than a kidney, so buying this budget shack was a genius move. There is a massive, overpriced palace in the plaza, which he explains is actually his humble abode and a government office rolled into one. His bed is smack in the middle of the ballroom, and the owner brags that he is the only one who can keep his own skin intact. He relaxed with his palms behind his noggin, thinking he can just rot here while waiting for the housing market to go to the moon. Flicking his wrist to summon a digital menu, he announced his grand plan to get rich quick. The machine snarked back that his backpack was just snacks and a weird purple egg. He stroked his facial fuzz and drifted into deep thought. Iron met hammer while the tools sang a song of labor. The protagonist noted he could craft stuff for lazy people, flip scavenge junk, or pawn off his current stash for some cold hard coins. He squeezed his hand shut, deciding that only the third option wouldn't make him fall asleep from boredom. Grabbing the oval object, he declared it was time to sell this unborn baby monster. Lugging the shell, the champion bragged about getting top dollar for the demon's fancy clothes and horns. The lad grinned, hoping someone would trade a king's ransom for this potential breakfast. The hero tripped a bit. His cargo escaped his grip. That purple shell went crunch. Gaping like a fish, he whimpered about whether these new vents would tank the resale value. A mummified egg sat on the furniture, looking like it had a run-in with a medical supply store. Crossing his arms, he vowed to dump this thing on a buyer at the first light of day before it completely fell apart. The guy spun around, deciding to order a pizza, wash off the shame, and hibernate for a while. The cat made motor noises. A spooky grape-colored mist started leaking out of the cracks. Instead of an omelette, the shape of a tiny lady materialized. She stood there looking like a mummy in training. Her cheeks turned crimson as she yelled that she was the legendary Belial, a top-tier royal reborn under the Dark Lord's payroll. Belial patted her own shoulder, admitting this arrival was unexpected. But hey, the boss is still going to flatten the planet anyway. She gave a wicked little smile, telling the world the Dark King should chill for a bit while she hunts him down. She gawked around, completely lost. The furry furball gave her the death stare. Her face made a weird shape. Belial spun her head to holler at Baal. The girl stepped toward the feline, demanding to know why he was squatting there. The cat blinked, and asked if she actually knew who he was. The young woman cast a pensive glance aside, claiming she had encountered him during slumber, while Belial folded her arms across her chest, declaring quite simply that she must have been dreaming. The man was perched atop a horse as the girl elaborated on her vision, revealing a mystical being who showed her a dire future. She explained this prophecy foretold a time when dimensions would converge, allowing the devil to unleash his hordes and obliterate every human being. A cat rested on the boy's shoulder, seemingly oblivious as the girl continued her tale, stating that in her dream, he was the devil's very best friend, and she described encountering the formidable demon king in the dream itself, a being with absolute authority over all monstrous creatures. Baal extended his tongue slightly in a gesture of contemplation, announcing with dramatic clarity that the whole situation was suddenly obvious to him. Belial clutched her hand to her chest in terror, explaining that the creature had pinpointed the Demon King's exact birthplace. She admitted that upon waking, she immediately set off to locate him and offer her greetings, only to find herself relentlessly pursued by Roland himself. Just then, two men rounded the bend, loudly demanding her swift capture. The girl took a bite from the fruit, and a system notification popped up, informing her that she was consuming a rotten apple, amusingly restoring a measly 3 of Belial's health points. The girl braced herself, exclaiming her shock that Roland had ambushed her in the exact location where the Demon King was prophesied to be born. She quickly turned to her companion, urging them to find the Demon King without delay, but Baal immediately countered that such haste was unnecessary. Belial's eyes widened with anticipation as she looked up at the cat and demanded an explanation for his surprising words. While the protagonist stepped into the shower, Baal pointed out that Xiao wasn't some weak, low-level beginner who needed babysitting. He assured them that the protagonist was far too independent to require protection, let alone a personal maid, and the pet proudly raised its head and enthusiastically added that the protagonist's current level had reached a minimum of 4 digits. Belial's mouth dropped open in astonishment at the revelation, and stunned, she asked if the level truly reached 4 digits. The cat began grooming its paw and offered a frustratingly vague reply, claiming he didn't actually know the precise numbers, explaining that the symbols were confusing and appeared completely distorted. As the wind tousled the girl's hair, she turned to her companion, curiously inquiring about his current personal power level. Baal gazed downward, and replied that his displayed level was merely a clever illusion. The cat began to glow with a strange blue light, revealing that the Demon King had forged a direct link with him. He explained that because of this unique bond, his own individual level had become completely irrelevant. A bead of sweat trickled down Belial's face as the implication dawned on her. This meant he could tap into the Demon King's immense power directly. The pet soared towards its master, explaining that when Xiao initially discovered him, he possessed a mere level 35. The cat began eating from a bowl, which the young man claimed he had just prepared for it, while Baal raised his paw, stating they had spent years together day and night, making their emotional connection naturally deeper than anyone else, concluding by suggesting they fully capitalize on this powerful advantage. The girl smiled determinedly, declaring that she also needed to focus on forging a truly strong emotional connection with the Demon King. The cat then clarified that he had additional information she urgently needed to hear. Her smile instantly vanished, replaced by an expression of concern, and she immediately asked if this new information was truly significant. The cat's tail swished back and forth as Baal revealed that his owner had joined forces with a clandestine group of individuals, and they were currently operating deep undercover. The pet licked its lips, while Belial hypothesized that the plan involved infiltrating human society and dismantling their political structure, concluding that this was the most efficient way to achieve the complete downfall of the human race. The interlocutor quickly interjected, warning against such baseless assumptions, clarifying that the goal extended far beyond simple political sabotage. The girl placed her hand on her head in admiration, declaring that he truly deserved the title of Demon King, possessing the power to obliterate the entire world with a single strike. She compared Chaos' destructive potential to an atomic bomb, suggesting his elegant philosophy meant he chose to savor the process slowly, causing the exasperated interlocutor to ask if she had been paying attention at all to what he just said. Bale held up his paw and insisted that regardless of the specifics, they must remain close to him yet completely inconspicuous. He warned them not to expose him or meddle with his elaborate scheme, but Belial quickly responded, assuring the cat that he had nothing to fear. The girl bounced excitedly, announcing her willingness to fulfill any role, from wife to humble servant, clarifying that she would agree to literally anything at all. Bale stared at her, and declared that enough had been said for now. He added that she appeared reasonably intelligent, but given that his master had bothered to care for her, the whole situation seemed illogical. The door creaked open slightly as Cao called out for Bile. The main character wiped water from his head, mentioning that he had overheard parts of their recent discussion. The main character's gaze drifted toward the opposite end of the chamber. A small girl wrapped in bandages stood beside the cat. She placed her hand over her chest, observing the owner's arrival, while he, meanwhile, wondered aloud if she had truly emerged from that shattered egg. The protagonist gently held the tiny being in his palm, observing that she was small, alive, capable of moving, speaking, and even laughing. He opened his mouth excitedly, wondering aloud if these characteristics meant she could fetch a significantly higher price. He settled onto the bed, and stated clearly that she was essentially a miniature version of the individual Roland had previously eliminated, to which the tiny girl responded with a positive nod. Averting her gaze in total shame, she realized meeting the Demon King in this state was peak embarrassment, noting her missing clothes while he casually mentioned selling them. Parting her lips slightly, she clarified that those pointy head ornaments served as prestigious badges of her high-ranking hellish lineage. He retorted that since her fate involved being auctioned off, status mattered nil, causing Belial to avert her eyes in sheer terror. Sobbing uncontrollably while failing to grasp her predicament, she heard the feline theorize her master acted to shield her from humans, yet she decided this greedy monarch merely rescued her for a payday, now intending to hawk her for gold. The maiden bit her lip. Visualizing a thoughtful finger pressed against her jaw, she remarked that the situation felt quite motivating. Squeezing the wet cloth into the bucket, she understood that for the Demon King's sake, she had to endure public hatred, mocking laughter, and physical abuse. As water dripped from her fingers and tears welled up, she felt a surge of noble dedication to her cause, wondering if her master was so broke that he would immediately sell his own protector for a few coins. Glancing upward, she suggested alternative revenue streams if his wallet was truly that empty, earning a skeptical stare regarding these other methods while she began to glow intensely. Some fellow wearing a rocket pack soared to the glass to announce a delivery, pausing to observe the awkward bedroom scene while Xiao and the girl stared back in unison. Gesticulating with a thumbs up and a finger, he signaled his praise or commented on how spectacular the sight appeared. Placing the parcel on the wooden boards, he stated he was dropping it off, prompting the other man to protest that the delivery boy had the wrong idea about the situation. The lad sank his head into the cushion, eyeing the girl while recalling her pitch about secondary income. He watched her clasp her palms and promised to demonstrate some rather unique talents. Shooting her a dubious glance, he inquired further regarding the exact nature of these mysterious vocational skills. Turning her face away in a bashful manner, she murmured that a live demonstration was about to commence. Squinting her eyelids shut, she let out a series of soft vocalizations. A pair of massive cranial spikes sprouted from her skull, leading her to shout that her demonic protrusions had returned. Cradling the detached items in her limbs, she pleaded for me to take them off her hands. Zhao peered at the objects with pure loathing, though she insisted he take the loot to the nearest pawn shop for some quick gold. Jaw-dropping in disbelief, he questioned whether these were authentic pieces of underworld anatomy. Gripping the horns, she clarified they were a daily renewable resource that could be harvested once every 24 hours, then implored her master to cancel her sale. Resting his palm upon her upper arm, he made contact. Placing a hand over his chest, the lad called himself a moron for even considering selling such a cash cow, effectively sparing Belial while calculating a daily profit of over 6 gold pieces and 50 silver coins. A Jingerket sat by the bowl while Belial lounged on a bed pillow, leading the protagonist to realize her pint-sized version was quite the money saver, especially since Mini Belial only eats 3 cookies a day costing 6 coppers, so he kept her small until an emergency occurred while the horned girl happily munched on snacks. Squatting before the lead guy, she questioned what the upcoming plan entailed, only for him to parrot the inquiry back at her. Gaping in total shock, the cat privately labeled her a complete dunderhead because such blunt interrogation risked blowing their entire cover. Pointing his finger forward, the man explained that while typical players level up for dungeon crawling, their predicament required prioritizing basic survival above all else, while Belial noted his impressive commitment to the bit, as he stayed perfectly in character with his strategic response. The hero servant girl threw her hands up with gusto, suggesting they simply chill in place and see how the chaos unfolded. Nodding with closed lids, he concurred but noted the necessity of hoarding wealth to recruit a high-tier squad leader once the final labyrinth was conquered. Sitting on the bed, he planned to buy raw ingredients and outsource production to flip the finished goods for a sweet commission, as a holographic price catalog appeared, showing that demand was sluggish and margins were razor-thin, which explained why he was being so stingy with his funds. Zhao flashed a genuine grin, causing the startled lass to poke her own chest with a finger in disbelief. Gazing toward her boss with pure adoration, she swore to labor harder than a caffeine-addicted squirrel on a treadmill. Bony protrusions sprouted from her skull, making him realize that Belial actually had some waked potential after all. At dawn, the fellow bolted through the portal. A girl stood by the enormous panoramic window. Propping her chin on her hands, she mused about the sheer luck of assisting the big boss of hell personally. A flare ignited far away, prompting a random bystander to shout that the legendary dude had finally arrived. A lad with golden locks entered the palace, while a fellow in a tangerine neck wrap gestured wildly, whispering that this guy was the second best automated citizen behind the legendary Roland. Roland wore a massive grin while noting that reinforcements had finally arrived, as the nearby crowd of lackeys cheered that once the elite heroes gathered, they would launch a grand offensive to stop being terrified of the spooky devil, while Puxi just stood there with a hanging jaw, telling his friend to stop making such a massive deal out of a tiny problem. His companion shot him a judgy look, demanding a clearer explanation of what that snarky comment was supposed to mean. Extending his open palms, the Dark Lord argued that everyone was blowing his power out of proportion, jokingly questioning how even a demonic toddler could possess such mythical strength, while Belial lunged forward and Roland maintained a smug expression, but the priest quickly interjected that they had once agreed to risk it all alone, though after failing against the strong overlord, they simply invented these terrifying legends to mask their own embarrassing, tactical blunders, wondering aloud if this pathetic display was truly meant to be humanity's last hope for survival as he glared at his companion. Some fellow burst through the doors, screaming about an emergency because a nasty beast had just spawned down in the southern district. Raw power surged from the beast's throat, though he mocked them as mere oversized geckos despite their record of leveling 8 castles, deleting 4,000 players, and wiping out 89 digital denizens. The holy man stared at his boots in shame, while the youth barked orders to go find some actual competent backup immediately. Roland marched off with purpose, leaving Puxi to marvel at his velocity, though the leader told him to stay put while vowing to demonstrate exactly how dim-witted and cocky he really was. The man hopped on his bike, as his worried subordinate begged him to be extremely cautious out there. Glaring with total disdain, he tasked the guy with babysitting the Dark Lord, leaving the poor fellow to point at his own chest and wonder if he was honestly supposed to handle that monster solo. Roland shouted that he was an absolute moron, emphasizing that they needed to track the demon's every twitch because he was currently clueless about what to do next. The youth looked down his nose with shut eyes, suggesting a simple interrogation, which led to a shocked outburst about whether the villain would just spill his guts upon request. A man wearing a dusty duster passed over a scarlet satchel, requesting that he carry the luggage along for the ride. The helper peered inside the mysterious bundle with intense curiosity. Wiggling a digit, the gold-haired chap bragged about the legendary dragon talon of Saint Maya, clarifying it was a priceless ancestral relic that he was surprisingly just handing over right now. Shutting his lids, he told him to relax since his old man agreed, though the father grumbled that permission wasn't even the real issue here. Gripping the bag straps tightly, the nervous underling marveled at how such a priceless artifact was being gifted away like a cheap fruitcake. Roland rested a palm on his comrade, pumping a fist excitedly while claiming that their pure hustle and heart would move people to tears of gratefulness once they succeeded. The dark-haired fellow stared in shock, commenting that such incredible humility was enough to make a grown man weep with irony. Mounting his ride, the man gave instructions to keep an eye out and block any suspicious moves while he was off on his mission. Puxi monitored their conversation from on high. Staring down with pure ego, he lamented that the savior of the world had turned into a boring glitch straight out of a dollar store graphic novel. The assistant gave a final wave, assuring him that the message was received and he could stop stressing like a nervous cat. He thumped his fist against his chest with resolution, feeling immense satisfaction that he had completed everything exactly as planned. Another servant approached him, confirming he was leaving immediately. He replied that he must depart now, as he had an extremely important mission where even the smallest mistake was unacceptable. A distant voice called out to him, urging him to pause. The man cautiously directed his gaze straight ahead. The priest vaulted over the balustrade, landing heavily on the palace floor. The bishop immediately eyed his subordinate and announced that he was coming along too. He took his position beside the priest, adding that he wanted to personally observe the strength of this supposedly unbeatable demon king. Puxi smiled shrewdly, wondering if the other party had already amassed the resources for a world-ending army. Realizing his financial planning was far more comprehensive than anticipated, and privately decided to give him a chance to display his abilities. He glanced at the dark-haired youth and ordered him to summon the meeting, but the youth pleaded with him not to joke. He told him to keep a safe distance and avoid any dangerous actions. Puxi closed his eyes and sarcastically remarked that it sounded like a generic non-player character giving instructions, noting that he was just financially literate, and not necessarily the demon the youth assessed him to be. He declared that when he returned to the Holy City, he would detail Roland's irresponsibility in permitting the Demon King to acquire an entire building. He then looked to the side, curious about what was happening there. The servant handed over the crimson package, asking Bao to accept it. The priest shrieked that the Li family's most valuable relic was being given to the Demon King's lackey, not the king himself, especially for this fat cat. The Jinger feline gave the arriving guests a look of utter contempt. Beams of light erupted from inside the red gift bag. The servant explained that Roland had requested it be brought here. He asked again which Roland they meant, since he had no idea who that person was. The bishop's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing the family heirloom was truly being used to appease an animal whose life revolved around eating, sleeping, and personal grooming. Bao narrowed his eyes dismissively, thinking he should probably engage in conversation with him for a while to further the master's detailed plan to infiltrate the human realm. He turned to his subordinate and stated he thought the man was nothing more than a coward who mocked the weak and feared the strong, and was excessively harsh on those under his command. A spectral projection of the priceless artifact appeared in the air. The cat arched its spine and commented that the item would make for an excellent back scratcher. The man's lips were bleeding as he processed that the legendary relic was being used purely for scratching. Noting the cat looked quite satisfied with itself, Bao put his paws together and asked if they had anything else for him, or if they should simply leave. Puxi quickly interjected, saying there was something else he absolutely needed to convey to her. Cat. Puxi glowered at him furiously, yelling that he would snatch the artifact back immediately, refusing to tolerate this disrespect. Who did this ignorant creature think he was, to receive such a harsh lesson from him? He clenched his jaw in silent rage. The priest then floated into the air, promising to demonstrate the full extent of human power. The subordinate then inquired whether the master had any upcoming plans for humanity's destruction. He mentioned that the Court of Holy Light was a formidable skill that not only dealt massive damage but also stunned opponents. The cat landed on the ground, balancing perfectly on its hind legs. The sun high above illuminated the city, suggesting this discussion should be put on hold. The cat was perched atop the gate column. The servant looked at him with curiosity. The bishop gave him a questioning glare and demanded clarification on his statement. Fluffy turned his head away and informed the priest that he had more important business to take care of. The priest glanced upwards from the corner of his eye. From a considerable distance, the faint shape of a dragon streaked towards them. His eyes shimmered with a distinct blue light. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment, certain it was a real dragon. The subordinate argued that it wasn't a dragon, just a mutated lizard. The cat indifferently looked away, uninterested in the debate. Puxi glared angrily at the subordinate and clarified that Roland had already turned around and was making no effort to stop it. A blond man sped down the highway on his motorcycle, passing a gigantic monster. A fellow gripping a round orb within one palm balanced himself atop his mechanical steed. Leaping onto that beast, he swiveled a noggin toward the target. The lad parried the strike with his metal toothpick, but the dragon slammed him down with all its skilly might. Grey debris and bits of pavement drifted after the impact. Roland lunged ahead to strike. Glancing upward, he screamed a colorful farewell to the winged jerk as it retreated toward the horizon, hollering a promise that the next reunion would end in a lizard-flavored victory for the home team. And as the massive sky puppy drifted over the metropolis, seemingly aware it had lost, seeking a coward's refuge, he noted that this skilly snob only hunts easy snacks and avoids anyone who actually fights back. Beastly peepers glowed with sapphire flames. Cotton candy puffs drifted through the dusk while a Titanic menace circled above the rooftops, and the low-level minions of the boss stood there like confused pardon gnomes, completely lacking a game plan. Tilting his chin, the holy man figured that while Roland might be failing at monster control, there was no reason to panic yet, so he glanced sideways, mentioning that the town's plot armor was thick enough to test the local shields, and with eyes popping like ping-pong balls, he noted that the structure was forged from some seriously overcooked metal. The lackey stared, baffled by his boss's ignorance of the lore, reminding him that back in the previous act, Roland specifically nuked the tower to reach its current toasted state, and then he yelled that they had 0 minutes left for this nonsense. The skilly kite zoomed across the urban sprawl, charging up a mouthful of spacey laser breath, making the leader stare in shock because his insurance wouldn't cover this disaster, while a massive beam of light shot from the streets toward the stars like a reverse lightning bolt, making the priest realize that if this shot missed and the metal tower failed, every noob in the district would become extra crispy, and finally a blinding explosion lit up the atmosphere, signaling a potential game over for everyone below the glass towers. Bell flicked his gaze upward. A massive fountain of lethal laser beams erupted from that source. He zoomed toward the clouds rapidly. That beastly thing splayed claws everywhere. Roland halted that rumbling metal stallion. The clergyman's henchmen let their jaws hit the floor, shouting that a high, tier level 84 freak just got deleted by a single tap in record time. A furry resident sat atop the stone pillar giving them the side eye before asking what they wanted. Beads of anxiety trickled down his mug. The boss bit his tongue in frustration, clutching his religious trinket and hoping the big guy upstairs was still paying the protection fee. He offered the holy jewelry to the kitty, begging it to take the family heirloom as a bribe, and the minion saw that his master had suddenly swapped his kicks in a frantic hurry. The dark, scammed fellow offered another bribe, claiming it was the deed to his entire estate. Clutching a plastic card, he confessed it held his entire retirement fund. Then the lackey stood stunned, realizing his boss was outperforming him in the art of being a total brown. No sir. He stared at the guy and questioned why he was idling around when there was helping to be done, urging him to ask his questions before his patience evaporated. And then the high priest gestured dramatically, saying he finally got the message and Roland would be absolutely thrilled. The orange furball glanced down, asking what the query was while pointing out that he was just a simple guard, not a talking encyclopedia. The underling stood at attention, nervously inquiring if there were impending plans for a local bloodbath, planetary demolition, or any other apocalyptic events that should make humans soil their pants. Closing his lids, he mentioned they needed time to brace for a mental breakdown. The muscle-bound associate stared in disbelief, shocked by such a blunt and forward question. The feline glared, explaining that no scheme existed beyond the broke overlord needing immediate cash. Perched upon the pillar, he validated that his statement was indeed the final word. That feline boss commanded a retreat, so the lad scurried the opposite way. The clergyman gaped like a fish, mentally cataloging every single item the kitty had snagged for free. Our favorite henchman felt smug about finishing his chores, meaning the apocalypse was postponed for another week or two. Our hero grinned quite widely. Spotting the master-made bow wiggle a fuzzy rear, the guy walked through the entrance, questioning if the feline was still sprawled out. The furry parasite hopped up, perching on a noggin. The fluffball signaled that a feeling of mutual longing existed. The star waltzed inside. He gestured pointedly at the kitty sand castle. The fellow glared daggers, lecturing about the bathroom protocol that he had mentioned many times before. He tossed the beast, promising doom if the floor became a toilet at least one more time. The mouser sailed through the exit, landing flatly while announcing his plans to crash in the hallway tonight. Zhao made a grumpy face, questioning his training skills while peeking at his surroundings with interest. Belial reached out her arms, declaring that her companion's sleeping quarters were finally ready for some rest. He beamed like a totally lost moron. He flopped onto the mattress beside Belay. He caught her gaze then rotated his frame her way. The lass draped a thigh over him, realizing that sleeping in such a way would fail their current test. She flung her limbs out like a starfish. The dame explained things would fit, which made him stare with youthful glee and agree. She shut her lids smugly. The feline moped by the exit. He hung his jaw open, pondering how life became such a mess. Morning rays started cooking the residence. Fluffy vapors drifted past. Miserable Pal parked himself by the bedroom door, while our hero woke up slowly and glanced at his napping servant. The girl napped on his headrest while the fellow stared awkwardly at a rosy journal sticking out from the cushion. As Belial hit her face, he flipped through the pages, shocked that even digital pets keep diaries, then insisted he wasn't being nosy but his hands simply acted on their own. He gazed at the words with a blank expression. Suddenly, a new page materialized before his eyes, and upon flipping to the next, our hero discovered a heartfelt confession, revealing her deep, unyielding affection for this particular demon monarch, which was quite the plot twist. Our protagonist gaped, utterly flabbergasted, at the incriminating diary. Flipping onward, an image surfaced, notably blurred as if a modest librarian had intervened to protect delicate sensibilities. Our youthful hero gingerly replaced the diary, a bead of perspiration tracing its way down his face. As a chilling realization dawned, he'd nearly forgotten this sweet, romantic soul was, in fact, a genuine, bona fide demoness. He instinctively clutched the back of his head, a nervous tick, pondering the sheer audacity of his actions and whether the dreaded demon king was still lurking nearby. Meanwhile, our love-struck lass gazed dreamily at the ceiling, wondering if her crush had found her little message in a bottle. The diary, strategically placed, brimming with every ounce of affection, bravery, and resolve she was too bashful to utter aloud, then closed her eyes, utterly pleased with her elaborate, indirect confession strategy. Later that very evening, with the moon high and mighty, Belial sat in solitary splendor at the bedroom's entrance, probably pondering the meaning of life, or perhaps just why no one offered him a cookie. A purring feline companion settled beside our hero's head, who, in a moment of pure adoration, declared this whiskered wonder to be unequivocally the greatest creature alive. With eyes now resembling saucers, the young woman gaped, utterly perplexed at the sudden turn of events. Surrounded by his buddies, Shen proudly declared that post-rating boost, their fighting prowess had undeniably skyrocketed. He then subtly glanced sideways, acknowledging that Merc Xiao, bless his digital heart, hadn't just patched them up, he'd also turbo-charged their skill levels, essentially acting like a human-shaped Wagyu cheat code, much to everyone's delight. Lu leveled a gaze at him, candidly remarking that they were practically bowing and scraping to this particular demon. He, rather wisely, conceded her point about the unpleasant truth, yet stressed that picking the winning team remained the ultimate priority. Our enthusiastic fellow pumped his fist, boldly declaring their impending victory and their continued reign as the formidable Demon 6. Abera, however, shot him an alarmed glance, urging him to redirect his attention, for a faint silhouette had appeared in the distance, and it was quite clear something decidedly unfriendly was hurtling straight for them. The raven-haired woman deftly pushed up her spectacles. The fellow, ever so helpful, announced he saw absolutely nothing, prompting her to retort, rather pointedly, kindly move aside and allow a professional to observe. Her gaze remained fixed, keenly aimed at the horizon before her. Her eyes gleamed, a beacon in the gloom. Babylon's brow furrowed in a rather displeased manner as she clarified her vision. A demon, seemingly fresh out of demon kindergarten, yet boasting a power level that screamed master strategist, which was truly annoying. The young woman yearned for their camaraderie, lamenting that despite deploying every terrestrial resource imaginable, the elusive Demon King had, thus far, proven as hard to locate as a sock in a black hole. Her lips parted slightly. Patience had officially run out. The demon, with an expansive gesture of her limbs, deduced that the Demon King's vanishing act was unequivocally tied to Roland, making his capture and a firm questioning session an immediate priority. Lu, ever the pragmatist, nudged her spectacles, declaring the demon's likely target was the very safe zone where they were currently hunting said king. Our observant fellow, hands casually tucked into his pockets, chimed in, guessing it was a colleague and suggesting they seize this grand opportunity to forge some friendly new connections, perhaps starting with a robust greeting. Meanwhile, the young woman peered into the distance, where atop a shattered edifice, the formidable Qian company awaited, and she, observing the approaching demon, concluded it was a coordinated ambush, cunningly set up after tracking her flight path. Above the young woman's head, a glowing digital display proudly proclaimed her current power level. Simultaneously, a similar graphic materialized over the guy, showcasing his own progression, making it feel like a very public, very competitive video game. Babylon's brow furrowed in dismay, observing that in a mere 72 hours, her rival's power tier had inexplicably shot up to 24, an almost unfair progression rate. Her teeth ground together with furious resolve, for she absolutely would not, permit this affront to stand. Ignoring it would surely spell global catastrophe. Therefore, the only logical recourse was swift, decisive termination of the problem. The Fiend, with nary a warning, extended a limb for a swift, impactful strike. Her figure blazed, engulfed in an eerie, vibrant purple inferno. Xian stared, vaguely pondering if her presence implied a search for Xiao, when his philosophical musings were brutally cut short by a colossal, strength-fueled kick directly to his midsection. Xian, courtesy of a truly potent wallop, found himself abruptly redecorating another derelict structure with his person. With a dramatic flourish, the formidable demon touched down atop the edifice, directly positioning herself before the stunned squad, making quite an entrance. Her single eye blazed with a fiery crimson glow. Lu, attempting to inject a touch of logic, tried to clarify that their actual objective was diametrically opposed to whatever was currently happening, but was swiftly forced to perform an aerial dodge to avoid Babylon's incoming, immensely powerful strike. A vibrant, red-haired young woman stood in solitary splendor, surveying the scene from the building's peak. She extended a hopeful hand, a desperate gesture to perhaps mend the unfolding chaos. The demon, however, sidled closer, a disarmingly wide grin spreading across her face, and inquired if there was anything at all she could do to be of assistance, which felt remarkably unhelpful. Without warning, a brilliant, dazzling flash exploded right before Abara. The demon, with a genuinely bewildered expression, gazed at the unexpected obstacle, apparently quite clueless that it had just expertly intercepted her otherwise perfectly aimed strike. The magenta maiden scrutinized her, pondering if she was the neighborhood murderer, then dramatically squinted and suggested she try actually hearing people. Babylon stared, utterly confused, wondering since when hired thugs started carrying shields, let alone ones that deflected cosmic attacks. Her jaw dropped when she realized the object of mass destruction was actually a piece of fried chicken. Babylon offered a spectacular expression of absolute bewilderment. Truly stumped. Sheehan quickly snatched a shimmering vial, activating his passive talent, Cockroach of the Wilderness, which gave him a free pass from one instant death blow. Afterward, the ability automatically chugged a life, saving health tonic once the cooldown expired. He shut his eyelids tight and urgently requested that Lou spill the beans immediately. A massive surge of raw cosmic power barreled straight at her, and she merely gazed upon it, remarking calmly that it was merely crispy poultry. The Fiend extended his claws, and demanded a detailed explanation of the preceding ridiculous events. She airily dismissed him with a gesture, proudly stating that this glorious snack was personally bestowed by the legendary Master Xiao. She unleashed a barrage of counter-attacks upon the demon, declaring fiercely that by every fiber of her being, this golden bird was the undeniable property of Master Xiao. Babylon executed a tactical retreat, skidding backwards several yards. Lou gripped a decidedly mystical and likely overpowered artifact in her palms. She brandished the item, yelling enthusiastically that she represented the most valuable, sparkling gem this entire universe had to offer. The young lady alighted dramatically atop the crumbling structure. Lifting the poultry weapon overhead, she announced its ridiculously epic name, the Chicken of Triumph, or maybe just Excalibur Fried Chicken, before launching a colossal energy blast that vaporized the demon, and everything else, including half the broken skyline. Where the devastating strike had landed, a brand new, extremely substantial hole now existed. Clutching her pearls, Abura realized the seemingly pedestrian piece of fried chicken could actually fend off a terrifying level 101 archdemon, which was nuts. The pink-shoed girl stomped her foot, cuddling the chicken and deducing that Xiao, sensing impending doom, had thoughtfully provided this epic snack. Watching from a nearby ruin, Pin sneered, complaining that all they needed to do was utter two specific phrases, confirming their alliance with the Demon King, and the drama would cease. Amidst the architectural rubble, Babylon rudely seized her comrade's arm, criticizing their negligence and admitting, begrudgingly, that she couldn't fathom how a measly level 30 novice was somehow more powerful than herself. Gazing at the ground, she mused aloud about activating her secret cheat code, declaring emphatically that leaving this situation unresolved was simply not an option. Throwing her arms out dramatically, she announced that locating the nefarious Demon King was now her utmost priority, just as an alarming digital warning flashed across their vision. Pin's eyes nearly popped out, his jaw slack, as he understood she was initiating a full-scale transformation, advancing to her ultra-powered phase 2, manifested by a terrifying crimson energy orb forming instantly before them. Sunlight glinted off the robot's polished metallic shell, highlighting the massive cybernetic leg bolted to its chassis, as the setting sun cast a menacing orange glow over the giant machine. Pin shrieked that they absolutely must stop her imminent descent into complete hysteria, otherwise communication would be impossible. Abura eyed him nervously, demanding a plan, but he responded smoothly that there was no need for alarm, then stepped before the behemoth robot and yelled that they knew the exact coordinates of the Demon King. A cat was napping placidly on the countertop, and Belio, interrupting the crisis, asked if he should perhaps administer a comforting back scratch, receiving only a glare of pure confusion. The young woman stood by the pane, utterly baffled by the massive commotion outside, particularly the thick plumes of apocalyptic dust swirling around the gigantic automaton. She placed an inquisitive finger on her chin, observing the chaos, and vaguely feeling that the whole scene struck her as rather recognizable. The feline glanced up, suggesting wisely that the spectacle might be plagiarized from a bad sci-fi movie, while Ken flailed his arms wildly, shouting repeatedly that they knew the Demon King's whereabouts. The colossal robot towered menacingly, glaring down and demanding the girl cease her mysterious silence. Extending her left index finger, she confessed the Demon King was hiding out in the safe zone. Cleverly disguised as a newbie gamer, she explained they had hired him as a delivery service, specifically to fetch his beloved house cat, adding that they encountered trouble and sustained grievous injuries and wrote, mercifully, the Demon King had intervened, demonstrating profound generosity, even giving them magical gauze that surprisingly boosted their levels by 5 points, thus cementing their eternal servitude to repay his medical kindness. She clasped her hands neatly in front of herself. The mechanical monstrosity known as Babylon casually braced its giant metallic hands against the flimsy rooftop. With sensors blazing crimson, Babylon roared that they were clearly lying, suggesting they try concocting a more believable story, as no one would buy their idiotic tale. The young man, however, bravely stretched his hand forward, protesting that they possessed concrete evidence. A digital snapshot of the protagonist's entire organization suddenly materialized mid-air. The mechanical behemoth paused its threat routine to intensely examine the picture. He reached into his own torso and pulled out a portrait of the main character, the robot. Babylon opened her mouth wide in surprise, declaring the picture was completely inaccurate. It was clear she felt deceived and thoroughly insulted. According to the helpful information window, since she was now in stage 3 of her meltdown, the robot dramatically shot into the sky. Spinning his head around, the guy announced the negotiations were officially a bust and urgently requested Lu intercept the runaway robot. Holding the chicken firmly in her hands, she observed that Xiao's generous gift had been utterly destroyed. She then wondered aloud if this particular item was truly designed for only a single use. Hin swiftly averted his gaze to the side. He opened his mouth slightly in shock when the system window abruptly announced that Lu had departed the team. A massive torrent of energy surged violently towards the side. He yelled hysterically that they were all utterly doomed, as shards of pulverized buildings rained down in every direction. A tremendous explosion of raw energy ripped through the area. The robot's eyes suddenly glowed red, leaving the guy staring blankly, utterly clueless about the unfolding catastrophe. The cat settled down comfortably on Belial's back, then casually informed everyone that he was, in fact, the boss of this entire dungeon. He stared intensely at the robot and pleaded with Babylon to cease her actions immediately. Gripping the girl's hair tightly in his paws, he cautioned her that fighting right here would completely wreck the Demon King's meticulous planning. The robot opened its maw dramatically while spreading its hands out wide in an exaggerated gesture. After the cat and the demon departed, he processed the realization that the Demon King was currently in human disguise, lurking somewhere in the urban jungle, requiring a much more profound and elaborate strategy. Valm watched the frantic robot and begged it to stop everything, offering to personally deliver her to him if she complied. A massive beam of pure destructive energy erupted from the robot, prompting the cat to shoot him a look of distinct displeasure. Abura hugged herself tightly, concluding that she must have completely lost her mind. She countered by suggesting it was actually the others who were crazy, wondering aloud why nobody could simply have a constructive conversation. An image projected from Babylon's eyes, causing the cat to furrow his brow in obvious annoyance. He extended his paw with a sigh, realizing he was once again forced to handle everything alone, and then unleashed a massive deadly beam from his appendage. He lifted his paw into the air, ready for action. The robot abruptly tore itself into two separate pieces. Another massive explosion detonated in the already devastated urban landscape. The main character, in typical fashion, turned his head sideways in complete bewilderment. Looking away with concern, he clutched the bag on his chest and noted the surprisingly cool breeze on his skin. He placed the bag down, optimistically assuming this day would somehow remain peaceful and serene, right before the system reported the devil horn sales figures. Meanwhile, the cat strolled casually alongside Belial as a massive crater suddenly opened in the city center, with Babylon lying defeated before him. The cat asked if she was finally prepared to listen. Staring ahead with completely glazed eyes, she informed him flatly that she didn't understand a single thing the cat was saying. He put his paws on the system screen, suddenly realizing he had completely forgotten to change the language setting. He looked at the girl and demanded to know why she hadn't mentioned it, to which she simply admitted she had forgotten as well. She placed her hand on her face and casually explained that she just hadn't considered a small detail like communication to be worth worrying over. Babylon looked at her and shouted that she was still alive, proposing a plan to save the Demon King and completely demolish the safe zone. Bale shot an angry look at Babylon, realizing she seemed quite eager for her demise. Behind them, Jean's group stood, and Jean announced it was all a false alarm. Lu lamented that this was a shame, as she had already gone ahead and purchased coffins for the entire group. Obera puffed her cheeks indignantly, clarifying that she definitely had not returned specifically to rescue them from danger. Turning her head, the raven-haired maiden mentioned her distant spine, noting that while the creature resembled a chubby house feline, it was actually a beast capable of obliterating a level 101st demon lord with a single slap. Babylon plopped down near Belial. Glancing at the floor, she remarked on the absurd amount of energy trapped inside his body, while the dude simply nodded, admitting he was indeed packed with pure muscle. Looking away bashfully, he realized that his pulse was likely still beating only because of that weird trinket Chow handed over. Lim mourned the loss of her protagonist's gift. Shiny metallic junk hung from the roof as the fellow swung the door wide, whistling for that fuzzy ball of chaos to come out. Stepping into the room, he gave Belial a shout, wondering where on earth the group was planning to start their little game. He lifted a palm to block the light, contemplating how the world was going to trash and asking if they were holding up okay. The young man let his gaze wander. A digital display flashed photos of his pals, reminding him of the specific idiot who accompanied him through that monster-infested hole in the ground. Squeezing the fluff ball tight, he expressed deep gratitude to the kitty for rescuing Bao and successfully dragging Belial home. Jean rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly and mentioned their meeting was a total accident, so there was really no reason for everyone to act so fancy. Gripping his hand firmly, he suggested dropping the formalities and using the name Xiao, since they were officially best buddies now. Gesturing toward his humble shack, he welcomed the group inside, while they chimed in about bringing a tiny surprise along for the visit. Our protagonist raised an eyebrow and inquired about the present, only to be told he would love this miniature critter while Babylon nestled in Jean's embrace. Her eyelids practically hit her forehead as she squealed with joy about finally meeting the legendary Dark Monarch himself. Perched right on Jean's hands, the tiny girl made him question why they decided to lug a fresh demonling into his living room. Flashing a sheepish grin, he explained that his plate was too full for another mouth to feed, so they should probably just hold on to the creature. Jean looked absolutely stunned by the news, while the small demon escaped, realizing she was being dumped despite believing she belonged at the king's side. The lady wiggled her brows. Hanging her head in deep thought, the young lady muttered to herself that she absolutely needed to take some kind of action. She offered her sharp horns. Staring in confusion, he asked what he was looking at, and she explained her body worked overtime to sprout 3 pairs of these every single day. Turning her face ruby red with shame, she begged the man to please take the discarded parts off her hands. The boy stood there looking like a fish out of water before thanking his partner, and suggesting they both go inside to chill for a bit. Babylon grinned very wide. Vapor drifted over the tower. Peeking at her friends, Xiao pointed out that the place was a bit of a pigsty and they should probably watch their step. Thumping his foot down, he mentioned that the mess was no big deal and teased that the guy was being way too well-mannered. He clenched his jaw hard. He clutched his chest dramatically, prompting Obera to ask if he was having a heart attack or just feeling really nervous. The main character pointed to the source of his fear, clarifying these terrifying objects were merely beginner weapons he forged during practice. The blonde guy's eyes bulged with genuine shock at the quality of this practice. The weapons gleamed ominously inside various glass display cabinets. A bead of nervous sweat trickled down the young man's face. He nervously shifted his focus elsewhere. As they stood at the corridor's end, Xiao mentioned casually that these dolls were just something he tinkered with during his downtime. One doll clutched a rather large, unsettling blade in her left hand. The guy's eyes widened further in disbelief, wondering aloud exactly what kind of house this was. It was clearly less a home and more a high-security armory. The protagonist gestured dramatically, explaining he originally planned to sell these items, but realized it was a waste to sell them cheap, yet too ambitious to demand a high price, so he just kept them. He offered them a take-what-you-want deal, but only for the beginner-level pieces in the lobby. The advanced models, he noted, were strictly for future commerce. The guy's jaw dropped completely, struggling to believe that all this lethal hardware qualified merely as beginner equipment. He looked down, remembering how good the fried chicken tasted. If the guy could fry chicken that well, it was hardly surprising he could forge a weapon that defied all reason. Closing his eyes briefly, he felt a sudden sense of peace, realizing that perhaps they were truly safe here. Sunlight poured into the room, making him question how someone could be so careless with such potent artifacts. The main character settled onto the couch, silently hoping that whatever rewards they earned from monster slaying were significantly more valuable than the free items he just gave away. He stared at the couch, trying to understand what exactly he was sitting on, and suddenly realized that this sofa was also infused with magic. He sat down, explaining that he personally selected this specific sofa, and encouraged everyone else to join him on the magical furniture. The young man settled onto the couch, placing a hand on the cushion and immediately recognizing that its unusual properties extended beyond mere comfort. The protagonist then asked Belial to bring everyone some tea. Belial returned with a tray holding glasses filled with a mysterious liquid that looked like water, yet gurgled menacingly and radiated dark magic. Obera tentatively held her glass of the vibrant green substance. The protagonist extended his index finger and explained that to save money on utilities, he'd dug a well in the backyard, so all their tea water came directly from that source. The young man glanced sideways. Realizing that everything truly lived up to the hype, he widened his eyes, stating this wasn't just amazing but incredibly cool, living up to its reputation entirely. As Kin sat on the sofa, he realized that based on the sensations he felt at the entrance, it was entirely possible this entire house had become one giant magic weapon. The guy clutched his forehead, fully realizing that since these items took only 3 days to create, their survival absolutely depended on joining the protagonist's ranks. The protagonist, unfazed, simply invited everyone to drink the tea. The entire group, though hesitant, obediently drank from their mugs. He sat back and looked at his comrade, mentioning had recently heard about fierce battle near the safe zone, wondering if that was the exact location where they managed to rescue Babylon. A fresh wave of cold sweat broke out on Kin's face. The main character brought the mug closer to himself, noting casually how amazing the whole thing was. A truly intense and harrowing battle. The guy's mouth dropped as he finally realized the protagonist was really going to kill them, claiming he hadn't expected this situation to unfold either. Holding his mug tightly, the guy remarked that surviving the battle and coming here for tea was a surprisingly good result, before looking over at his comrade. The comrade contorted his face and adamantly declared that yes, they had wasted absolutely no time getting to this place. Our hero gripped his cup tightly while cheering for their narrow escape from death. Then Ola squeezed his knuckles as he accepted that they had definitely abandoned their old faith. The entire group gulped their tea on cue like caffeinated soldiers. Zhao stared suspiciously at the girl with the rosy hair, concluding that his bucket of crispy poultry had already vanished into her stomach. She gave him a shy glance while marveling at his genius, since he clearly spotted her wielding that legendary chicken sword without a hint of doubt. A digital notification popped up in his vision, revealing a massive stash of items he intended to split with the hungry girl. The status screen announced she just acquired 20 pieces of deep, fried goodness from Xiao, leaving her staring at her backpack in absolute disbelief. Digital status windows suddenly manifested before every other member of the team. Avoiding his gaze, she marveled at the immense gift of 20 pieces per person, vowing to honor his generosity while her friends nodded in silent, chicken-fueled agreement to not let him down. She made a grumpy face and decided that dealing with a nauseous comrade was a fair price to pay for the royal favor they currently enjoyed. Resting on the furniture, he suggested that as long as disaster stayed away, they were on the winning track. Just before Roland appeared on the display with a gift to ease their recent pains. Our lead guy waved him in and inquired about his sudden arrival, to which the visitor explained he was there to provide emotional support after the mess. Grinning, he offered his assistance and told him to speak up, just as a pair of tiny monsters decided to crawl out of his handbag for a snack. Glancing over his shoulder, he questioned her lingering presence and why she had brought along an unexpected group of tag-alongs. Looking totally lost, he failed to notice the entire structure had morphed into a mystical cannon, complete with outfits behind glass, as he joked about preparing for the literal apocalypse, while heavy clouds drifted lazily over the fortress. Standing in the back, the fellow failed to grasp how they had annoyed the hero, though he quickly decided that some mental stabilization was definitely required for the group. A group of young fellows relaxed on the couch when Roland entered, utterly confused as to why the heroes who conquered the dungeon were lounging in the Demon King's private residence, causing Jean to stare back with complete bewilderment. His eyes grew massive as he sat down, concluding they had spotted the king's weird behavior first, and arrived to investigate. So he flashed a thumb up and invited them to join forces to prevent the destruction of the entire world, which left the other guy clutching his hands in absolute disbelief. Rested on the cushions, the protagonist casually asked if the newcomers were already acquainted with one another. Roland shut his eyes and said yes, while Jean just stared at him with the vacant expression of a confused goldfish. He remarked that these warriors were the survivors of that legendary massacre, where coming out alive was basically a miracle considering the pile of corpses left behind. The blonde fellow suspected a taunt but agreed that death was part of the game, shouting that this helpless world deserves saving, because it was too entertaining to perish, regardless of how powerless it seemed. The youth realized the core issue, which was simply that the guy was suffering from terminal boredom and decided to wreck the planet for some cheap thrills. Looking at the floor, he claimed to have a plan, causing Roland to suggest that messing with the elves might be more amusing than global destruction. He asked about the pointy-eared folk, discovering an unexplored elven kingdom where he might find them, which sparked Zhao's interest in visiting that mysterious location immediately. He announced his intention to go snag an elf, leaving Kin to smirk at how pathetic humanity's last hope looked when begging before the ultimate Dark Lord. The hero shut his eyes and expressed gratitude for the undeserved praise, insisting that he was actually just a clueless beginner with zero skills. Glancing away, he suggested that a bit of positive thinking was the only way to ensure mankind didn't get deleted by the system tomorrow. The entire squad and Kin squeezed together on the sofa. Clasping his hands with zero confidence, he announced to everyone that he was the most skilled gamer alive. Springing up to discuss his bond with Roland, the fellow was cut off by the hero, who claimed their secret alliance with the top team was already obvious, making the youth gnash his teeth in fury. Turning his head, he admitted that since the truth was finally out, there was absolutely no reason to keep playing hide and seek. Devoting toward our hero, he blurted out a vow of total sincerity, promising to hunt down those pointy-eared elves together as a synchronized squad, while the leader simply stuck his palm up to halt the chatter. He gave a wave to bid the entire crew farewell. The group loomed before the massive threshold of the structure. The juvenile offspring's jaw plummeted as the realization dawned that his message was totally misconstrued. Roland shut his lids tight, musing over his annoyance, which likely stemmed from the monarch being a total jerk, then told the fellow to chill out since the big boss already clocked their alliance, meaning finding the elf was the only chore left. Right before Kin's punch sadly met the bricks instead, he stared at the nearby masonry with a look of pure, unadulterated confusion. Kin hung his skull low, questioning his companion about whether the small brat had orchestrated that little stunt with malicious intent. The fair-haired chap gaped, parroting his new nickname with total bewilderment as Roland scowled, mentioning that in all his years no soul had dared use such a title, wondering where this thief found the guts to be so cheeky. Edging toward him, the fellow with the crimson peepers declared that he was about to put his bravery on full display. Ethereal energy started oozing from the man's digits, prompting the blonde to query what was happening, only to witness a piece of crispy poultry materialize in the speaker's palms. The fellow wearing the coat poked at Roland's snack, inquiring if the spectacle was sufficiently mind-blowing, while his own jaw hummed open. The tiny human replied he lacked any appetite. The maiden insisted she preferred to keep quiet, yet the thief's sheer idiocy forced her to speak up, so the leader stashed the bird away, claiming he had already predicted her lecture. Crouching low, Qin pondered that starting a brawl with his chatty peer was a terrible idea, since letting a common crook ruin the Dark Lord's grand scheme would be embarrassing. Gazing forward, the golden-haired man pondered why folks were so grumpy, given that teaming up with his greatness should be a privilege, though the jacketed lad questioned why on earth Roland would even bother with a guy like him. Lifting his palm, the boy clarified his mission to infiltrate a restricted zone, snag the elf, and deliver him to the tyrant to stall the apocalypse, which made the grimacing commander remark that such a tale actually sounded strangely sincere. The girl with the coffee-colored gaze muffled a gasp, whispering that they had just left the presence of the Dark Lords who seemingly desired their cooperation with commoners, while the brunette mused that our hero likely harbored complex schemes beyond their tiny brains, though the thief noted she was quite harsh with her own speech. The lady with the flowing locks wondered if the monarch had simply slipped up, but Sheen pivoted, asking how a world-shaping ruler could ever speak carelessly when every breath determined the future, as Babylon plotted the blonde's demise, and wondered what victory looked like for them. Roland glanced at the group, asking for their verdict on the alliance and noting that while bothering the king was risky, hiding was pointless, and only through the players evolving into powerhouses would they succeed, his expression shifting as he spoke. The sapphire-eyed gentleman remarked that the growth of these gamers knew no bounds, declaring Sheen's squad the cream of the crop and deserving of elite tutoring, promising that a partnership would yield loot and fame that eclipsed their wildest dreams of gold and gear. Reaching a palm toward the hoodlum, the fair-haired man teased that such a massive haul must be an irresistible lure for a professional stealer like him. Looking elsewhere, she announced that their departure was overdue, while the leader noted that formal hand-holding was completely optional, just as the brown-haired lady pivoted toward the glass pane. With a grin, our protagonist cheered that the group was finally vibing like buddies, while Xiao gripped the lad's fingers, insisting that bridging the gap between Roland and the pioneers was vital, where they would have nobody to cry to during a crisis. Our hero trembled with sheer delight, convinced that his own intellect was truly on another level of brilliance. The feline and the ladies felt a wave of genuine emotion stirred by the young man's antics. The heavens were splashed with vibrant hues as digital digits flickered across the firmament like a broken calculator. The ruffian looked up, utterly lost. White, knuckling his blade, Sheen grilled his companion on what had just been muttered, but the blonde simply beamed and gave a cheerful nod of confirmation. The squad gathered before a gargantuan gateway as Roland pointed out that they were about to trespass into a locked expansion, specifically the elven ancestral grounds, which was a high-level death trap for the unprepared. Mechanical cogs spun around the gateway while the blue-eyed thinker admitted he lacked precise intel, yet he felt sure the beasts inside were far scarier than any current patch, potentially outranking the demons on Earth, and noted that elves were the third distinct branch of life in this crazy dimension. The golden-haired man rested on a nearby boulder. Scowling, the boss grumbled that things had reached this peculiar conclusion. Holding his dome, Roland explained that way back when more than just two groups existed in this realm, and questioned the narrative's main plot, wondering if they hadn't actually read the chronicle. Touching his mug to his chops, Sheen admitted he'd lagged in catching up with the current happenings and inquired how one manages to sprint ahead of the other adventuring crews. Shutting his peepers, the chap let it slip he reckons all the nifty skills and Dismos folks possess originate from the divine being Morsi, borrowing his mojo to swat at Finns, adding that the fighting factions had been scrapping for millennia, keeping the world in continuous conflict. Extending his palm, Roland clarified that during that bygone era, the races unable to spar with humans and demons slowly faded away, but secretly, there was one lineage capable of matching both sides, namely the elves who knew how to harness nature's zests, then elaborated this was a potent force that could flip the whole scoreboard, including that the elven princess refused to bow to anyone, thus sacrificing her magic, sealing her kin away, making that lineage now just a whisper in the wind. The pair of orbs are making haste toward one another. A bright shimmer bursts forth from the woody being. Staring straight ahead, the announcer chirped if the details were crystal clear, to which Sheen confirmed, mentioning that anyone who failed to pick a team got wiped out. The crew advanced toward the steps, and the fair-haired fellow mentioned elves used to hide behind that slab, though now he doubts if they were still breathing, strongly advising the players steer clear of the threshold. The leader scowled and grumbled that warnings were already spilling beyond the speech bubble constraints, asking the fellow's stature level, plus why the other side hadn't just zapped them into the afterlife, to which Roland shut back that so long as it pleased the sovereign, the peril was totally worth the trouble, adding purely as a heads up, it hauled every single family heirloom along. A veritable mountain of trinkets greeted the fair-haired chap's gaze. The blue-eyed one excavated an even greater hoard of rare loot. The robe and the dark-haired one looked quite shocked, and Sheen muttered to himself he didn't know which deity to appeal to. Noting that since pleasing the king was the mission, Roland hauled out a truckload of gadgets and steered the whole gang to storm the restricted zone hunting for buried riches. Roland glanced aloft, noting that what had flaunted was merely the tip of the iceberg, and generally, had shoulder all the battle burdens, so they shouldn't fret, causing Sheen to quip that in that case, they could totally unwind. Ascending the ascent, the golden-haired chap intended to bestow upon them gear, experience points, cold, hard cash, and discoveries gleaned from their research, so they simply had to proceed. And the squad chief chirped that this was splendid news, and he was genuinely anticipating it. Looking ahead with focus, the cleric declared they finally grasped the sheer magnitude of having his support, despite his grumpy disposition and utter rudeness to him, leaving him no recourse because this was undeniably the best path. Trudging through the forgotten ruins, Roland confided that he would sharpen their skills, but given the shadowy threats ahead, conserving supplies was paramount. Continuing to shepherd the youths, the fair-haired boy cautioned them against initiating any clash unless failure was imminent. Right when a system chime blared, signaling an engagement with a ranked monstrosity. Simultaneously, a crimson-eyed, winged beast, a level 102 rancor, materialized before Roland, bellowing at the clueless mortals not to even contemplate disrupting the serene slumber of the wood sprites. With a fierce glare pointed forward, the Scarlet Fowl asserted that this was the solitary notice. Thus they needed to vanish and never darken this spot again, remarking sternly that if they obeyed, he wouldn't dispatch them to Hades. Hearing this proclamation, the cleric bowed deeply, apologizing profusely that the whole mess was her fault, offering herself up for whatever he wished to inflict, imploring him not to be irate, while the blunt chap, scowling at the scene, told the others to step back and let him handle the sticky wicket. In short order, the others were hustled far behind him, even hulling a burrow away, and Roland mused that although he'd solicited this scenario, there lingered a faint, sad sigh of disappointment. Following that, the fair-haired fellow shot a sharp glare straight at the beast lurking behind him. He then brandished an unfamiliar glowing block, claiming it was a family heirloom, and, to marvel, a module for infernal augmentation, as he clenched his fist and inhaled it into his core while the game interface announced a full 30% boost to all stats for 5 brief minutes, followed by a period of profound fatigue. Suddenly, Roland rocketed forward with blinding swiftness, unleashing a torrent of furious slashes upon the bloody owl, leaving the other slack-jawed that he could actually pin down this apex predator. And as Sheen admired the duel alongside his comrades, he questioned why the sole human beacon was utilizing gear clearly tainted by the netherworld. Turning his head slightly, the cleric asked if they ought to pitch in and lend some aid. A blink later, she was utterly bewildered, watching the others casually starting a campfire nearby, asking them what bizarre ritual they were performing, and the scoundrel retorted that they were just taking a breather. With palpable astonishment coloring her features, Abura noted they were discussing this as if it were utterly routine. At that precise second, Roland, now clad in his combat shell, materialized behind his adversary, then sprinted toward him while announcing that the massive fiend was clinging to its final shred of vitality. Gazing fixedly at the giant monster's depleting health gauge, the golden-haired fellow wound up for the ultimate finishing strike, only for everything to abruptly stop. He was utterly frozen stiff when his power-up mode vanished into thin air, and the system declared the temporary boost had officially ceased its function. Right then, he ended up nose to beak with that ruby-colored hooting menace while appearing completely normal. Staring with pure malice, the oversized pigeon announced that the time for his personal suffering had arrived. A second later, the crimson bird prepared to deliver a knuckle sandwich using its own fist. That massive freak hoisted a giant mallet skyward to flatten whatever was left of him. He swung his tools, absolutely wrecking the local terrain with every single impact. Petrified, Abura claimed that without an immediate rescue, he was definitely going to kick the bucket soon. Right about now, the scarlet nocturnal bird was winding up for another heavy swing of its tool. That mallet abruptly froze right next to the dark outline of a mysterious stranger standing there, lying in the dirt. Roland noticed Sheen blocking his view, which felt like a massive fever dream. Eyeing the thief nearby, the golden-haired fellow questioned his sanity, since they both knew he was severely outclassed. Considering the grazy snack with confusion, the holy man wondered why he had retrieved that poultry once more. Simultaneously, Sheen sprinted forward to initiate a physical confrontation with the enemy. Witnessing this, Roland was flabbergasted that he dashed ahead, joking whether he planned to pay the boss with dinner. Glancing ahead with exhaustion, the golden-haired dude screamed for his return, almost ready to admit the plan was unique, though he seriously questioned if this giant bird had a craving for seasoned poultry. Currently, the scoundrel was sprinting toward the crimson avian creature, which happened to be a high-ranking, level 102 nightmare. Seeing the foe advance, the beast fumed with rage, wondering what kind of mental illness forced a level 26 weakling to approach. Right after that, the Crimson Hound lifted its massive crushing tool high into the air. Consequently, Sheen suddenly brandished his cooked bird while the interface signaled he was utilizing the snack for defensive reinforcement. Afterwards, his edible tool flew directly toward the unsuspecting opponent. Suddenly, his strike cleaved the beast into two pieces, leaving Roland speechless that a literal food item shot the boss. Staring ahead with total confusion, the yellow-haired fellow failed to comprehend the absurdity unfolding before his eyes. Meanwhile, the ladies were utterly shocked by the events, with Lu noting that despite the ugly relic from the Dark Lord looking like garbage, it possessed incredible hidden strength, while Labura realized that they each held 20 of these artifacts. Simultaneously, the clergyman grabbed the thief by his collar, complaining that such gear should have been used earlier, especially since he claimed to be ready for anything. Straightening his neckwear, Roland argued that his preparation was solid, and without his debuff, he would have finished the job himself since he was confident in his durability. And glancing at the glowing azure orb, the golden-haired man directed everyone to check out the sweet loot they just earned. Right then, the guys approached the relic to inspect it, as Abur questioned its contents while Lee joked about who possessed the better luck to open the prize. Soon after, various magical items manifested before Sheen, and he admitted that the prizes were actually quite impressive for once. Observing the loot, the pale-haired youth received system pings about earning 15 gold coins for natural minerals and earthen sources, noting this cash provided early economic stability, while the heavy rocks would prove vital for future high-level gear upgrades. Turning his eyes from the shiny pile, the thief thought it was just garbage next to the legendary poultry he received from the Dark Sovereign, yet he felt increasingly fortunate to serve under him. Walking toward Sheen, the holy woman saw the lack of armor, and the marksman called him a jinx, to which he argued that trading chicken for these crumbs was a bad deal, though they would split it eventually. And staring ahead, Roland chose to keep his mouth shut. Abruptly stepping toward the group, the fair-haired man realized something important, and glaring with intensity, the priest demanded to know the origin of that ridiculously overpowered snack weapon he had just wielded. Right after that, he pulled out his sword, dropping that maybe the big evil boss actually gifted him that sharp thing. Clutching the enchanted edge, Roland questioned if the Dark Lord himself was the one who handed over the mystical cutlery. Jumping in surprise, Obra explained that while grinding experience, they found a unique box and spent 998 cents to snag some totally broken gear. Clutching a guide written by Che behind her back, the holy lady remarked that their fortune was actually pretty incredible. Peering ahead with a stony expression, she verified the statement. While getting her gear ready, Lu figured that owning a tool to wipe out level 100 beasts was a fantasy that only a complete brain-dead Morin would buy. Having processed that nonsense, Roland just stared at his weird teammates in total silence. Looking stressed, the marksman realized the situation was going south, and she would likely be forced to start blasting soon. Spinning around, the golden-haired lad suggested splitting the loot while he scouted ahead, though Lu doubted he even believed his own ridiculous story. Suddenly she blinked in shock, finally accepting the fact that the guy was a legitimate, certified idiot. Watching her partner with a smirk, she realized Roland sparked a memory, so she inquired about what he just recalled. Wearing a sullen mask, the crook noted that the Dark Sovereign was pretty reckless to hand them such a nuclear-level tool, while the bowman asked for a clarification. Throwing a scary look her way, she guessed the man actually had a plan. Staring straight at the man, Lu demanded to know what he was actually trying to get at. Grinning wide, the thief mentioned his intense craving for a magical elf, and the gunner concurred, noting that this explained the gift of a god-tier monster, Sling Blade. Thinking fast, she realized the dungeon's tricky layout was exactly what the boss expected, knowing they could never win solo, which made Lu see how every single detail finally clicked into place. Raising a finger to the sky, the rogue suggested they track down the pointy-eared tribe to show the boss they were serious, which his partner supported. Meanwhile, Obera just stood there quietly observing her strange coworkers chatting amongst themselves like a bunch of weirdos. Beaming with curiosity, the scene suddenly transitions to the heroes confronting a rank level 108 throne sentry who warned that another step meant certain doom. That ugly beast unhinged its massive jaw and started howling like a broken siren. Moving his hands skillfully, the beast swiped with talons before the throne guard lunged with a hidden barb, but Roland managed to parry the strike using his own weapon. Glaring ahead, he mentally activated the reality-bending gadget, while the golden-haired warrior hacked the monster's tail spike into tiny pieces with a flurry of sharp strikes. Seeing the opening, Sheen called upon the power of crispy poultry to buff his stats. Next, he hurled random junk at the beast while activating the unique abilities of his mediocre yet annoying jerk class. Gazing ahead with a grumpy face, the beast demanded to know where the human found such a massive pile of junk. Unexpectedly, the man spotted an object straight ahead. Right then, The thief was brandishing his blade for a hit while the cleric focused holy juice into his edge to prepare a strike. Just a second before, the group finalized their strategy and aimed their heavy strikes directly at the guardian of the lonely throne. Crumpled on the floor, the boss whined that this shouldn't be happening, while the boy joked about how incredibly simple the fight felt. All at once, a digital warning box popped up before the throne guard regarding a terms of service breach, prompting him to demand to speak with the game's management. The digital display screen snickered while confirming his report about the rules violation went through, and since a crime was verified, the enemy lost 4 points of honor, causing the beast to wonder what happened next, only to be shocked when told that the party was officially over. Immediately following that, the high-rank disgrace seat sentry would finally give up the ghost, allowing the thief to loot a crate containing some gold coins, rotten wood bits, a royal love note, and a vintage gaming machine. As boots splashed on the wet floor, the blondie stared at the ancient chair and figured if any pointy-eared folk survived, the secrets were hidden inside, and looking like he was solving a hard puzzle, the golden-haired lad suspected the forest folk locked themselves away to keep their shiny loot safe from greedy hands, meaning they were probably walking straight into a magical buzzsaw. He looked quite grumpy, while advising everyone to watch their step around the hidden gadgets, only for a notification to pop up saying a brawl was starting anyway. Glaring at his buddy, the holy man asked if they could finally start acting like actual professionals. He checked on the clumsy ninja, who was too chicken to walk alone, and hitched a ride on Lu to avoid the floor traps, then suggested they focus, though they claimed the fault lay elsewhere. Out of nowhere, a mysterious shadowy blob that nobody recognized materialized right in front of the group. Seeing her, the crew got extremely spooked. The antlered beast stumped toward the humans, calling them clueless tourists, and wondered why they were ruining the elves' nap time or if they had a death wish, giving them a single chance to scram and never show their faces again if they wanted to keep breathing. Roland blinked in confusion because he felt like he had heard that generic villain script in a movie before, making the nameless creature twitch with awkwardness because its cool speech failed. Standing tall, the horned freak asked if they understood that being dumb would get them killed, then dared them to step up and taste his flavored anger. Looking at the blondie, the thief mentioned this felt exactly like a cheap mobile game he once played, accusing the monster of being a total copycat, while shouting that the dialogue was super glitch. Unexpectedly, the mysterious phantom stopped to think, claiming she needed to do over on her thoughts, and requested a brief timeout for everyone. Suddenly, stuck in a weird pocket dimension, the spook was busy reciting a handbook of classic bad guy quotes, saying the memories were finally flooding back, and while I looked absolutely terrified, the creature couldn't believe it got caught so easily like a bug. Gripping a container holding a very loud and screeching phantom, the leader complained about the headache, while the computer announced the fake royal room was gone, and awarded the squad nearly 9,000 points. So the whole group grew stronger, and he grabbed a fancy holographic light projector for his own inventory. Approaching the royal chair, the healer noted the portal was ready, and the warm-up round was over, while Jean joked that the difficulty was so pathetic it felt like a toddler's game, and Lou agreed it was trash, and these insults hit the bottled ghost like physical arrows, causing actual pain to his pride and health. Hearing from his glass prison, the spirit barked that he was just a hologram, and his boss lady was the baddest elf around, and imagining a warrior with a massive sword stuck in his skull, the gatekeeper explained that the kingdom croaked after the princess sacrificed herself, leaving her to guard the ruins solo for 10 centuries with her insane magic, ensuring no one touched the family jewels while she was on duty. The team gave the bottled ghost some dirty looks, while Roland questioned if she was truly a biological elf, and Jean cheered because they skipped the searching face, and then the phantom. He pictured the forest girl finding a funky looking fungus and decided to take a big bite of it, while the spectral doorkeeper then looked depressed, recalling his boss choking, hitting the dirt, and perishing because she ate a bad snack, a secret he was too embarrassed to say out loud, and observing the pissed off peak tier Mars with a soul ranked over 100 glaring at them. Someone declared she was the queen of this region and the ultimate challenge. Floating above her, the treasure hunters couldn't figure out why the legendary princess looked like a see-through ghost. Glancing down, Old Burr asked if she was basically a corpse, while Chin worried the devil ruler sent them on a wild goose chase, which Roland doubted because elves usually live forever unless something kills them, and noticing the spirit just chilling there, the blonde guy figured the defensive magic only broke when they arrived and there were no signs of a struggle, suggesting no one murdered her, while Chin asked the priest if she just accidentally killed herself, which he thought was a pretty spicy theory. Pointing at the rotting remains on the tiles, Roland told the gang to check it out, looking totally shocked as he figured out the puzzle, and imagining the royal lady split into two personalities. The gold-haired guy guessed she sat alone for ages, until loneliness turned her brain into mush, creating a dark version of herself, and he moved his hands all over the place while explaining her real body, and the good parts were napping, meaning they had to smack the evil out of her to wake her up. The trapped phantom looked completely stunned because the hero was totally incorrect, especially since the corpse had already disintegrated into a collection of ancient remains. Grinning at the spirit, the blonde guy asked if his detective work was correct, while deciding his own intellect was humongous and his deduction was perfect. Staring at the floor with a confused expression, the golden-haired youth saw she wasn't a standard rank, a beast but possessed peak-tier power that even he might struggle to overcome. And the holy man turned to his friend for advice, though his buddy admitted he was currently wearing trash equipment and could not contribute. Clutching a lime-colored tool, the blonde guy mentioned this was their only shot, and he had originally saved this big gun specifically to prank the devil ruler since it was his strongest toy. That girl Mars wore a wicked smirk, mentioning that some uninvited guests had just broken into her house. Exploding with magical force, she shrieked that only a fresh sacrifice of life could finally soothe her violent temper. All of a sudden, the ghostly royal maiden looked like she had just seen a flying pig. She glared at a peculiar lime-colored tool hovering nearby, demanding to know what that mysterious relic actually was. Staring at that weird gadget leaking toxic green fumes, Mars wondered what the hell it was, jokingly suggesting that anything flat on the floor usually begs to be stomped on. And then a neon emerald blaze erupted right in front of the royal elven spirit. Watching the chaos unfold while safe in the nosebleed seats, Sheen questioned the device, and Roland confessed it was a dusty family heirloom intended to give the Demon King a very bad day. Picturing a crown dripping radioactive slime, the fair-haired warrior explained this tier biological hazard used power from the 4 prime demons to melt faces with true damage while freezing enemies in place like statues. Contemplating some azure ghostly visions, the cleric decided the main drawback was the agonizing suffering, basically turning their existence into a spacey version of purgatory where resistance was totally futile. Glancing at his buddy with pure terror, the rogue asked why his ancestors handed down war crimes, and he replied that generations of demon hunting taught them that scavenging gear from fallen enemies was a clever way to stock their family armory for free. Standing there like a confused potato, Sheen figured there was a huge moral gap between hoarding trash and actually throwing it at people, while the ghostly woodland lady questioned his basic sanity. Terrified by thoughts of a goblet filled with glowing sludge, the pale-haired lad pondered if the Dark Lord drank this stuff for breakfast. Instantly, Mars dodged the strange emerald sparks, but a shock awaited her when thorny vines snared the elven royalty, leaving her drained of power and twitching in helpless agony while the viral trap did its dirty work. Following that shortly, Roland dove down, declaring her capture was finally complete. He sprinted her way with a gas mask on, stacking every buff in the book like attack steroids, stat vitamins, a rat at its foot, and a demonic turbo engine, and he ran forward like a man who left the stove on. Without warning, that preacher pivoted that weapon for a smack. Seeing the incoming sharp object, a peeved Mars panicked and let out a scream that could shatter glass. Right then, that man smacked that lady using heavy steel. Staring at the terrifyingly leveled human bot charging her, she felt a profound sense of regret about her current situation. Right then, the golden-haired fellow started hitting her more times than a drummer on caffeine. Observing the priest's murderous grin, she realized he was the real monster here, as Roland systematically willed her health bar down to a sliver. Watching nervously from her glass prison, the protector spirit questioned the psychotic jiggling, complaining that it was totally unfair for an MC to lead a mob and use warfare against innocent pointy-eared folks. Confused by the display, she saw he hadn't anticipated his own monstrous power, thinking the label of humanity's savior actually fit even if she and the dead elf had clearly miscalculated his lethality. Peering sideways, the thief asked for clarification, while the local warden recalled a spooky vision about dimensions colliding where a legendary hero known as the Beacon of Mankind would lead gamers to exterminate demons and kill the big boss. But seeing this lunatic, the spirit started sobbing and suggested they just give up on life instead. Meanwhile, a fuming Mars gnashed her teeth, warning everyone not to mock a 1,000-year-old stubborn streak, and then she exploded with enough mana to break her chains and regain her freedom. Glaring forward, Roland noted that his biological trap had finally timed out, and even though her T-bar was practically invisible, the blonde warrior grumbled that his tips was still embarrassingly low. Casting a death stare at her opponent, the ghostly princess swore she would never let a sketchy guy like him win. Charging forward, she yelled about protecting the kid she had babysat for centuries, while the cleric swung his steel, admitting it was a shame she was such a top-tier elven tank. Leaking red after that hit, Mars started to glow like a rave party, prompting Roland to wonder if she forgot that she actually died from a very spacey mushroom back in the day. Battle over, the fair-haired dude put his toothpick away while Sheen smirked and said he did okay, causing Roland to glare and tell him to either shut up or fight him, plus scavenge that corpse for valuables. As the spirit started to fade, she thought that a guy who prioritizes looting her body over being heroic is definitely not the world's savior, and then she was boned in an instant. Finally, that hollow container tumbled to the dirt, while the spirit copy vanished into thin air out of sadness. Positioned in the heart of the woodland fortress, the healer felt it was bizarre that no loot appeared and the resident vanished, so Roland mused that the scenario was a bit off, thinking he might have tackled the boss incorrectly, and tilting his skull. The snowy-haired man asked if his fighting method was the problem and what the next move was. Then glancing away, the golden-haired youth mentioned that if things failed, they would take the prize to the Shadow King, and staring at the dead girl on the stones, Sheen asked if the man was being serious right now. Abruptly, indecipherable glyphs blanketed every surface within that interior vault, making the youngsters ponder if some trap or tremor had started, and sensing her fright, the crook noticed his own pulse was pounding from the stress, as his nasty attitude and foul speech had finally annoyed the local specters of the ruins. Then hoisting the deceased royal onto his shoulders, Roland claimed that this disaster was exactly what should be happening, because by moving the remains, he had accidentally shattered the ancient lock, and as the surroundings began to collapse, Sheen wondered when he even grabbed the body, but the blonde fellow explained it was the peak of elven sorcery currently being undone. Out of nowhere, a heavy door creaked open a crack. Gazing at the girl, the cleric queried about the situation, while the pale-haired dude barked for her to quickly ditch the remains, since maybe there was still time, and in that same heartbeat, a strange lady stepped through the portal, yelling for her sibling named Mars. Checking her surroundings, the long, slumbering royal who had napped for a millennium finally woke up, mentioning she could no longer sense her kin and wondered where the lady had gone. In that moment, she spotted Roland carrying her sister's lifeless form like a heavy sack of potatoes. Right after that, the majestic lady who had rested for 10 centuries promptly passed out once more. Those fellows were completely shocked as Sheen questioned the logic of it, considering they had only just encountered an actual pointy-eared legend. Pondering the view, the golden-haired youth figured he might just glue the pieces back together, which beat carrying a stiff around, though his companions wondered if that was really the top priority. Eyeballing that fractured lady, the holy man decided she was the primary target, requesting assistance while he grabbed some industrial adhesive, and he mentioned her garments needed to be removed first. Just moments later, a strange shimmer radiated from her figure. That colorful shaft sliced across those dusty forest remains. Immense power came erupting from the soil below. Once the dust settled, Seal had been scorched into nothingness. Gazing at the remains, Sheen queried about their current predicament, while Roland insisted on returning to the body until the body itself begged him to zip it. Face-palming hard, the snowy-haired man announced this was a total disaster, while a voice from behind threatened to end them for the Dark Lord's comfort, since failing meant no return. Resting a palm on the pink-haired girl, Lou suggested they score the debris for any other folks who might have survived the blast. Tailing behind, the rest of the ladies agreed to join, while she requested the blade be put away as the cleric pondered the possibilities. In the center of the wreckage of the toasted forest royal, he spotted a crimson gem and identified it as the legendary elven artifact of Smarts. Still staring at the radiant rock, the yellow-haired guy realized the royal lady wanted to blow it up, since her tribe hid this top-tier treasure away for ages. Crouching low, the healer figured this mythical item could shift the global balance of power entirely, and peering down, Roland explained it held every secret trick the forest folk had learned over eons of existence, so with a grim expression, Dean noted that possessing it meant controlling a primal energy that rivaled the gods themselves. The mysterious force of will. Grinning like a villain, the golden-haired lad joked that with this shiny pebble, he could finally quit fearing the boss and scrub away all his recent shame. The thief froze his hand mid-reach, causing the cleric to stare at Jean in shock and wonder if they were actually going to double-cross the big boss. Looking quite smug, Roland argued they were getting too emotional, explaining that their beef with the ruler was just a ruse to keep things calm, and since they found a gadget capable of ending him, getting it back was out of the question. So hearing this, the pale-haired man looked down before cracking up, claiming he finally got the gag, which left Roland feeling totally baffled about the whole speech. Glaring fiercely, Jean stated he finally realized why the Dark Lord sent him on this elfin goose chase, and squinting back, the fair-haired boy asked for an explanation. Recalling Xiao sipping his beverage, the crook admitted he assumed it was just a quest for a companion, but it turned out the boss had foreseen every single detail. Eyeing the holy man, the snowy-haired fellow realized there were no accidents, as the boss clearly knew about the gem all along, though he still wondered how. The ladies stared in disbelief, while Jean clarified he was certain that humans could never handle the pointed ears magic, so he commanded their squad to track him the whole way. The white-haired fellow, practically preening, declared the Demon King had practically chiseled their names into his stony heart with such a vile quest, making them feel so special. Roland, scowling with an expression that could curdle milk, grumbled that while he regretted being a party pooper, a relic of this caliber simply wasn't on the giveaway list. The blonde fella, clutching the mystical gem as if it were a winning lottery ticket, Lovely proclaimed his pilgrimage to scarcity, believing this trinket would spark widespread bravery against the Demon King. Meanwhile, the priest, brandishing a flinting core with a cheeky tongue-poking design, dramatically announced that their awaited vengeance for past slights was finally at hand. Roland, utterly bewildered, stared at the crystal in her grasp just as Jean and the metallic crew bolted, urging a swift departure. Confronting the fallen elf princess, Roland demanded an explanation, to which the white-haired prankster nonchalantly offered apologies to humanity/hope, begging him not to get his knickers in a twist, then clarified it was merely a clever street performer sleight of hand, a simple item swap. Casting a truly villainous side eye, the blonde youth drawled that it was quite an unexpected turn of events, this impending skirmish, before skeptically inquiring if they truly believed they possessed the prowess to vanquish him. With a grin stretching from ear to ear, Jean coolly observed that victory, by conventional means, was utterly out of the question, while Luz declared that if he insisted on behaving like a complete bore, then their hands were essentially tied. A split second later, then, the archer's gaze sharpened, radiating malice. Extending her arms with a flourish, the bespectacled young woman conjured an absolutely colossal mountain of crispy, magical fried chicken directly behind her, announcing that she was unleashing a synchronized barrage of 1,000 attacks all at once. At this bizarre display, Roland found himself utterly dumbfounded. Barely a breath passed before Luz unleashed her offensive with force. Recognizing the danger, the blonde fellow instantly covered himself with his hands quite abruptly, flung his arms wide as if embracing the cosmos. The holy man conjured an absolutely formidable, tear-divine barrier. Concurrently, a tremendous detonation erupted all around his sacred barricade, prompting Roland to demand, with palpable exasperation, if this was truly that infamous enchanted fried chicken once more, and hadn't everyone sworn it had been utterly vanquished. Sporting a rather smug smirk, Jean coolly observed that the fellow had just swan-heard a valuable and honest declaration. Emerging dramatically from the swirling vortex of dust, the blonde individual, now hovering effortlessly in the sky, announced with absolute conviction that all the pieces of the puzzle had clicked perfectly into place for him. As his vitality meter plummeted to a perilous 50%, the cleric calmly divulged that they had, from the very outset, cleverly ensured a contingency strategy was tucked away in their sleeves. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself into a frenzied assault, unleashing a grasp benediction that granted complete freedom from any movement impediments, closely followed by the Lord's own divine favor, boosting every single one of his characteristics, and finally, a holy luminescence that inflicted genuine harm with each strike. Observing the foe's rapid advance, a bird dramatically conjured forth the legendary fried chicken, bravely declaring that she would personally halt his progress, and thus, everyone else ought to make a rather hasty escape. In that very instant, Roland shot past her like a greased lightning bolt, making a beeline directly for the villainous scoundrel. Using the aforementioned fried chicken as an impromptu shield, Jean attempted to parry the incoming assault. The blonde adversary, meanwhile, fixed an intensely hostile gaze directly ahead. Simultaneously, the white-maned fellow found himself desperately parrying the blade using the Demon King's own powerful relic. Following a resounding blow, he was unceremoniously sent hurtling backwards. The scoundrel tumbled ungracefully to the earth, his life force indicator stubbornly clinging to the absolute precipice of nothingness. Fixing him with a gaze that promised grievous bodily harm, Jean shrewdly understood that while they might chip away at him using the miraculous poultry for cover, a straightforward, head-on clash would ultimately be decided by their glaring disparity in power levels. Casting a truly terrified glance at the medic standing directly before him, the white-maned individual pointed out, with trembling accusation, that despite her grand pronouncements of halting the foe, she hadn't even bought them a single extra second. To which she retorted, quite defensively, that she had genuinely given it her absolute all. She unleashed her arcane assault with compelling force. Abura declared with absolute certainty that on this particular occasion his advance would unequivocally be thwarted. And so, a fiery phantom chicken rocketed forth with astonishing velocity, just as the young woman initiated a dazzling starfire, accumulating mystic energy within her palms before unleashing it as a torrent of high-speed, incandescent projectiles. The initial impact inflicted a respectable 788 points of damage, yet, the moment this technique neared the cleric, the system promptly blared an alert. The mystical fried chicken had amplified the harm to a staggering 8,358. A moment later, a truly colossal explosion detonated directly above the astonished combatants. Gazing ahead with an almost sympathetic expression, Lu coolly remarked that the resulting vibrant hue was exceptionally opulent. A direct consequence, she deduced, of the artifact's rather spectacular detonation. At this precise juncture, Roland clenched his teeth in utter frustration, internally grumbling that this infernal fried chicken was proving to be a monumental headache, realizing he simply couldn't afford any further temporal indulgence and absolutely had to procure the coveted wisdom stone with greater haste. Barely a heartbeat later, a shadowy assassin materialized directly behind him, instantly initiating their formidable stealth strike technique. She decided to settle things the old-fashioned way, and throw down with the priest. Meanwhile, the valuable red magic crystal just sat there, casually chilling on the hard floor. Jean stared, realizing in shocked recognition that the priest must have dropped the shiny stone during the recent tussle. The white-haired fellow, keeping a close eye on everything, ordered everyone else to grab the valuable stone immediately. She made a lunge for the red magic crystal, but Roland instantly warned her off, advising against even considering the idea. The blonde-haired individual delivered a solid thwack to her midsection using the pommel of his weapon. Following the surprise attack, the priest quickly lunged ahead, trying to gain ground. Simultaneously, another person delivered a swift kick to the red magic crystal. The culprit was Lo, who punted the valuable artifact in the direction of the captain. Jean charged ahead, spotting an approaching foe, while Roland simultaneously executed a sudden, quick turn to face the opposite direction. Right then, the white-haired individual extended his arm greedily toward the red magic crystal. Abruptly, the focus shifted abruptly to the television screen, where a weeping woman begged for everyone to stop fighting and hurting each other because of her, while Xiao simply clicked the remote and watched silently. The demon lord looked at the girls beside him, explaining he had repaired the television and was heading for a nap, instructing them to watch it in his absence, which they instantly accepted. The protagonist grinned, musing how unexpected it was that his production and engineering skills now extended to fixing appliances. He figured he'd save a fortune on future maintenance, given how hard life was and how carefully he needed to budget. Fleeing from his staff, he pondered which new skill he should attempt to perfect next. The demon, as he departed, felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing his master had spent an exorbitant amount just to blend into human society. Meanwhile, back at the fight, Jean reached for the red magic crystal. In a flash, Roland grabbed Jean's face, tossed his old friend aside, and snatched the artifact. The robber watched the blonde guy holding the crystal and demanded to know what it was, while the white-haired individual stared forward angrily, baffled by Roland's impossible speed. Lu pulled her weapon, pointing out that they hadn't stopped their assault, demanding an explanation for how he moved through their joint containment effort, still processing the confusing events. Suddenly, a priest, like decoy, materialized, leading the girls to realize they had been attacking a stand. And all along, Roland smirked at his foe, explaining that it was merely a rank street performer's trick, a simple switching skill he had learned to practice when he was bored. Jean listened to this explanation, clenching his jaw tightly in irritation. Right after the realization, the blonde individual delivered a swift kick to his opponent. The girls watched anxiously, with Abura healing the commander while Lu angrily questioned Roland's nerve. The shooter felt completely bewildered, admitting she had no idea how to proceed with accusations, yet still felt inexplicably cool, a sentiment which the killer confirmed. Roland, holding the red magic crystal, declared it was time to finish this ridiculous act. An instant later, energy erupted from him, activating a magic circle. The girls quickly used their fried chicken as a shield against the sudden red energy blast. The attack downed them, and Lu realized this. Plus Adam's power was immense, noting that even the Demon King's enchanted chicken couldn't repel it. Abura warned that if humans obtained this item, the Demon King would face real danger. Roland then approached the defeated bandit, remarking that he always thought they were on good terms. The priest looked at him condescendingly, suggesting Roland, as a player leader, should be ashamed for stooping so low as to side with the Demon King. Standing opposite his former ally, Roland declared that no matter how much humans were beaten down, they would invariably rise again, and his prophecy of humanity's ultimate triumph remained unshakable, though the white-haired man privately expressed his doubts about that. The priest simply stared ahead, absorbing the words in silence. As Roland walked toward the ancient portal, the bandit nervously asked if he intended to execute them, but Roland replied that there was no need for that. Closing his eyes, the blonde-haired man explained that regardless of their current moral decline, there were certain lines he would never cross, adding that once he returned the wisdom stone to the heavenly city, they would finally understand their short-sightedness. The priestess used her healing magic to revive the rest of the men, while Lu observed that Roland had successfully made off with the artifact. Jean looked aside, admitting that he saw it all happen, concluding that since such a powerful object fell to the opposition, their mission was effectively a complete failure. Pulling a dagger from her pocket, she announced her plan to slay her comrades first, and then commit suicide. While Abura told the captain she was terrified, asking if they could possibly withstand the Demon King's retribution, to which he responded by asking for her thoughts on the matter. The shooter gripped the daggers in her hands, realizing that they needed to return and deliver their report before doing anything drastic. The girl in the black and green sweater glared at him, explaining that the stone's power was overwhelming, since even the enchanted chickens failed to withstand it, making victory impossible. She suggested that if they simply presented their results sincerely, the great Demon King would surely comprehend, asking for everyone else's opinion. The narrative instantly shifted to a different scene where the charred remains of the elf princess rested upon a table. Jiao, seated across from the deceased figure, inquired if this was indeed the elf they had discussed. Qin turned his head, noting that it was, but not entirely, a white-haired pair, holding a plastic bag containing identified items, mentioned that another third of the remains was present. The Demon King was profoundly shocked by this revelation and stared silently into space. Seated on the sofa beside him, the robber suggested that while the most crucial section was missing, he believed they could still find some way to make use of the rest. Suddenly, the protagonist radiated dark energy, asking if this was his compromise. Shin immediately panicked, convinced it was over because he seemed angry, while the killer found him incredibly handsome even in his displeasure. At the same time, Xiao glared furiously to the side. The scene then shifted to the game world, specifically Sky City, a metropolis filled with towering buildings where someone greeted Roland saying cheerfully, stating he was glad to see him and asking about the mission's success. Hearing this, the blonde guy sparkled with a broad smile, leading the man to note he hadn't seen such a happy expression in ages. The priest hurried forward, reporting that everything went smoothly and humanity had finally found true hope. The man in the business suit declared it was wonderful news. Pointing to the door ahead, the guy told the master that Julius had been waiting and requested a personal report. Roland confirmed he understood. He entered the office where several people sat. Julius Steggs, one of the 7 of 12 members of Sky City's council, looked on menacingly but was relieved the priest had returned. Julius asked for the source of humanity's newfound hope, holding a red magic crystal. Roland explained it was the Elven Wisdom Stone, the most precious treasure of the elves. The artifacts then began to sparkle brightly. Joss simply smiled wide, noting there was nothing left to discuss. Focusing on the incinerated elf body, the Demon King mentioned he couldn't see what a living elf looked like, but was pleased they'd brought him a gift. He guessed it came from a souvenir shop near the dungeon and was probably quite expensive in its current condition. Sheen and instead in front of him froze, realizing he was happy, then suddenly relaxed with relief. The white-haired guy mused that the master wasn't angry after all, while the killer thought he was doing all this because of his love for her. Observing Steele's dead body, the protagonist yelled in excitement that he had managed to learn the relevant skills and could now practice. Opening her mouth in astonishment at what she'd heard, Sheen wondered if he really planned to resurrect her, only to realize quickly that it wasn't due to affection. Shaw looked thoughtfully at the burnt elf, noting the chest part had suffered the most damage, concluding that if this part could be repaired, everything else would be fine. Looking surprised, the white-haired couple remembered Roland stating that elves stored power in their chests and abdomens. They concluded the specific explosion meant the elf released all its internal energy rather than falling into their hands. Imagining the massive explosion of internal power, the rogue realized it also guaranteed instant death. The elf's energy and soul had already dispersed into the world's energy currents. Sheen stared down, thinking it was like a drop of water lost in the sea, impossible to retrieve. Sitting in his seat with a guilty look, the white-haired guy told the master that it was impossible, adding that he was very sorry about it. Opening his chest of items, the Demon King stated there was nothing he could do about the situation, so he would simply replace the elf's damaged chest with a model he had created a couple of days ago. Staring at him in surprise after hearing this, the bandit confessed she didn't understand what he was talking about. Retrieving a piece of the protagonist's body from her inventory, she concluded that the skin tone was about the same. Shaw enveloped the artificial rib cage in magic, preparing to begin the procedure. He immediately put on gloves, musing that while he couldn't fight well, repairing figurines was definitely his specialty. Closing his eyes and concentrating, the Demon King determined that this time he just needed to follow his inner intuition. He gathered energy in his hands, thinking that finding a universal key in his heart would make all complex actions simple and natural. Imagining a vast number of complex mathematical formulas in his head, the protagonist realized he needed to put everything together, including he needed to press to fix the elf doll, or BF using a gamepad. Just suddenly looked ahead seriously, stating that he needed to perform the action immediately. He then channeled internal energy into the body in front of him. The Demon King watched the reborn creature in astonishment, remarking that the special effects were quite realistic. Kin couldn't believe how the energy had gathered in her body. At the same moment, the animated elf princess opened her eyes and asked where she was. At the same time, Seal saw the protagonist radiating dark energy right in front of her. The elf princess stared in disbelief, wondering why the Demon King was there. She quickly looked down, placing her hands on her chest. Seal considered her previous third cup size, then realized she was now size 0. She immediately panicked, extremely frightened. Realizing this, the elf princess fell back into a deep sleep. This time she truly didn't want to wake up, so she pleaded with them not to save her. Staring dumbfounded ahead, Kin just remained silent, utterly stunned by what she had just witnessed. The white-haired guy was terrified, wondering about the power that completely changed the laws of energy, as if it belonged to an omnipotent being. Suddenly, Xiao glanced over at him. The Demon King smiled broadly, remarking that he never expected the doll they brought would be so incredibly realistic, adding that he liked it very much. Staring straight ahead in astonishment, the bandit couldn't believe that he had just referred to a living elf as a doll. Immediately afterward, Kin started coughing, processing the fact that the elven princess coveted by humans and demons alike for millennia, had been reduced to a simple doll, then felt delighted about it. Looking forward, the killer finally realized that this, it turned out, was the protagonist's biggest weakness, and everything finally made sense to her. Happily watching the Demon King, the pink-haired girl thought the noble elf princess had become a doll for the master to play with at will. He looked indifferent, yet she believed his heart burned with incredible passion, making everything very sexy. She suddenly started crying from embarrassment, resolving to find a way to become a woman like that to win Mer Xiao's favor. The white-haired couple noticed they had acquired another souvenir. Taking out a winged magic ball, the robber offered it as a gift. Immediately afterward, the protagonist looked on admiringly at a demon projection that spoke using typical villainous catchphrases. The Demon King flashed a wide smile, remarking that he was quite curious about the object, and planned to modify it into an overly dramatic door alarm. The protagonist, seated comfortably, agreed to accept the goods since they weren't required elsewhere. King generously insisted he take everything. Brushing aside the protagonist's protests about having nothing to offer in return, the protagonist assured him it was fine and there was no need to be so polite. At this point, Seal opened her eyes, realizing she was merely a bargaining chip in this bizarre negotiation with the Demon King. Staring at the ceiling of the apartment, the elf princess wondered what this thing was that somehow held more value than she did, and why her allies were betraying their own race. Suddenly, Jiao asked loudly if they had run out of fried chicken. King grinned, noting that Seal was exceptionally strong. Pulling a high-grade salt-baked chicken from his inventory, the protagonist offered it to them as a gift, which they gratefully accepted. Seal, hearing this, opened her mouth wide in shock, believing her own princess status had been traded for poultry. The aroma of the dish wafted over to her. The elf princess immediately began to salivate, admitting to herself that it smelled absolutely delicious. Lying on the table, Seal tried to remind herself that taste wasn't the point. She was now in the clutches of the Demon King, and she needed a serious escape plan. Kim then said goodbye to Zhao, stating they were going to continue leveling up and wished them luck until next time. With that, the white-haired individual left the manor. Obera and Lu approached from behind, asking what was happening, and the bandit expressed relief at their return. Looking ahead seriously, the shooter explained that the war was divided into two parts, and they were responsible for preparing a surprise attack from the rear. The healer Riley commented that the enemy would certainly be surprised. The brown-haired girl smiled broadly, declaring that she had used her recent earnings to purchase a very nice symmetry plot, ensuring that even if the Demon King executed them, they wouldn't end up as wandering ghosts. Hin looked at his companions, clarifying that the Demon King was not actually angry with them. Abura spun around suddenly, declaring that she would be back in just a moment. Lu grabbed her by the clothing, stopping her and telling her to keep the items, as they would undoubtedly need them eventually. The shooter looked over sharply and inquired what exactly had transpired. With a snide grin, the white-haired man said it was truly unbelievable that the valuable elven legacy they had struggled to obtain was just a doll, adding that he was so happy about it that he gave them 10 salt-baked chickens. Lu stared at him dumbfounded, asking if he was discussing new artifacts. The man replied that even being struck repeatedly by a horsetail tail couldn't make him feel anything. He pictured the intimidating Demon King in his mind. The entire group was delighted, realizing that being on the winning side was incredibly advantageous. At this point, Roland showed his empty hand while simultaneously claiming to have obtained the Elven Wisdom Stone. Everyone in the meeting room sprang from their seats, questioning what had happened and asking if Master Roland, the hope of mankind, had perhaps made a mistake. Staring dumbfounded, the man with the mustache declared he realized this was an object visible only to intelligent people. The gray-haired guy, catching on, immediately claimed he saw it, and praised Roland, calling him impressive and humanity's hope. The blonde guy stared at his empty hand in disbelief, asking how it could disappear so suddenly when it was just there. The mustachioed man, now confused, stated that it turned out these were not things only smart people could see, and his colleague asked why he hadn't spoken up sooner, while Yuli remained silent. The member of the Sky City Council looked forward menacingly, demanding an end to the trouble. He explained that since the elf princess had been resurrected, it was normal for the Wisdom Stone, which belonged to the elves, to return to her. Roland looked surprised, asking if he had mentioned that the elf princess was currently pointing a camera at the Demon King's residence, and that he was constantly watching the monster's every move. The council members, using a magical eye, constated that Roland was quite the actor. The blonde boy looked ahead with a disgruntled expression, insisting that the elf princess had exploded in front of him and could not be healed or resurrected in any way. Julius rose from his seat, confirming the truthfulness of the boy's statement. The member of the Heavenly Sea Council stood before his colleagues and explained there were only two possibilities in such a scenario. Either Roland had deceived them, or he had fallen under the Demon King's influence during his initial visit. Abruptly looking away, the priest admitted he could offer no counter-argument. Suddenly, he looked back forward again upon hearing that another possibility existed. A moment later, dark energy began to emanate from the people in the meeting room. With a furious expression, Julius declared that Roland had betrayed them all. Xiao continued to lie on the table, convinced that these people had truly abandoned her and left. She then bit her lip in fear. At that moment, the Demon King approached her, noting that they were finally alone. Frowning intensely with fright, the elf princess realized that he had known she was awake and knew exactly what he would do to her. Releasing her internal energy from her hands, Seal prepared to fight, knowing full well she stood no chance against the Demon King. Suddenly, the Demon King placed his hand on her head, gently stroking her hair. He told her not to be afraid, saying they were the only two present and assuring her that no one would hurt her. With a joyful expression, Seal realized his words were kind and gentle. As she finally opened her eyes, she was startled to realize the source of a strange warmth was the Demon King himself. She found herself in a massive apartment shared with the protagonist, and a moment later, she used her True Vision Eye Elf passive skill to detect Jiao's obvious malevolent aura. At the same time, the Demon King abruptly jumped backward in sheer terror as Seal suddenly transformed into a small, doll-like figure. The newly miniaturized Seal declared she was still very frightened, and asked why she had shrunk and changed shape so drastically. Simultaneously, a man entered the meeting room of the Heavenly City. Julius looked ahead menacingly, stating that the second potential reason for their trouble might be that this man had committed high treason against them. Roland stared blankly ahead, completely unable to believe the shocking accusation he had just heard. Immediately afterward, the member of the Heavenly City Council simply raised his hand in a dismissive gesture. In that same instant, beams of crimson energy appeared on the right side of the room, and identical rays were also observed originating from the left periphery. Moments later, the blonde guy was found shackled inside a familiar barrier, which thoroughly frightened him. The priest stared ahead in shock and chose to remain silent. The men on the Heavenly City Council were also extremely confused. Uxie stared in wide-eyed wonder at the scene unfolding before her, completely speechless. A man in a business suit who entered the meeting room declared the accusation impossible, arguing that Roland was humanity's hope. He was fated to defeat the Demon King alongside the other players, so betrayal simply wasn't an option for him. At that exact moment, a forceful blow of red energy slammed directly into the protesting man. The guy who witnessed the event was astonished. Moments later, the man who was hit slammed hard into the nearest wall. System interference, caused by Agent 7, began to appear around him immediately. Just behind the guy in the business suit, a glitching system notification window flickered into existence. At this point, Julius was aiming his pistol directly forward. The men in the Heavenly City Council looked ahead in surprise, while Puxie and her colleague also turned away in astonishment, completely bewildered by the events. The single gun in Julius' hand was magically enhanced. People claimed it was an S+ level artifact given by God, specifically belonging to the number 3 Demon Slayer. As they observed the man in the business suit, the one surrounded by system interference, the members of the Sky City Council realized that this specific artifact could borrow power from the creator, God Muxie. Agent 7 stared ahead without emotion as people commented that absolutely no one would be able to withstand the incredible power of his energy. A moment later, the man in the business suit bowed deeply, confessing that everything he had previously stated was true. Julius grinned mischievously, finding this outcome far more preferable. Roland gritted his teeth in displeasure, unable to believe what was actually happening right in front of him. Suddenly, a member of the Sky City Council aimed his gun directly at the blonde fellow. Julius maintained his aim, while his colleague questioned if this was truly an appropriate action. Staring menacingly ahead, the council member declared that emergencies required extraordinary measures, and now that the situation was out of control, they had to resort to more extreme methods. Then he pulled the trigger, explaining that whether the man was a traitor or not would be revealed by inspecting his underlying code. The narrative suddenly shifted to the cat, which was staring forward in surprise and meowing loudly. At this time Chow ran toward the exit, and noticed the feline. Looking at his pet, the Demon King clarified that he was genuinely asking where the cat was going, explaining that he intended to go and evaluate the doll. Holding the reincarnated elf princess in his hands, the protagonist stated he didn't know why, but no matter what he did, he couldn't get her to look like an adult. He worried she might be damaged and wanted to visit the store for advice. Upon hearing his words, I was extremely touched by the genuine concern reflected in his attitude. Cho closed the door behind him, instructing the pet to be a good boy, guard the house, and prevent the wicked mice from sneaking inside. Suddenly, the Demon King perceived movement, or an entity directly behind him. In that moment, dark, menacing clouds materialized in the sky. The protagonist looked up in astonishment, asking why the clouds were suddenly so incredibly dark. His face, a blank canvas of confusion, suggested he'd just realized the sky might drop buckets, not just sprinkle. Cho, unfurling his trusty umbrella, declared his foresight a stroke of genius, clearly proud of his meteorological prowess. Meanwhile, Julius leveled his firearm, curious if someone else fancied a showdown, while Archbishop Puxi, a noble guardian, shielded the captive Roland from any looming threats. The Heavenly City Councilman, brandishing his fantastical firearm at the lady, ventured that she, like himself, was surely a champion of their grand conflict, a notion she readily confirmed. Her gaze drifting, the Archbishop found her mind awash with tantalizing level A4 recollections, pondering that victory would undeniably cement her as the undisputed primary combatant. Pux's eyes dropped, realizing that God-infused Demon Slayer, despite its touted supremacy, was merely a strong card, not a winning hand against the Demon King, a truly daunting opponent. Gazing at the incarcerated golden-haired gentleman, the snowy, maned woman posited that success would utterly transform their predicament, then courteously inquired about his personal feelings on the matter. Suddenly, her hand forming a tight fist, the Archbishop, having agreed to unleash a conflict, constant she had personally witnessed the Demon King's immense power, yet she firmly believed the sole wielder of the Demon Slayer weapon possessed the might to oppose him. Thus she volunteered to engage in combat herself, intent on demonstrating their profound foolishness with her own formidable abilities. After absorbing those words, Julius simply maintained a formidable, silent stare, apparently letting his stern gaze do all the talking. As he selected his firearm, the logic of it clicked into place, and Puxi, ever efficient, announced her immediate departure. The Sky City Councilman waved dismissively, declaring the matter settled, which prompted a skeptical Roland to inquire if he was truly serious. Julius, tucking his weapon into his jacket, and announced his personal rendezvous with the Demon King, a grand display to reveal humanity's genuine salvation. Staring blankly ahead, the fair-haired fellow pleaded against creating further chaos, cautioning that the Demon King was far more complicated than a mere puzzle box. With an assured snap of his fingers, the esteemed Sky City Councilor declared he would personally verify this particular assertion, no doubt with dramatic flair. A surprise portal whisked the priest away, Julius casually telling him to just expect good news. Roland vanished from the room, and Julius, beaming with confidence, declared this development splendid, commanding preparations for a fight against the Demon King. Meanwhile, the mall flared with purple energy, and the Sky City Councilor ordered every gaming service, from shops to trading posts, to lock down the safe zone. A merchant player, quite perplexed, gaped at the window's purple gleam as Julius continued, asserting all non-player characters must be promptly removed. He observed the heart-shaped tower, noting the barrier needed deactivation, though he mused it made little difference whether it was on or off. Above, a colossal gun in the sky extended its barrel, drawing gasps from street dwellers at the enormous spaceship hovering there. Julius announced the number 3+ Demon Slayer was primed for firing. Puxi, ever the inquisitive one, asked if he was disabling the safe zone, to which Julius, turning, wondered what else could be done when the shopping district had practically become the Demon King's new address. The Archbishop simply nodded, agreeing there was no choice. With a cunning grin, the white-haired woman found this strategy quite serious, envisioning all would proceed perfectly if they triumphed. Julius then peered out, spotting the soldiers gathering below, instructing them to follow. Finally, glancing down, the council member stressed that even if the Demon King couldn't be vanquished, the elf absolutely had to be brought back. Yuli, her gaze elsewhere, swiftly issued another directive: get the media involved, pronto. As a city-wide error message glowed on every single screen, he clarified that this was merely a clever precursor to initiating a global live broadcast. With a formidable stare into the distance, the Heavenly City Councilman asserted that the entire globe deserved a front row seat to witness the true essence of hope. A rather blunt closed sign greeted the man at the store's entrance, a sight that left him utterly flabbergasted. Xiao, wide-eyed with bewilderment, internally protested that such an occurrence was utterly impossible, a blatant affront to reality. His expression unreadable, he calmly hypothesized that perhaps a spontaneous public holiday was the cause of all this commotion. He then observed the panicked throng hurtling down the thoroughfare, screaming dire warnings about needing to flee or face Demise. The Demon King, observing with a puzzled expression, pondered that perhaps everyone, due to the holiday, simply yearned for a quick getaway. Concurrently, a fellow in a grey pullover stared quizzically at our hero, explaining the safe zone was caput, and immediate flight was imperative, a revelation that struck the protagonist as utterly astonishing. After hearing this, Xiao, his gaze now filled with a strange admiration, pondered if even divine system artifacts took coffee breaks, suggesting the game world truly boasted some impressive perks. Abruptly, a flyer landed near the Demon King, who, upon inspection, noticed that real estate values in the shopping district were plummeting faster than a Lee balloon. The protagonist, jaw practically unhinged, found it utterly inconceivable that, of all things, property values had actually plummeted. Dropping dramatically to his knees, he finally grasped the gravity of the unfolding situation. Just then, an overwhelming horde of warriors materialized behind him. Xiao whirled around, utterly startled by the approaching adversaries. Julius, his gaze stern and unwavering, observed him, declaring that their long-awaited encounter had finally arrived. The Demon King, his eyes wide with genuine alarm, inquired about the true meaning behind these ominous pronouncements. Meanwhile, the elf princess, peeking out from her cozy bag, mumbled, wondering if she dozed off yet again, only to then spot the formidable assembly of soldiers and innocently ask what on earth was going on. Bursting into sudden tears, Xiao tragically concluded that perhaps demons and humans were once more squabbling over her, hinting at the imminent, unwelcome run of a millennia-old catastrophe. Clasping the elf, containing bag firmly, the protagonist reassured her, urging her not to fret, as he was about to commence a dramatic countdown to 3, poised defiantly before an immense throng of adversaries. Xiao, with a theatrical flourish, initiated his mysterious countdown. With an admiring expression, the elf princess pondered if the Demon King was finally going to unleash his power, urging everyone else to flee, convinced they couldn't possibly prevail. For a brief moment, even Julius and his hardened warriors felt a flicker of unease as the Demon King's countdown continued. The elf princess, dramatically shutting her eyes, reflected that her very presence caused such harm to both nation and populace, rendering her entirely unworthy of mere happiness. Then, with the final tick of his dramatic countdown, the protagonist, true to form, simply turned tail and sprinted away from his baffled opponents. Once the reality finally clicked for Xiao, he became completely flustered and momentarily lost all composure. The soldier glanced at his commanding officer, questioning if continuing the chase was truly necessary, and the officer decisively called off the pursuit. Julius narrowed his intimidating eyes, muttering that this entire spectacle reeked of deception, just before he noticed something unusual. He observed Xiao abruptly tumble to the ground in the middle of the street. The warrior stared ahead with a perplexed expression, wondering aloud what the next course of action should be, which only heightened the council members' suspicion. Shortly thereafter, the Demon King found himself securely bound, shivering uncontrollably, completely bewildered as to why this predicament had befallen him. The soldier, thoroughly confused by the quick resolution, admitted he hadn't anticipated such an easy victory, to which Yuli responded with mutual astonishment. The Sky City councilman fixed a cold, hard glare on the captured target, demanding to know where the elf or the legendary wisdom stone was hidden. His subordinate stammered out that despite the capture, the target still seemed too intimidating to actually search, so they were essentially paralyzed by fear. Meanwhile, the elf princess observed the entire chaotic scene unfold while discreetly peering from behind a nearby corner. Peering from her hiding spot behind the obstacle, the elf princess couldn't comprehend why the protagonist refused to retaliate, especially given his seemingly limitless power. Simultaneously, she activated her passive skill, the Eye of True Vision, which surprisingly indicated his power level was completely unmeasurable. Staring forward in astonishment, the elf princess tried to figure out exactly what on earth his game plan was. Xiao visibly started when Yuli, positioned directly before him, addressed him by name. The Sky City councilman fixed a cold glare on him, demanding the immediate surrender of the elf. The Demon King, shocked by this sudden demand, questioned whether the elf was truly their desired objective. Maintaining a perfectly straight face, the protagonist inquired about the specific monetary offer they were prepared to make. This request rendered the soldier absolutely speechless with disbelief. Seal also gaped forward in total astonishment. Julius stared back blankly, completely unable to process why a villain would demand a fee. From her vantage point, the elf princess began to panic, questioning if he was truly serious about selling her off like a trinket. The Sky City council member stared ahead in alarm, utterly flabbergasted that this guy was attempting to sell him an elf. Julie observed Xiao, bound tightly by the rope, and found himself completely perplexed by the strange circumstances unfolding around them. With a wide grin, the protagonist recognized that the enemy's goal was actually possession of the elf doll, reflecting that a little prior communication would have saved him considerable anxiety. Leaping back in surprise, the Sky City councilman insisted the whole situation was far too unbelievable and suspicious, declaring there must be a hidden trap. Staring forward in confusion, Julius mused that a treasure this valuable possessed enough power to completely dismantle the existing global balance, making it fundamentally unsalable. He squinted ominously, deciding that whether this involved faking a capture or faking a transaction, a true con artist always gives themselves away eventually. Julius pointed an accusing finger, concluding that this individual, unlike Roland, lacked the cunning to manipulate him. Therefore, he flatly refused to offer a single copper coin. Following his declaration, a profound and uncomfortable silence settled over the entire group. Zhao calmly noted that the opponent seemed intent on getting a freebie, leaving his adversary utterly baffled by the strange slang. Pausing for just a second, the Demon King shifted his focus to the soldier positioned close beside him. The protagonist, wearing an intimidating scowl, inquired whether the soldier himself wished to purchase the elven doll. The robed figure gasped in surprise at the proposition. Suddenly the vivid and rather improper scenario flashed through his mind, causing him to instantly reject the idea. muttering to himself, "No way, stop thinking about that." Xiao maintained his serious demeanor, asking if the individual was willing to part with even a modest amount of cash. Meanwhile, countless high-tech drones filmed the spectacle from above. Citizens throughout the city watched the live feed on enormous screens plastered across various buildings. The soldier averted his gaze, nervously reciting his financial status. "My monthly income is 13 gold coins, and I currently have 430 gold coins saved. If we arrange a down payment and credit plan, I estimate I could offer roughly 200 gold coins." The Demon King stared skyward, wondering aloud if anyone could beat that surprisingly high bid, leaving everyone else stunned. This startling revelation. The soldier before him gaped like a fish out of water, utterly flummoxed. Xiao, too, registered profound astonishment at the unexpected declaration, while Julius simply gawked, convinced the fellow was merely angling for an even steeper price tag, likely preparing for a bidding war. With a threatening glare forward, the Sky City Council member questioned if this whole charade was truly being mistaken for an actual auction. A valid query swiftly undermined as the soldiers behind him erupted into a chaotic chorus, some shouting bids of 100 more, others chiming in with a sudden 500, and a few even boasting they could just fork over the full sum instantly. Julius, scowling with utter disapproval towards their antics, demanded to know precisely what sort of bizarre circus they believed they were performing. Peeking timidly from around the corner, the elven princess simply couldn't fathom that the frantic bidding had actually kicked off, a concept as unbelievable as a dragon doing needlepoint. Meanwhile, Xiao, observing the soldiers bickering like siblings over pocket money and placing boisterous bets, marveled at how he had effortlessly vaporized all their previous hostility in mere moments. The elven princess, still glued to her vantage point around the corner, continued to observe the unfolding spectacle until a sudden, cunning realization dawned upon her. Her gaze abruptly fixed upon Xiao, who was still inconveniently hog-tied with a rope, much like a mischievous, oversized sausage. Witnessing the undeniably snide cat that ate the canary grin plastered across his face, Seal instantly concluded this entire chaotic circus was undoubtedly his elaborate scheme. Aerial cameras, buzzing about like angry bees, diligently recorded every unfolding scene. The fervent bidding around Xiao quickly escalated, with wagers soaring past 2-0, much like inflation on a cosmic scale. The Demon King, wearing a grin wider than a Cheshire cat's, savored the offers now reaching 3-0, contemplating with delight that such ever-inflating prices constituted the most harmonious symphony in existence. A truly unhinged expression contorting his features, the protagonist abruptly let loose a maniacal cackle that echoed ominously, signaling either pure joy or utter madness. With a cavernous gaping maw, he bellowed an impassioned plea, or perhaps a command, for the bidders to miraculously conjure an even more exorbitant price. Just then the soldier, eyes glued to the system's notification window, informed the gentleman that the digital realm, meaning the internet itself, had also joined the chaotic bidding war, a revelation that left him utterly agape, as if he'd just seen a unicorn riding a skateboard. Stupefied, the fellow realized that his global live broadcast was, in fact, truly global, meaning every soul on Earth now witnessed the spectacle. Julius, glaring daggers ahead, indignantly scoffed that it was utterly absurd, demanding how these mere novice players could possibly grasp the true, intricate value of an elven rarity. His subordinate, sifting through a deluge of user comments, sheepishly clarified that, well, mostly they just thought she was quite attractive. The esteemed Celestial City Council member promptly plunged into a profound stupor of utter astonishment. Staring quizzically at his subordinate, he inquired with a perplexed frown where on earth these anonymous bidders managed to procure such substantial funds for the auction. The soldier, conjuring an image of countless hands stuffing currency into a communal pot, patiently clarified that they were, in fact, crowdfunding. This revelation struck the three gentlemen like a collective bolt of lightning, leaving them utterly dumbfounded by humanity's peculiar financial antics. Xiao, blinking in bewildered surprise, pondered just what in the blazes crowdfunding could possibly be, a concept entirely alien to someone who'd been snoozing for a solid millennium and was practically an antique himself. The narrative, helpfully illustrating individuals pooling their cash, clarified that crowdfunding was an investment model where participants inject capital into projects, subsequently earning a slice of the pie and certain ownership rights. A mental image formed of all the world's wealth, like a giant, shimmering river of gold, flowing into a single urban nexus, collected there in that very instant. Yulit, momentarily pleased, then snapped back to attention, barking an immediate command to yank the live broadcast offline. Gazing forward with a renewed sense of awe, Xiao mused that he hadn't merely dismantled the enemy's hostility and morale, but had, quite accidentally, managed to unite every single person on the entire globe. From her vantage point around the corner, the elven princess thoughts turned to the Demon King. Catching sight of Xiao's smug, knowing smile. She instantly recognized that he was, indeed, cut from a completely different cloth. Gazing skyward, the Demon King mused with newfound entrepreneurial glee that offloading rare artifacts plundered from the old souvenir shop was, in fact, an absolute goldmine. Especially when coupled with the flashy allure of live broadcast sales, he truly hadn't ever conceived such an outrageously lucrative enterprise existed. An abrupt wave of frenzied excitement washed over the protagonist, as he vividly pictured his mental souvenir shop, which, to be precise, was actually an ancient, crumbling ruin, and shrewdly concluded he absolutely must instruct his son to pilfer even more treasures from it. With such a scheme, it'd soon be swimming in riches, making it truly astonishing they'd stumbled upon such a unique artifact in the first place. Concurrently, the white-haired fellow, inexplicably scratching his cheek with an uncomfortable twitch, muttered that he had an odd premonition, a distinct feeling the Demon King was currently conjuring thoughts of him, while Abura, ever the inquisitive one, demanded an explanation for the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, the narrative helpfully interjected that the Premier Human Squad was presently engaged in a crucial quest to escort a rather important mechanical chicken, a heroic deed that, once accomplished, promised them a hefty 1500 XP bonus. It was then that Xiao's attention was snagged by an approaching elf doll, who, with an almost imperceptible blush, timidly looked up and inquired if he truly intended to put her on the market. At her earnest question, the Demon King's heart gave an unexpected, sudden shudder. Averting his gaze with a theatrical sigh, the protagonist gravely informed her that his sole aspiration was simply to survive this bizarre predicament, a sentiment as universally relatable as wanting a bigger slice of cake. His mind then conjured the nefarious image of the wicked Julius, who, in this mental projection, flatly refused to part with even a single copper coin. With a truly worried expression plastered across his face, Xiao then declared that if he dared to withhold the elf, they'd undoubtedly resort to brute force and simply pilfer her. Staring at him with wide-eyed astonishment after processing his rationale, the elven princess queried why he wouldn't, for goodness sake, simply put up a fight. Turning his gaze back to her, the Demon King sagely elucidated that violence, much like a rapidly multiplying bad habit, only ever begets more utterly excessive violence. To drive his point home, he then mentally pictured Yuli, accompanied by his enthusiastic band of cronies, enthusiastically administering a thorough beating to him purely for the audacity of resistance. Gazing forward with admiration, the Demon King, Xiao, profoundly mused that violence, much like a poorly timed joke, invariably just begot more violence. Meanwhile, the elven princess, picturing countless demon versus human clashes in her own mind, realized that this one eloquent statement perfectly clarified why the entire world remained tragically trapped in endless war. Suddenly bursting into tears of pure joy, she wholeheartedly believed that he yearned to personally end the millennia-long saga of conflict with his very own hands. Gazing at Xiao's knowing smile, the elven princess decided that even as the Demon King, his evident mercy amounted to sheer, unadulterated greatness. Right before him, the little doll unexpectedly began to utter words. With a surprisingly sullen visage, Xiao put forth the radical idea that he might, in fact, genuinely fashion a world utterly devoid of bloodshed. Upon hearing such a bold statement, the Demon King peered at her in astonishment, electing to simply remain uncharacteristically mute. Gazing fondly at the diminutive elf doll, Xiao remarked that she possessed an undeniable cuteness, to which the doll earnestly replied that she would readily undertake any feat necessary to achieve such a peaceful existence. In a flash, the Demon King swiveled sideways, his attention immediately snatched away by an announcement of a 400 gold bid, whilst Xiao then added that she would appreciate receiving something. Simultaneously, the elven princess was quite literally unleashing her verdant, mysterious energy, a rather magical display. Concurrently, the soldier, completely unfazed, droned on, broadcasting the imminent close of the 400 gold bid over the surprisingly robust loudspeaker. Moments later, the official hoisted Julia's hand, proclaiming congratulations for his victory in securing the coveted swamp at its highest, rather astonishing price. The Sky City Council member, scowling, realized he'd still go through with the auction to keep the elf smarts in his pocket, though his grandstand against the world had already cost him a fortune, ironically making him a legend. Glancing at his hand, Julius mused that securing the elf meant controlling the council and the world, a victory he could almost taste. Feeling quite smug, handing over a pouch of coins to the main guy, Julius got pop up saying the deal was a no-go. Peeking up, the council member saw a system alert explaining the elf was soul-bound to Xiao and thus unsellable, which was a bit of a bummer. Julius gave a rather intense downward glance. Meanwhile, Seal, perched on the demon lord's arm, chattered away in her native tongue, finishing with an elvish phrase, leaving the council member utterly bewildered by the sheer power radiating from her. The elf princess, with a polite bow to the protagonist, announced their contract was sealed, making him her official master from that moment on. With a look that screamed oops, my bad, Xiao pleaded with his brother for mercy, claiming he had no idea things would go down like this. After the whole kerfuffle, Julius was steaming, demanding to know how his brother dared to pull such a prank on him. The Demon King waved his hands dismissively, insisting he was genuinely clueless and begged to be heard out. Gazing at the elf perched on his noggin, the protagonist figured she was the one to clear up this whole mess. Seal, with an innocent shrug, explained that once the deed was done, there was no undoing it, so he might as well accept his fate rather than pine away. The elf princess, spreading her hands, added that frankly, older chaps like him weren't her cup of tea, and Zhao blinked, realizing that wasn't the point at all. A beat later, Julius pointed his magic blaster, declaring he'd had quite enough. As a massive spaceship loomed overhead, the council member announced that if he had anything to say, now was his final chance. Immediately, energy began to build at the cannon's tip, while a cat, Groon, paused, its attention snagged by the colossal ship. Simultaneously, in the control room, a hand gesture signaled Rotor that, and a colossal shadow engulfed the city as a voice announced the Demon Slayer 3+ was primed for launch, aiming for a safe zone near a warehouse, leaving city dwellers gaping and wondering if they were the intended target. With enough juice loaded into the barrel, Julius proclaimed, "Too late now." Reaching for the button, a fellow in a suit announced the imminent launch sequence. A moment later, the cat hopped onto his arm and, pushed the button. In that instant, the suited gent stared at his furry accomplice in utter shock, his jaw dropping as the realization hit him like a ton of bricks. The cat, with a stern glare, declared that perhaps aiming unfamiliar contraptions at people's homes wasn't the brightest idea. Both stared in bewildered silence at the control panel upon hearing the power up hum. The feline companion turned away, saying nothing. Suddenly looking back at the suited chap, he inquired if perhaps that button was meant to be pressed. Just as a colossal cannon on the spaceship roared to life, panic erupted amongst the populace, with cries of "It's all over." A colossal scarlet energy beam descended, accompanied by a declaration that the city was doomed. Abruptly, everything caught in the beam's path came to a standstill. Julius snapped his head to the side, questioning if things had indeed stopped. As the crimson energy attack began to fade, the Heavenly City Council member observed that not only had it halted, but something else entirely was unfolding, noticing the beam that had fired from the colossal vessel. In a bizarre reversal, a truly enormous amount of crimson energy began to flow back into the barrel of the weapon. The feline, sitting casually in the control room, effortlessly vacuumed up every last bit of the energy for itself. Agent 7 stared in disbelief, questioning how this was even remotely possible. He just watched in astonishment as a household pet absorbed an absolutely colossal amount of red, potentially dangerous energy. He proclaimed dramatically that this so-called creator power was absolutely the most potent and superior force in existence. In the end, the cat simply swallowed the final remnants of the powerful energy, as if finishing a snack. The cat then hopped onto the table next to the control panel, rubbing its stomach contentedly. The pet remarked that the energy was surprisingly delicious, almost exactly like the premium cat food provided by its owner. The man in the sharp business suit stared wide-eyed in utter bewilderment, completely unable to accept that a catastrophic power source could possibly resemble the flavor profile of canned kitty food. Suddenly rising onto its back legs, the feline demanded an apology, its face contorted into an expression of intense fury as it explained that while destroying the entire city might be tolerable, trying to destroy its personal residence was highly offensive. Following the cat's words, Agent 7 was absolutely terrified. Collapsing onto the floor in fear, the suited man demanded to know what sort of creature he was and why he possessed creator-level abilities. The pet gave a sly grin and declared that the agent should worry less about the cat and focus on what kind of person his owner was, because he was just a simple house cat. Just then, a gigantic monster resembling a cat appeared directly behind the small pet. The cat casually explained that it had been carefully raised by its owner specifically to defend their home. Upon processing this information, Agent 7 was utterly flabbergasted. The colossal space cannon, once brimming with power, now contained absolutely nothing more than a few specks of dust. Unexpectedly, an unidentified explosion occurred, causing a brilliant flash of light to illuminate the heavens above the cityscape. Citizens below looked up, asking what exactly had happened, and if they should be worried about potential danger. Gazing upwards in astonishment, the man recognized that this wasn't an explosion after all. Watching the huge multitude of lights dispersing in every direction, the guy determined that it was actually a spectacular fireworks display. At that precise moment, Agent 7 was rapidly plummeting towards the ground, completely enveloped by the falling wreckage of the spacecraft. The cat gracefully navigated between the falling pieces of debris. It abruptly spun around and saw Roland, completely imprisoned within a glowing magical barrier. Upon seeing him, Roland stared ahead in utter astonishment. The pet grinned mischievously before casually waving its finger. Immediately, the barrier holding the priest disintegrated completely. Roland, maintaining a serious expression, questioned the circumstances that led to his release. The cat immediately performed a swift leap over the large sections of debris from the shattered spacecraft. Roland continued to silently track the cat's movement with his eyes. Meanwhile, the city residents were enjoying the colorful fireworks display, remarking on how much stuff seemed to be falling out of the sky. When they finally saw the immense volume of debris plummeting from the sky, they were utterly bewildered, wondering how fireworks could possibly be constructed from solid steel. One astonished man ran forward, shouting that everyone would be crushed if it fell, urging his friend to look up. Roland then unleashed a powerful surge of energy, completely disintegrating all the wreckage. The man declared Roland the world's savior, glowing amidst the fiery explosions. The blonde individual skillfully brandished his blade while the crowd cheered, saying he was crushing all the falling metal. After a brief moment, the priest touched down on the ground, and the surrounding crowd immediately began praising him, declaring that he had saved their lives, and was truly the hope of all humanity. Roland attempted to step forward, but was instantly engulfed on all sides by people expressing overwhelming gratitude, saying they would have surely perished without his intervention and calling him their beacon of hope. Pushing his hands away from the throng, the priest chuckled, trying to explain that he hadn't truly done anything noteworthy, while the people simultaneously begged him for guidance on finding the true path. Suddenly, Roland noticed something off to the side, on the balcony of a nearby building. He spotted the red cat. The pet smirked mischievously, informing Roland that the back scratcher he had provided last time was exceptionally comfortable. Roland, staring in astonishment, listened to the feline's words of thanks. The priest remained standing alone in the middle of the street while the cat explained that it had repaid him for the gift. After processing all the recent events, Roland couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He looked away in deep confusion, completely unable to understand the cause of such an intense atmosphere. Julius discharged his pistol at Xiao, who was standing right in front of him. Staring blankly at his weapon, the Sky City Council member questioned if Fighter 3 had somehow transformed into a tiny wire pistol, noting that the agreement stated the release energy was supposed to rewrite objects in the game world, restoring them to their original condition. Gazing ahead in disbelief, he considered that the true power resided in the 3+ fighter. Even though this was only a mini version, it absolutely shouldn't be so ineffective, leaving him bewildered about the current situation. Meanwhile, a massive series of explosions began detonating above his head. Yuli quickly turned back around and yelled something about the Fighter 3+. Some big shot from floating parliaments stared at confusing disco flickers above. Glaring ahead, he wondered if his weapon had just turned into a festive sparkler. Right then, Hell's big boss gently rested a friendly palm upon that man's trembling shoulder. Wearing sour pouts, our hero grumbled that squirt pistols aren't for murder even if business fails. Since he matured, though honestly, he felt spooked plus fairly grumpy. Gaping at celestial light shows, Xiao pondered why mobs gathered just to splash him, never expecting party vibes today. Even if colors seemed pretty, Julius stood frozen, realizing their legendary system. Tear cannon became a glorified Roman candle, wobbling on weak legs. The councilman noticed vibes were actually quite jolly. Then, our lead guy snatched that thing using bare mitts. Simultaneously, Julius gawked in that direction with a stunned expression. Flashing cheeky smirks, Xiao teased that despite his patience, such pranks were pushing boundaries. Hovering over urban officials, that Sky Monarch pointed out the fellow was a real jerk, mentioning getting smacked is common for such stunts, and if he weren't so exhausted, a fist fight would happen right now, before asking what occurs when being scary. Guys, Julius loudly announced, his ears caught every single word. Meanwhile, hellish crews peered down from skyscrapers, plus Babylon noted their overlord rushed toward saving them. Beaming with delight, Belial realized she was ready to die for her boss, while snowy-haired lasses marveled at Infernal Monarch's flawless profits. Underworld gangs cheered, calling it mind-blowing, since he snagged Delvin treasures, crushed elites, wrecked human super weapons, broke spirits, plus used spicy mixes of pity and terror to keep everyone in line. Suddenly, every single person whipped their heads around to peer at nearby alleys. He locked stunned eyes onto tower tops, while the fellow just stared upwards, losing his voice entirely. Out of nowhere, elven princesses perched on his noggin asked their lord if something lurked there, and he muttered it was probably just imagination. Looking over at the lady, the Dark Lord mentioned that after finalizing the pact, he was off to his lair. Looking quite bewildered, Seal questioned whether she was invited to tag along. Grinning like loons, the hero figured since she stuck like glue, he might as well take her. So she nodded happily, staring at tiny toys upon his scalp. Shaw mentioned he hated moochers and asked if she produced anything sellable like magical eggs, but the princess said she lacked such biology while he checked if she could at least vacuum. Grunts watched that Dark Lord saunter off, wondering if chaotic vacations finally ended. Veterans gaped in disbelief, as lead guys warned that otherwise, sanctuaries would collapse, money would lose flavor, and they would all end up broke. Pivoting on heels, that guard informed his superior it was time for clearing out. Currently, Julius remained down upon muddy soil. Bursting into tears, high bureaucrats decided gambling with life was a bad idea, and begged for mercy. Observing him with looks of pure revulsion, fighters realized that man tuned everyone out. Meanwhile, townscapes bathed in orange glows of dusk, plus troops pondered what if and then. The story switched to Julia holding a tiny forest spirit, clarifying that viral streams ended with him capturing prizes. Scenes jumped to dudes nearing crash to foes, though it turns out internet trolls were just speculating, as actual outcomes involved wrecked Tier 3 ships. Glancing away, Agent 7 announced debris was located, staring ahead with holy intensity, but Archbishop ordered cleanup crews to haul junk away so she could give almighty status updates regarding this mess. Then cameras caught Julia getting arrested, revealing phony politicians who won bidding wars never got their elves, and as the main troublemaker, he was dragged back to clouds to face judges. Whilst Cost looked confused at flyers saying rent was still tanking, he complained about lack of inflation, while news broke that first human crusades against bosses failed miserably, leading to loud celebrations. Currently, Babylon wore wicked smirks, claiming they were helpless to change things. Following chaos, many folks ran away, and Belial questioned status of warehouse harbors since Dark Lords officially planted flags there. Roland sat inside his flat, mulling over recent disasters, while narratives hinted another soul felt equally miserable. The blonde man's entire body quivered with profound distaste. As he grasped the humiliating truth, he owed his survival to the Demon King's household pet. The narrative shifted dramatically to Roland's sterile apartment, where he stood in the center of the room, consumed by self-pity over the whole cat rescue situation. The priest clenched his jaw in disgust, confirming this was perhaps the most utterly mortifying experience of his life. He kept replaying the memory of Baal, standing atop the ship's wreckage, casually snapping his fingers, and Roland hated that he couldn't escape the image of his enemy saving him. Naturally, the image of a ridiculously cheerful orange tabby immediately flashed across his mind. Clenching his fist over his heart, the blonde man mentally shouted for a reality check. The priest shuddered in frustration, lecturing himself that this creature was a servant of the world's greatest evil, and he needed to recall every single atrocious act and dark deed committed by the Demon King's forces. As the image of Baal on the wreckage resurfaced, Roland's mind reluctantly admitted that the entire local population owed their lives exclusively to that demonic feline. The blonde man's face turned beet red with shame as he theorized that, just perhaps, this creature was actually a rather kind-hearted and decent cat. Roland began banging his head against the wall, lamenting that a moment of reflection only made the situation seem more absurd. He sternly reminded himself of his mission as humanity's beacon, leading players to destroy demons, and decided he absolutely could not let this creature confuse him. Just then, an agent appeared at his apartment door, holding a parcel, which immediately caused the blonde man to look over with intense suspicion. The delivery man in the tailored suit was completely taken aback by the priest's intensely scrutinizing expression. As he took the gift box, the priest activated every available defensive spell: inflexibility, magical protection, universal attribute boosts, and magic resistance. He lectured himself on merely being careless, insisting that in the fight against demons, one should never, ever, let down their guard. He suddenly spotted an attached letter lying on the box, and suspiciously asked if the package originated from the safe zone in front of the warehouse. Roland began reading Xiao's note, which thanked him and claimed he was the very first person to ever extend a helping hand, leaving Xiao at a loss for how to properly thank him. The blonde man opened the box to find a small kitten inside, finishing the note where the Demon King hoped he would appreciate the present. The priest immediately shivered in response to the overwhelming adorableness. Immediately afterward, Roland closed the front door, paused, and started breathing heavily in confusion. The priest mentally pictured a massive nighttime metropolis, wondering how anyone could stand living there. At that very moment, Xiao received a notification on her smartphone. Grinning widely, Xiao thought that brother Roland had probably just received his package. He placed the towel on the hanger, explaining he would leave it there, and Xiao, relaxing in the water, thanked him. Sitting in the middle of a large hot tub, the demon princess observed the Demon King's gentle and caring nature. Blushing, she reflected that this Demon King was truly unique, possessing both immense strength and remarkable nobility. Glancing down abruptly, Xiao remembered the prophecy foretelling that humanity would ultimately emerge victorious. A sudden thought struck her that this kind of affection should never be permitted. Immediately afterward, the elf princess pictured Roland, whom she considered an unscrupulous raider, Qin, who had sold his loot for food, and Julia, whom she judged to be merely a nasty old man. She concluded that rather than letting the world fall to such individuals, something different had to occur. Clenching her hand into a fist, she thought that if humanity truly lacked a single good person, it might be better to let the Demon King take charge, potentially altering the future and ending the war. Standing in the luxurious hot tub, Xiao decided to lend her elven wisdom to help him accomplish this. Approaching the bathroom exit, the elf princess considered whether a union of their races, possibly through offspring, could bring about peace and love. Yet, she acknowledged that such a unilateral decision was ill-advised, so she should ask her master before taking any action. Suddenly Belial appeared behind her, calling out to the new arrival. Belial fixed a menacing stare in front of her, cautioning Xiao against doing anything unnecessary. Hearing this, Xiao spun around in alarm. Babylon then approached, explaining there were certain house rules, so Xiao shouldn't hold them responsible for not sharing them sooner. The elf princess, looking genuinely frightened, couldn't believe these intimidating figures were subordinates of the Demon King. Staring at the girls behind her, Xiao realized that a closer look revealed they were S-class demons with power levels well into 3-digit territory. Faced with the fierce glares of the two devils, the elf princess couldn't figure out what was happening. After all, they radiated a truly dangerous aura, unlike the surprisingly gentle Demon King. Standing there in the hot tub, Xiao began to panic, wondering if they would defy the Demon King's wishes and lynch her, perhaps even taking her elven stone of wisdom despite her recent decision to help their master. Placing her hand on the elf princess's shoulder, the devil informed her that she should have thought about this sooner. While the Demon King might be kind, all his subordinates were bloodthirsty demons who were incredibly jealous of her elven people's strength. Trembling in terror, the girl didn't know what to do. If she fought back, the Demon King would disapprove, but if she didn't resist, she would definitely be annihilated. Belial stared at her in obvious displeasure, telling her not to assume that just because their master exempted her from household chores or cutting horns for sale, she was suddenly the most important girl in the house. Babylon concurred, asking Xiao not to take herself quite so seriously. Upon hearing this, Seal turned around, utterly astonished. Thinking to herself, she noted that the phrase sounded exactly like something a side character would say in a third-rate Mary Sue comic book. The violet-haired devil, crossing her arms over her chest, recounted her struggle, explaining that while chasing her master, she had eaten rotten apples, been killed by hateful humans, and found it challenging to return. The white-haired girl quickly added that regardless of their noble nature, they were forced to act like small household pets, pretending to be amiable toward these ugly and selfish people. Belial abruptly jumped out of the water, asking if Xiao had any idea how much they were paying their master and just how difficult the situation really was, a question that even caused Babylon to blink in surprise. Suddenly blushing, the violet-haired devil confessed she was doing all sorts of strange activities for the Demon King, while Seal chimed in that it was difficult to assess, and the white-haired girl questioned why she looked so gleeful. Blushing fiercely, the elf princess finally realized exactly what the devil was talking about. Trembling a bit from sheer fright, the elven princess declared this was the situation at hand, mistakenly believing the whole thing was rather straightforward. Picturing the old, crumbling structures in her head, Seal suspected the path to tranquility the demon ruler chose was proving quite a thorny ordeal. Envisioning Xiao clasping Roland's hand, she mused she ought to be pleasant without being walked over, and courteous without ditching her own kind. Reclining amidst a massive, steaming bath, the dainty elf reasoned this bizarre escapade was perilous enough to challenge even a triple-digit demon. Yet she'd been terribly unwary. Bless her heart. Gazing thoughtfully ahead, Seal figured it was all thanks to the supreme might and cleverness the demon sovereign flaunted that she'd let her guard down. A sudden jolt of understanding jolted the elven princess, leading her to conclude that baby-making discussions needed a serious time. Out for Mal. She stayed submerged, perfectly silent, while Babylon curiously inquired why she'd clammed up, and Belial pointed out she wasn't even bothering to look at them. Launching herself out of the water like a startled dolphin, the porcelain-haired lass demanded if they thought she was looking down her nose at them, adding she was about to administer a swift smack to their haughty behinds. By channeling her internal mojo with a bit more gusto, Belial announced they would soon witness the gulf and how hard each of them was trying. Then she fixed an intensely hostile glare right where she was looking. Instantly thereafter, the violet-tressed fiend whipped out a punch, directing the fiery projectile straight toward the elf. Abruptly, Seal dipped low, claiming she was still ignorant about many things, so from this moment forth, she'd have to rely on her two senior sisters for instruction. Hearing this, the devils were utterly tickled pink, and Belial cheekily asked if she'd actually addressed her as sister, while Babylon chimed in that she'd never been so honored before. Placing a hand over her heart, the purple-man Damon requested her sibling to enlighten her on what wisdom to impart. With a deep, respectful dip, the princess of the Wood Elves remarked that while she once faced utter annihilation, standing opposite her older female relations, Seal confessed she awoke totally alone in some weird spot. Even though she committed to serving the esteemed Mr. Xiao, yet she hadn't a clue about domestic duties or the local customs. With keyless eyes, the elven royal pleaded with her two siblings to tutor her on appropriate conduct, fearing that one wrong step would lead to her ejection and subsequent solitude. Following her sincere outpouring, it was as if Cupid himself had launched a volley of affectionate arrows straight at the infernal ladies. Sporting a slightly flustered visage, Belial conceded the poor dear was utterly helpless, and that only they seemed capable of lending assistance. Glancing toward her companion, Babylon agreed this assessment was likely spot on. Tapping her own chest with a pointed finger, the snowy-haired lass proclaimed that if any troubles arose henceforth, the elf simply needed to speak up and shoot off a rock, solid backing, before proudly declaring her designation, level 101, and identifying herself as one of the 7 exalted rulers of the heavens. Whittling his digits in concentration, he deduced that her unique talent involved shape-shifting, and she particularly enjoyed morphing into forms that were larger, sturdier, and significantly more commanding. Looking intently ahead, Belial announced her formal title, revealing herself as the crowned leader, the premier among the 7 celestial monarchs, possessing the gift of clairvoyance, and being the very first high-ranking Fin to gain knowledge of the demon sovereign's existence, looks, and lair, plus being the sole one privy to the ancient prophecy. While a crimson feline perched outside on a branch, the purple-haired minion noted this furry guard was keeping watch for the heir apparent to the throne, being linked to the king and having vanquished the 3+ warrior. Placing a hand on her thigh, Belial clarified that often, by the sovereign's command, they assumed the guise of paltry, low-level critters, while Babylon affirmed the grand scheme involved sneaking into the human populace and dismantling it from within for the demon king's dominion. Pointing skyward, the white-haired beauty stressed she only needed to nail the role assigned by the demon king and adapt as needed, not stressing over the peripheral details, since their daily ration included 3 delicious biscuits, and the ruler was exceedingly generous. Gazing at the revelations with pure awe, Seal declared she grasped everything, adding that the master had correctly called her a mere plaything. Beaming whitely, the elven princess offered profound thanks to her new kin for their mentorship, stating that if it suited them, she'd henceforth consider them genuine level 1 sisters. The devils just stared silently at their hands. Thereupon, they extended their hands towards her, wholeheartedly embracing the proposal. With radiant joy illuminating her features, Seal proposed they collaborate fiercely for the master's grand vision, namely fabricating a planet utterly devoid of conflict. The devils regarded her admiringly, and assented to work together to fully eradicate humankind in service of the demon sovereign's lofty aims. A tawny, colored kitty lurking outside was quietly observing the group of soon-to-be bosom buddies. Posing with an air of self-satisfaction, the small creature mentally asserted that, regardless of the outcome, he remained his master's absolute favorite. The young woman touched her cheek thoughtfully, a notion surfacing that she ought to recall precisely how the maid used to attend to his needs previously. She held freshly laundered garments, and the male protagonist blinked at the sustenance in surprise while a faint glow enveloped the bedside area. Flora suddenly started sprouting with impressive, rapid growth. Seal shifted her focused sight-ways for a moment. A notification popped up confirming she had earned a B-rank designation, something called a fuel remnant, which greatly pleased the central character. As their vehicle advanced, a passing thought suggested the demon overlord was likely just chilling and waiting to expire, though the truth was he had amassed staggering might for the impending clash. Holding the character sheets in his grasp, the gentleman announced this was the current intel on the king's subordinate forces. His eyes widened significantly, confirming the details, causing his companion to inquire what had noticed, to which he replied had uncovered something important. Raising a finger, the young man enthusiastically pointed out the cutest feline, leading the officer to counter that perhaps they ought to maintain a bit more sobriety, as this wasn't a trivial matter for jokes. Wiveling his head, he added that Belial arrived first, carried the most substantial influence, and currently inhabited a human shell, possessing perhaps greater raw capability than Baal, a fact he confirmed was accurate, prompting the other to dismiss it as unimportant. Extending a digit again, the fellow insisted that yes, this freshly arrived elven princess shouldn't be taken lightly either, especially following her debut. The demon ruler's disposition was noticeably brighter, seemingly abandoning any current plans for global incineration. The car veered, and a snippet of conversation drifted about his assessment. It's merely chance. No, what his concluding sounds quite sensible. He grasped it. Turning his gaze aside, the young man admitted there remained one mystery he couldn't unravel, noting rumors that mutant activity spiked higher after the elf made her appearance. Clutching the survey forms, he further observed that the elf's rank was merely in the double digits, contrasting sharply with the king's 4-digit standing. Mr. Rowland pondered that perhaps, with her help, vanquishing the monarch might actually become achievable. Staring through the glass, the clerk heard that elven magic could tip the balance of destiny, so he joked that such classified intel was way above his pay grade. Arching a brow, he mused that even freaky mutants weren't immune to that elven charm, which forced every living creature to play follow the leader. The ride halted while they reminded themselves to stay focused on the mission, which was basically babysitting the demon lord at the local grocery store. They lurked while he browsed the aisles, waited for his exit, checked if he wanted a lift, and acted as his personal Uber back home. The champion gasped at the massive price drops, noting that ever since Seal moved in, the cookie supply vanished faster than his dignity, making bulk flour a mandatory purchase. He scanned the shelves for goodies, grabbing a bag of powder, The lead guy noted the slight variations before recalling the elf's promise that she could handle the snacks. She squeezed her lids shut, insisting she was alright and would eventually tolerate this weird mortal cuisine. The hero cleaned her. Maiden clutched a sugary biscuit. Shutting his peepers, Zhao remarked that it was no biggie. Gripping the shopping tote, Xia wondered why the flour was missing, but he explained they were hunting for other essentials today, leaving her standing there looking totally bamboozled. They stared at the feline, realizing the dude had somehow ended up purchasing a pair of fluffy cat mattresses. Our brave lad gestured toward a fresh comforter. They shared a cheesy grin while locking eyes. Waking at the situation, the main man announced he was heading to the register to settle the tab, earning an enthusiastic thumbs up from the woman. He waved his smartphone near the payment terminal. Glancing aside, the elf calculated the bed-to-cat ratio while the girls brushed the kitty, their eyes bulging as they sensed a looming disaster, or maybe just a very hairy situation. Exiting the shop, the lead guy declared it was finally time to head back to their home base. Looming over the elderly woman, the jerk hollered for her to hand over the goods immediately. Snatching the sack, he barked that she had no use for those items anyway. Peering over his shoulder, the thug announced that their business was done and they were bouncing. Groceries were scattered across the pavement, so Xiao stood by the granny and asked if her internal organs were still in the right places. He watched her quietly while she looked down, confessing that the thief was actually her firstborn who pulled this stunt regularly. Resting on a seat, the protagonist confirmed the cash was stolen, while the granny sighed that the boy claimed he needed funds for power, leveling his combat stats just to stay alive, making him a lost cause. Shutting her eyes, she mentioned how his violent shakedowns for grocery money were terrifying. Despite her meager earnings as a low-level tailor stitching linen pouches, the hero stared in shock as she revealed the absolute worst part was when her loyal pet tried to defend her, only for her son to retaliate by dousing the poor creature in spicy hot sauce. They gawked at him in disbelief, but the lead guy noticed a notification pop up for a recurring mission. Peering at the alert, he realized these daily quests meant the poor grandmother was stuck in a loop of misery that repeated every single morning. The pup yapped at the man, clearly sensing who had the good vibes and wanting to be her shield. The elder lady sighed that the dog was unfortunately both weak and dim-witted, but Shaw promised to step in, while the elf grinned and told them to let her handle the muscle work. Glancing her way, the protagonist agreed to let her take the lead, which she acknowledged with a confident nod. The young lady started observing the animal. While she stood in the washroom, the seated granny reminisced about how she used to engage in similar antics with her late husband, prompting the hero to wonder about the details. Glancing away, she mentioned he was the one who addressed her as mistress. The hero chuckled when asked if the companion was indeed a mystical elf, giving a firm nod to confirm her magical heritage. Lifting a facial ridge, the guy queried her source of information, while the dame mentioned every local soul caught their digital transmission concerning the giveaway. Shifting her posture, the woman remarked although his profile stays hidden, society will definitely pinpoint him as a bizarre digital superstar. Resting on the seat, the old gull admitted she never figured he would drag around such a fancy maid, leaving Shaw quite puzzled by her words. She stared blankly at him for a moment. Shutting her lids, the lady noted his soft soul and honest eyes, so she decided to spill the beans. The hairy brute grabbed her palm. It suddenly hit her that this girl was top of everyone's grocery list. One slip up and she would be snatched. Panting like a goofball, the creature bragged about catching her. Gripping the elf's hands, he identified as a weird desert wolf sent by Lord Fenrir to fetch her home. Grinning like a maniac, the canine bragged that this was easy. People said the security in this supposedly safe area was absolute garbage, and they were totally right. The girl gawked in total disbelief, wondering aloud if that hairy freak was actually some canine-style genetic anomaly. The ugly thing glared at me, muttering that elves certainly live up to the hype since they are way smarter than your average boring human being. Gesturing nearby, he claimed his boss is a total legend compared to regular freaks, a true king with crazy powers. Eventually, he will replace every human and demon to rule the whole planet. That strange monstrosity sat there observing the flickering electronic media display. The fellow's ocular sensors radiated tangerine hues. That television occupied the chamber's dead center, while a loud announcement broadcasted his desperate requirement for her company. Some random news show started playing on the display. With a toothy grin, the canine detailed his mission, claiming by stealing elven intellect and power, his pack's evolution would grow completely impossible to obstruct. Gazing toward the fellow, the maiden noted anyone catching the stream ought to realize she currently serves a different boss. Chuckling, the monster wondered if she referred to that punny-feathered runt or some cranky geezer wearing a miserable pout. Wearing a grumpy face, the pointed-eared dame labeled the beast a vulgar and brainless pooch, granting him one moment to recant before she unleashed total chaos. Licking his chops, the freak asked what she could possibly do. He pointed out her annoyed face and noted she was still trapped. He wasn't stupid. He smelled his way through the dirt just to find her. With his elite nose, he sensed everything. Seal looked stressed when he teased her about being a low-level weakling with no escape plan. The hero raised a brow, wondering where this highly sought-after prize was hidden, adding with a smirk that she was definitely worth a massive fortune. Staring forward, our main guy remarked that honestly, that specific item hasn't surfaced for a very long duration. The dude glanced upward upon hearing that some person desired to perform a quick inspection. The bathroom door came into view, while a voice declared the guy was strictly forbidden from entering the ladies' room. Spreading his limbs, the hero suggested they just hang out a bit more. The wolf tugged the girl, telling her to be a good little prisoner. Once she met the big boss Fenrir, she would be hooked. The elf just glared. Out of nowhere, the dog nipped his hand. Wincing, he repeated his demand, while the pet lunged for the beast's limb. Peering down, Seal questioned whether this little guy was actually trying to be her personal bodyguard. Snatching the pup's noggin, the wolf asked if he had a death wish, then tossed him away like trash. The princess gasped in shock. The mutant warned her to behave if she wanted to avoid a beating. She stood still, listing his first offense as talking smack about the Demon King's style and vibe. Staring straight, she noted the second crime was ignoring her royal status, even if her home was currently a pile of rubble. Peering toward the ground, the freak questioned the specific variety of insanity currently exiting her mouth. With a scowl, Seal explained that eons ago, she locked herself away to keep her Jew safe from greedy hands. She asked if he even grasped how their elven magic could basically break the entire world's physics. The hairy creature gave her a confused look, and repeated his annoying question. Little lime-colored sparkles started swirling around the animal as he climbed back up. That canine appeared completely enraged. A voice questioned the mutt's continued existence. The girl rotated her head upon hearing yapping, displaying a massive, playful smirk. The canon questioned if she revived a corpse or discovered a remedy. Observing that their stats were now identical, and that freak's gaze shimmered while he announced that elven sorcery is a miracle everyone craves, so instantly jacking up someone's rank is a crazy feat. Then the small hound abruptly leaped, gesturing wildly. The brute hollered that his fighting history and girth provided a total edge in the scrap. The pooch decapitated him, peered aside, and asked once more, and eyeballing the alert, the beast inquired about its meaning. Noticing its grade was bottom tier. A pop-up indicated Seal utilized a godly's plus tier move, though rumors hinted it wasn't solely for bumping up numbers. A strike slammed the dirt, followed by a scream insisting this was just a fair swap. Some fellow was just loitering there clutching his smartphone. That guy gaped at the electronics with a look of pure astonishment. Disembarking from the vehicle, he poked around for answers, while another person mentioned they were just at a food market. The lad bolted forward upon hearing whispers about the Dark Overlord, confessing he was actually puzzled why his feet were moving. Sprinting across the pavement, the worker sought a strategy against the archdemon, but his companion called him a dummy, clarifying they were protecting the guy. The retail hub came into view, and someone grumbled that nobody should wreck his joy during a casual shopping trip. Scrutinizing the structure, the man bellowed about a fourth floor, while the girl stood stiffly and stared at the tiles without making a sound. Peering downward, Seal muttered that things looked quite pathetic. The mutt chowed down on the creature's remains, eyeing him. The magical girl remarked that he definitely needed a good scrub. Cuddling the animal, she whispered that the boss can find out she flubbed such a basic errand, so they should keep it a secret. While the monster's carcass sat in the room's corner and the girl stared down, completely baffled. Crowds were gawking at her, their pupils dilating as they assumed Sky City Elise had arrived to slay the mutant. But the party was over since the mess was fixed. Lingering by the dead body, the lady grumbled about people spraying filth while being unable to guard their own turf, then sighed that only the Demon King could salvage this world. As our protagonist strolled past the restroom entrance, he appeared terrified, thinking he caught some thunderous sounds, feeling a vibe that things were going south as she raised her palm. The royalty mentioned she recognized him from somewhere, prompting another to check the creep logs. While our hero felt framed before he even blinked, and that elf stood hushed by the wall cavity, eventually dropping to the pavement as the guys gate. They went rigid in her presence, watching the girl hold her dog, and suggest that if they saw a mutant, they arrived past its expiration date. Massaging his temples, the youth apologized and queried if the supreme ruler was harmed, stunning her as they shared the same respectful title, so she pondered if they were allies, hoping the master would fashion a brand new era. A mental image flashed, making her recall how the sisters Belial and Babylon claimed she was oblivious to the monarch's true agenda, that he was sabotaging them from within, and suddenly Seal trembled, finally grasping the entire situation. Those fellows were all smiles, making her realize they only showed up to shield the Overlord despite their weakness, as they were already prepared to croak for their mighty sovereign. Face-palming, the lady mused that his greatness wasn't just talk, since his fame exceeded her wildest guesses, and it was honestly mind-blowing. Glancing away, she added that even with everything considered. Smirking, the girl noted that the freaks invaded the safety perimeter, so they better prevent a repeat performance. The boys were visibly shaken by her remarks, but she just closed her eyes and stated it was their job to guard the peaceful residents, arguing even weaklings should handle a chore that simple, right? Standing before the group, Seal questioned if they planned on gambling with their lucky stars every single time. Beaming with joy, she felt like the fortunate one for resolving the crisis so smoothly that no one ended up in the hospital. The guys immediately shut their eyes in agreement, falling to the ground and begging for forgiveness, claiming they would try harder. The princess, with her eyes wide open, thought to herself as they knelt and bowed deeply to her, expressing their profound love for the Demon King. Standing over them, she told them to rise now that they finally understood. With a mischievous smirk, the lady revealed she had one more little request. Cradling the dog in her arms, she asked if they could possibly handle looking after it. The hero casually strolled down the long corridor. He turned around and headed back the other way, stopping to look at the girl and comment that she had finally emerged. Raising an inquisitive eyebrow, he asked exactly what she had spent all that time cleaning. The MC froze mid-stride, staring blankly at the surrounding employees. Gazing straight ahead, he muttered something inaudible. Shaw looked terrified and asked if a pipe had burst, to which the princess replied that an excessive amount of water was gone. The hero stood before the group, thanking them for their efforts. Closing his eyes, he added that if he had known about the trouble, he would have come to help, so they should remember to call next time. The girl replied it was her fault for being inattentive. The protagonist closed his eyes again and declared the task complete, to which the old lady commented that after he cleaned up, even his gaze seemed much wiser. She held the pet close and explained that since he couldn't earn experience, she would simply present it to him as a token of appreciation. The MC stared in astonishment at the glowing object, hearing that despite the appearance, it held little value, all while clutching a small packet in his hands. Shaw froze in total confusion, wondering if this was some kind of lottery, the classic low probability scenario. He rubbed the back of his head, having just learned that his potential prize relied on his luck, and immediately responded that his luck was notoriously awful, always failing him. The hero proceeded to open the small package. He looked up, hearing he had acquired a new alchemy skill, the primal purification potion. The protagonist smiled grimly, noting that it seemed entirely useless. Standing next to him, the girl countered that the master wasn't focused on rewards, as helping others was the true satisfaction of completing tasks, which the grandmother deemed simply amazing generosity. As he departed, the MC declared that despite everything, he was happy today, and suggested they go shopping together again, which she readily agreed to. The scene shifted to the shopping center, where a message suggested the supermarket really hoped they would not return. The view then expanded across the city, where it was noted that under the Great Demon King and his servants, the warehouse safe area remained perfectly tranquil today. The focus shifted to the interior of the dormitory. Sitting on her bed, the woman announced it was time for sleep, as tomorrow would be another entirely routine day. With closed eyes, she added that while it was disappointing, this was simply their fate as low-level imps in this world. The old lady gazed at the puppy, apologizing that she had failed to protect him and forced him to endure unpleasantness daily. Taking the door open, the guy demanded to know if she had earned any money today. Smiling, he added that he needed funds to go out drinking with his friends, so she should give him some. The dog immediately stood right in front of the man. Looking down at the dog, the young man questioned why it had approached, commenting that after all this time, it clearly hadn't learned its lesson. The pet suddenly leaped into the air. His pants dropped to the floor as today's news flashed across the screen. The girl looked at him in shock, asking if he heard the report of a mutant appearing in the safe zone. Standing by the restroom, the guy explained that the artificial control post was reinforced to ensure that even with a security breach, the mutants wouldn't be able to get inside. Frowning, he explained that this particular mutant had shown up right near the Demon King, nearly provoking an apocalypse. The player held a weapon, considering how mutants under the Demon King evolved from animals and plants. Retaining basic instincts, the creature lunged forward as a thought occurred that even the previous lizard mutants had raw power but lacked higher intelligence, limiting their effectiveness. The girl lowered her gaze and decided that a mutant capable of tunneling so precisely to the Demon King's location must possess advanced intelligence, making it impossible to be an accident. Staring straight ahead, she asked for Roland's whereabouts, only to be told that he had abruptly taken a vacation. Pixie frowned, thinking that whatever happened last time must have truly shaken him, and there was nothing she could do about it now. Closing her eyes, she announced they were leaving, prompting the guy to ask where she was going. The player looked away, and declared that she intended to meet the god who had created this world, her lord and master. Celestial vistas materialized as the divine being rested on his blade, while notifications confirmed that the demon, smashing Daggett, much like their metal sparrow, was a premium gift from Lord Mohitable, some hellspawn. Inspecting the busted gears, the damsel remarked that the poor contraption had been thoroughly pulverized beyond any hope of a quick fix. Staring at her shoes, she mentioned that though Yuli faced the music, Their following move remained a total mystery. Pooksy craned her neck and sighed that the monarch was so disgustingly buff that winning felt like a pipe dream. Shutting his lids tight, the fellow mumbled that everyone should just chill out and stop stressing. Smirking, the fellow claimed faith was their secret sauce for victory, then high-visied the stone deity, noting that the big guy refrained from ever tricking his followers. With a wrinkled forehead, he insisted that regardless of the mess, Moshi needed a full update on their broken monster, mash her immediately. The frozen idol remained motionless, yet an eerie whisper suggested that some divine guidance was definitely overdue. This particular individual was currently clutching a fancy drinking vessel with both paws. The fellow raised the goblet over his noggin. Ivis brandished his magic stick, and dangled various trinkets right before his nose for inspection. The holy leader then did some post-stretching while lingering quietly before the stone monument. With huge eyes, the guy realized the statue gave him a cold shoulder. Peering at the floor, the wizard wondered what kind of circus was currently unfolding. Glancing skyward, Balas noted that the king's aura was so beefy it even gave deities a hedge. Then the entity yawned, stretched, and admitted to a little snooze. Checking his pings, he wondered why his inbox was exploding. Meanwhile, the priest announced the boss was finally awake, which the woman confirmed. Beaming, he cheered that they weren't forgotten losers after all. The god's pupils glowed as he acknowledged their pain, expressing genuine shock that any baddie could actually tank hits from their legendary monster killing tool. Facepalming with joy, Hida sobbed that the master was indeed a psychic genius who watched them like a hawk, feeling absolutely overwhelmed by such divine stalking. Moshi watched him, and privately noted that he wasn't always eavesdropping. Then he pointed at the shattered junk pile right behind them, remarking that any idiot could see the mess. Gazing at the ceiling, the caster repeated that dimensions were blending, and new gamers were invading the server. Lurking by the monument, he mentioned a plot twist, while clutching a tome containing every single embarrassing detail of their recent failure. Moshi grinned when asked to review the logs, noting that a play-by-play of their demonic brawl sounded like a real page-turner. Grabbing the manual, he joked about witnessing their valiant struggle against Hell's finest, but then the god suddenly turned into a statue of confusion. Without warning he slammed the literature onto the rug. Glaring at the monitor, the Almighty complained that he ordered a hit on the guy, not a fan club application. He has argued that their current squad would get wiped instantly, reminding him that the boss was supposed to be a helpless toddler, which was a huge lie. Moshi folded his limbs and asked if he was being blamed, only to hear that better fortune telling would have kept them out of this dumpster fire. Staring at the display, he questioned if knowing the villain was level 9,000 would have helped, but the priest snapped back that his bad intel merely got Roland sent to the afterlife. The idol turned crimson as the god asked if he was taking the fall, prompting Fi to scream that the boss was obviously perfect, and never wrong. Crossing his legs casually, the being conceded that they actually had a pretty solid case for pointing the finger at him. Hearing up, the guy decided the boss was incredibly irritating. That stone fellow remained totally upright. Gripping the manual, Moshi reflected that maybe he made the villain too overpowered since his own legendary gear shattered like cheap porcelain. Showing the book's front, he mused that this unexpected plot twist offered only 2 survival strategies, folded arms and all. The guy considered waiting for the gamers to actually get good or perhaps something else entirely. Peeking down, he mentioned that he might just jump in and murder the guy himself. Reaching out a limb, the beast claimed he was just acting edgy for the drama and wanted a relaxed chat since bickering was so last season. Some shiny aura started hugging the stone sculpture. With massive eyeballs, the priest gasped about creative energy while the lady noted his arrival. Lifting his paws high, Fi declared that fixing a broken game item instantly proved his boss was a genius and basically a walking magic show. Smashing the keys, the god remarked that Julius was old news and that people required a fresh squad of brawlers to keep the players safe and leveling up. The gamer stared at her blade in shock, glancing at the monument as voices claimed she was the fresh boss of the 3rd Demon Slayer kid, apparently picked by destiny to grab her gear and punch monsters for the species. Pucky blinked her giant peepers and wondered if she was really the latest landlord of that sword. A cheeky grin formed when she heard he noticed her gutsy plan to climb higher, so she pivoted. Loitering by the stone guy, the gamer whispered that even with the 3rd relic repaired, she felt like a total noob who would likely get stomped. Glancing her way, Moshi joked that if she bit the dust in the fight, her ticket to paradise was guaranteed. That woman appeared terrified and begged for a repeat. The guy peeked aside, thinking how lucky she was to get a vit pass to the clouds, India's. Then he shut his lids and smirked. Staring at the dude, the lady asked if he wanted the loot, but the holy man politely declined the offer. Lifting his chin, the Divine One told him to chill because humans have been winning street fights against every other race for ages and losing simply was not on the menu today. Punching her own heart gently, Bugsy mentioned she was sincerely hoping not to die before that glorious afternoon arrived. That fellow just loitered quietly nearby. He peeked elsewhere. Relaxing with his palms behind his skull, Moshi felt great, noting the priority was making sure Roland and the noobs leveled up so nobody had to panic later. The kid looked up as a voice announced that regardless of skill or belief, this little dude was a shining gem. That dude swung his blade, while voices whispered that being the savior's choice, he displayed enough stubbornness and talent to shock even the narrator. Roland hung out by the monitor, thinking that even if the boss was a literal god, he would keep swinging, because there was always a cheese strat to win. The protagonist showed his spine, and someone noted that if this guy was the lead, he would scrap with the devil himself until the credits rolled, since he was the human species' only hope that refused to vanish. Gazing forward, the god mentioned one extra detail, specifically to summon Father Roland home. The man blinked in shock and wondered if things were truly that messy since the top demon hunter was currently busy wrestling lions at the front. As the savior appeared, voices echoed that they simply could not let their star player get benched or defeated by the enemy. The soldier snapped to a pose. Reaching out, the youth announced he had some spicy mail for him. The brawler bowed his noggin after hearing the urgent news requiring his immediate presence at the Cloud City, so he simply gave a thumbs up and said he got it. Perched on the edge, he noted they were fortunate, just as a mob of ugly eyes decided to show up. The beast had glowing eyeballs. A voice warned that once he grabbed the family loot, those creeps should prepare to get deleted in a single hit because the party was over. That fellow slung his iron tool over his back. A revelation hit him. Dali wasn't just another member of the 12 advisors. He was top-tier leadership in Sky City, and his position was a genetic inheritance, not something earned. He stared straight ahead, keeping quiet about this sudden realization. The warrior sat atop the monster's carcass, recalling a snippet of history. The Dali family had led the vanguard against demonic forces. Since Heavenly City was established, the current head of the clan was essentially an unrivaled god of war, possessing the number 1 demon slayer artifact. Had fought 49 grueling battles against the armies of darkness and remained undefeated, leaving behind mountains of tragically deceased creatures. The man looked aside, noting that due to his intensely brutal tactics and an absolute zero-degree cold-bloodedness, had earned the nickname, the Iron-Blooded Demon Slayer. He stood near the fountain, curious to know exactly why they had summoned him for an emergency recall. The young man returned his gaze, clarifying that the situation revolved entirely around Roland. The man powered down his motorcycle. He twisted his head around, demanding another explanation. Deli furrowed his brow, reflecting on how Roland, his only son and the rightful family heir, had been dispatched to Earth specifically to guide the newly arrived players. The young man sat in the study, considering that while Roland shared his father's iron-blooded assassin reputation, he never once failed to live up to his high standing. He knew Roland better than anyone, recognizing him as the most diligent and exceptional person in all of Heavenly City. Standing before the priest, the young man's thoughts turned to Roland, convinced he was humanity's divinely chosen savior, destined to usher in the final victory. Closing his eyes, the man mentally reviewed Roland's entire life, concluding his son had never once let him down and remained his absolute pride and joy as a successor. The heavy hall doors parted, and a voice insisted he elaborate immediately. Roland arrived on Earth and produced stellar results. Correct. The warrior strode into the chamber. He stopped completely, rigid with shock. Dallas' eyes bulged as he demanded to know the location of their family treasures, passed down through countless generations. The young man simply shut his eyes and began to mumble softly. Standing before his father, he explained exactly what had transpired with Roland on the home front while Dali was busy battling demons. Seated at the table, the player summarized the situation. Roland had given the king everything he owned, fought high-level monsters, and also he could secure an elf to serve as the demon's personal pet. He instantly froze, reminding himself repeatedly to remain calm and avoid panicking, even in this absurd situation. Frowning deeply, the man dismissed this as merely a minor scene. He pointed out that he earned the nickname Iron-Blooded in combat precisely because he never panicked, even when staring down 3,000 enemy troops all by himself. Looking at the young man, he decided to force himself to examine the situation from his son's perspective and truly think it over. Memories started flooding back. A distinct realization hit him. There absolutely had to be a logical reason behind his son's actions. Closing his eyes, the young man maintained that he had informed him, prompting Dali to reply that mentioning a need for a dragon's claw was not equivalent to announcing the sale of their entire family legacy. Placing his hands over his face, he mumbled that he really needed to consider this calmly, suggesting perhaps the stress of humanity's salvation mission had become overwhelming. A majestic palace came into view. The sky filled the view, and a voice suggested that otherwise, perhaps they ought to hire him a mental health professional. The dossiers sat on the table, and a voice noted that the individuals listed possessed impressive professional backgrounds. The guy remained completely silent while staring at the photograph. Setting the photo down, he offered apologies for the potential disappointment, adding that he didn't require this specific service, and the situation wasn't exactly what they imagined. Frowning, Dali demanded to know if the young man understood exactly why their family consistently won every battle and enjoyed their current high status. Roland lowered his gaze, explaining his statement was based on their absolute, 100 devotion to their masters. Reaching beneath his clothing, the man declared this was not a mere slogan. Holding the artifact aloft, he emphasized its uniqueness among their relics, calling it the family's greatest treasure, the #1 Demon Slayer pendant, gifted by the Lord. He looked forward intently. The player explained that the artifact magnified the user's combat power proportional to their piety toward the Lord, doubling as a loyalty test. The young man frowned upon hearing that only 100 loyalty enabled true strength. Dali stood up, claiming he couldn't grasp why demons were so terrible since he'd never lost a battle against them. Looking aside, he then noticed the guy quickly averted his gaze. The man extended his hand, announcing his decision to transfer the artifact to him immediately. He looked down. Roland thought that the man did not appear to hold any suspicion towards him. He accepted the pendant, listening to the advice that fear was normal in youth, but a hardened heart offered the greatest strength. He smirked internally, realizing it was impossible not to disappoint his father, who had never lost a battle or been discouraged by danger. Holding the artifact, he wondered if receiving this #1 Demon Slayer meant he could gain the strength required to face the Demon King. Looking down, the young man acknowledged the good intentions and resolved to try. Suddenly, something happened. Both men's eyes opened wide in utter surprise. A bright glow emanated from the pendant, causing Dali to ask why a visible impurity had appeared in the holy light. Lowering his head, the family had declared the artifact broken, which shouldn't happen according to 1,000 years of family records. This meant there was an admixture of infidelity in the young man's heart. Holding a photo, the young man shouted that he should hire the psychotherapist pictured within, prompting the man to praise his vision, noting he had also paid attention to the individual. He closed his eyes, mentioning the anomaly might be related to this person. A brilliant light suddenly emerged between them. Dali picked up an object, asking if the toy was from Gasapone. The cat character looked away, and a voice instructed someone to take a closer examination of the item. Her eyes brightened instantly as it was declared that the object was a system-level magic weapon. His father lowered his gaze, asking how this was possible, since only 13 God-given artifacts were supposed to exist globally. A view of the tower appeared, explaining that the powerful Demon Hunter artifact with the ultimate seal had been disassembled into 66 pieces, which were used to build safe zones across the earth. The vessel sped rapidly toward the installation. The man ground his teeth tightly, as it was explained that the #1 Demon Slayer possessed the ability to convert the power of faith directly into physical strength. Wide-eyed, the man observed that these 3 items were indeed among the 13 system-level artifacts, yet they were currently incapable of dealing significant damage to the king. Squeezing the cat between his fingers, he commented that it also seemed rather ordinary. Dali raised his hand, claiming it was actually much stronger, deeper, and completely incomprehensible. Smiling broadly, he added that this was truly great, guaranteeing an easy victory regardless of the enemy's strength, as long as they possessed this item. Standing nearby, the guy heard the question about where he acquired the item, and casually replied that it was a gift from the Demon King. He completely froze in utter bewilderment, then asked for the information to be repeated. Smirking slightly, the young man explained that the king had many such items lying around, suggesting this one was probably just something created during a practice session. The family head frowned, asking if a lot of practice was actually involved. He placed his hand over his face in disbelief upon hearing that +, system-level elven redstone had also passed through the young man's hands, then sighed, saying he understood completely. Grabbing his shoulder, the father acknowledged he understood the difficulties Roland faced. Roland's eyes grew wider upon hearing his father admit he hadn't realized Roland was so powerful, believing his son must have suffered significantly because of him. He simply said, "Exactly." He looked at his father and reassured him not to worry, saying he had regained his composure. He promised to crush the king with the #1 Demon Slayer and not let anyone down. The man lowered his head, admitting the artifact was the now, lamenting that he never thought he would have to pass down the family/trump card inherited through countless generations. The guy smiled and asked what this secret weapon was, wondering if they actually possessed something even stronger. Dali looked back at him, confirming that the trump card was for powerful enemies that a Devil Slayer artifact couldn't handle, having not been deployed by their family for thousands of years. The young man raised his hand immediately upon hearing the instructions. Then he raised both of his hands high above his head. A large white flag suddenly appeared between them. Frowning deeply, Roland shouted for him to stop joking, utterly bewildered that this pathetic item was truly their final generation spanning trump card. The man placed his hand on his face, commenting that since Roland hadn't noticed their ultimate trump card, he was truly worthy of being called his proud heir. The guy stared back at him in utter bewilderment, and asked again for clarification. While on his knees, The father explained that this position was actually an advanced version of a bow, an innovative technique designed to save time by combining the two actions. As the palace appeared, shouts rang out, declaring him the iron-blooded devil slayer and the last remaining hope for all mankind, but he realized they were all just variations on the same theme. He couldn't return to his old life now, finding it impossible to turn back once he started down this road. As pictures of demons flashed across the screen, it became clear that the situation was escalating rapidly. The king had gone missing, Belial was already dead, and now they couldn't even get in touch with anyone in Babylon. With a worried frown, the girl declared that their current predicament was officially desperate, and the lady next to her leaned her face onto her hands in wary agreement. Glancing forward, she suggested they should deploy a small group to search for any signs of the king. The man looked at her with surprise. Noting that they only had one team left if they dispatched another one, he added that even the base protectors, specifically the demons assigned to guard the children, had already disappeared. The girl dramatically removed her glasses, and said that unless they located the king soon, their only remaining option was death. Frowning, she added that they must risk everything before their current location was exposed. The vehicle suddenly stopped, and people got out, advancing toward the creatures ahead. The guy opened his eyes in terror, believing for a moment that he had run into more monsters. Holding his weapon tight, he realized these were actually people. But after only 3 kilometers, meeting anyone felt like an absolute disaster. The hunters quickly disembarked from their vehicle. The monstrous beings stared forward, completely silent. Rushing ahead, the young man screamed that they needed to be brave and fight to the death, but the other man immediately froze, privately thinking they should just pretend to fight, and then run away, since angering the Devil King was a terrible idea. Gripping the axe, the devil shouted that they should slaughter everyone. Turning his head, the man thought that if they pretended to engage in battle before fleeing, their real goal must be finding the Demon King. Both parties froze in a tense standoff before a violent battle unexpectedly began. A sudden impact struck the earth, causing the man to clench his teeth tightly in preparation. The creature stood in the rising smoke and asked what exactly had just happened. The massive beast lowered its head toward the earth. The young man stared at the creature in fright, demanding to know how any of this was even possible. While looking at the monstrosity, he pointed out that it was an incredibly high-rank mutant. The player looked up and flatly stated that this simply couldn't be happening. With a wide grin, the beast explained that he had shown up because he detected the pleasant aroma of food, before abruptly waving a hand at them. Everyone watched him without speaking. The monster began the process of devouring the player whole. It quickly bit off the victim's head, saying aloud that it hadn't anticipated quite so much food to enjoy. Staring at its own hand, the mutant remarked that, as anticipated, its strength had increased again after feeding. He tightly clenched his fist in satisfaction. With a smile, the monster said that if this process continued, they might actually manage to absorb the demons and usurp their position, prompting another person to urge him to examine something immediately. Standing by the bus, the creature noted that these individuals appeared to have only been accompanying a different entity. The bus doors eased open slightly, causing the monster's eyes to whiten in shock. Inside the vehicle sat the children, all staring back with expressions of pure terror. Frowning deeply, the girl asked why the children were now located outside the protected safe zone. Checking the notification, the guy explained that after the infamous Demon Slayer No. 3 incident, they developed a full-scale evacuation plan to shield them from the king. Everyone under the age of 16 was sent away from the safe zone, and he stood right in front of the girl as he spoke. He then added that they had lost all contact with the group. However, the report stated that a battle occurred at the location, with evidence of both devils and mutants present, causing her to press him for more information. Buxy, settling at the table, wondered aloud if anyone had bothered to monitor the Demon King lately, asking if there was any significant news. The young man lowered his eyes and reported that according to the latest intelligence, the king had left his house early and proceeded toward the heart of the safe zone. The hero, currently strolling next to a woman, was reportedly spending his free time helping elderly citizens safely cross busy roads. He was also observed sharing snacks with a stray feline. The protagonist identified and pointed out a suspicious individual on the public transport. He was found relaxing on the sports ground. A rumor flashed by that he set up a pop-up stall in the central square, selling nothing, but just chatting with seniors for 3 solid hours. The main character was currently resting in bed, having reportedly returned home to take a long nap. Clenching her teeth, the lady declared that this demon was clearly sinister and calculating, hiding his evil nature behind such a convincing facade. The young man pivoted, confirming they could not establish a connection between the disappearances and the Demon King. He received approval to continue the investigation, causing her to freeze, realizing her anti-plot was the actual cause of the children's vanishing. If that rumor spread, the reputation of Ska City would be absolutely devastated. The girl took her phone, deciding the missing children must be located immediately, and humanity's hope needed to regroup. Quickly, she closed her eyes, only to hear the dreaded automated message that the number she dialed was temporarily unavailable. A view of the city appeared, as a voice cried out in shock about what the man was doing. A shopping center came into view. The smiling man explained that after much deliberation, he had finally selected the perfect gift for his meeting with the Devil King. Roland glanced to the side, reflecting that the father he had admired since childhood was actually capable of such blatant shamelessness. He lowered his gaze upon receiving a strange notification instructing him to verify the owner's loyalty. Raising his finger dramatically, the guy shouted that their apparent kindness toward the Demon King was just temporary, as their ultimate purpose remained his defeat. His father immediately asked why he was stating the obvious so loudly, right on someone else's front porch. Closing his eyes, he added that he reminded him once again just in case, prompting Dolly to suggest they ring the doorbell already. He then pushed the doorbell, cutting short the philosophical debate. The monster answered the door, glaring furiously and demanding to know if they were intentionally seeking their demise. Looking up, the young man wondered if this truly was the situation. He recognized the creature as the king's personal warning to enemies attempting to infiltrate his territory. Adjusting his spectacles, the head of the family declared that he could sense the aura. Frowning deeply, he added that he felt the Demon King's presence as clearly as the king felt his own. The monster then tore another person in half. As an iron-blooded demon slayer, he had tortured and killed countless members of the demon's family, and this ghost was the most direct warning he had received yet. The monster's eyes blazed brightly as it shrieked about the visitor's sheer arrogance and absolute impudence. Spreading his arms wide, the creature asked if the master was busy. Couldn't they possibly have picked a better time to visit? The players immediately froze in place, staring intently at the monstrous doorman. Smirking broadly, the ghost remarked that staring at him like that was pointless, as he wouldn't be revealing anything else. The group then shifted their attention to the pet nearby. Grinning widely, the cat announced that the master was currently taking a nap. The guy raised his eyebrows in disbelief and asked for clarification. Dolly looked away upon hearing that if they truly desired, they could simply sit and wait indefinitely. They resigned themselves to sitting on the available chairs as twilight began to descend outside. Roland's phone battery suddenly died, causing him to dramatically close his eyes and shout about the Demon King. He worried about what the king would think, returning to find everyone staring at their screens. As he opened the portal, the hero begged for a measure of understanding. He had apparently fallen asleep far too deeply by mistake. The young man smirked and told him not to worry, claiming they had literally just arrived and hadn't waited long at all, while the protagonist remained frozen right in front of them. He looked at the hunter and asked who he was, to which the guy proudly replied that it was his father, now serving on the Heavenly Council. The MC stared back in disbelief, wondering exactly why this person had been brought along to meet him. Dully took his hand away from the back of his head, explaining that he became a massive fan after watching a broadcast and, hearing he knew Roland, felt he simply had to come by for a visit. Jaya's eyes widened as he explained the situation, adding with a wave of his hand that everyone simply misunderstood. In reality, he wasn't some powerful big shot or wealthy noble at all, but just a completely ordinary commoner with no fighting ability. Sitting on the sofa, the man announced that this was the current state of affairs. Watching the entire group, the guy listened to conversations praising the gentleman for being much more handsome in person than on video, and incredibly polite. The hero visibly shuddered in surprise at the offer of a message, immediately demanding to know the reason for such a strange proposal. The head of the family, kneeling on the ground, insisted that his shining abilities were also top tier, prompting the protagonist to wonder aloud if this was getting a little excessive. The young man immediately froze in utter bewilderment. Raising an eyebrow, the MC mused about whether high-level NPCs were all becoming obsessive fanboys lately. He insisted he was just an ordinary guy, and their interactions should be much more normal. Truly, sticking his tongue out playfully, the man confirmed he understood completely. Sitting in the chair, Xiao announced that it was fine, adding that the hero should absolutely accept the small gift they brought. The hero stared at the strange glow with surprise and repeated his question once more. An automatic vacuum cleaner suddenly levitated into the air. Gally turned his head and announced that this gift was a vacuum cleaner imbued with power. He reasoned that since the king's house was so vast, this specific device was exactly what he needed most. The girls looked away in surprise, struggling to stifle their grins. The demon warned him to keep his distance from her. The vacuum cleaner touched her back, causing Belio to freeze instantly where he stood. The hero watched the bizarre scene unfold silently. Closing his eyes for a moment, he declared that the entire spectacle seemed rather interesting. Smiling to himself, the man concluded that the fact he could elicit such a happy expression from the king spoke volumes about his abilities. Looking at his son, he sternly advised him to get back to his studies. Dally looked away and considered how gift-giving should be carefully matched to the recipient's personality, interests, and living environment, he realized that a fully automatic vacuum cleaner could not only help him tie up but also play with figures and provide visual amusement. The young man opened his eyes wide, thinking this gift fulfilled the Demon King's practical needs and ensured they were remembered every single time the vacuum worked hard. Looking at his father, he added that this was exactly his point, confirming that he had truly learned something valuable. Crossing his arms, the hunter asked if Roland viewed him as some kind of canine pet, which made Roland ask if something was wrong with him. Looking off to the side, he responded that both he and the king seemed confused, having completely ignored his genuine wisdom. The fellow arched his brows and asked if I could define true sagacity, prompting the old man to remark that this top-tier relic appeared suspiciously innocent to every living creature. Our lead watched the rook sucker closely, noting a prompt indicating it housed a celestial brain significantly smarter than a box of rocks. His eyes popped as he explained how he could perfectly predict social cues to charm anyone, noting that constant exposure would basically turn a king's brain into mush, leaving him addicted to playing games until his willpower completely evaporated. Gazing ahead, the gamer joked that if this kept up, victory would be achieved by simply existing while the enemy gave up. The lead stood still. He gripped the cleaning tool, causing the other fellow to gawk and shout in sheer disbelief at the sight. Gazing sideways, he asked about the current mess. The young Xiao gripped that strange contraption between his fingers. Extra parts sprouted out of thin air, shifting the floor cleaner into a massive boom stick that the champion now wielded with great pride. He shot me a stunned glance, inquiring about the sudden mechanical puberty of the device. Dully stood frozen, repeating her confused question. Scowling, he pondered the absurdity of a household appliance evolving into a murder tool just from a casual poke. Staring ahead, the gamer mused about the godly brain chip installed inside, boasting a processing speed that makes human thoughts look like dial-up internet, capable of instantly profiling a master and calculating the exact personality flavor they would find most irresistible. Hearing upward, he mentioned that after scanning the big boss, the machine concluded that waving the white flag was the only logical move. The hero lugged the artillery, silently judging the shameless piece of junk for its total lack of dignity. Out of nowhere the bloke collapsed. Watching the fellow, the protagonist asked why his kneecaps were making another intimate acquaintance with the dirt. Rising up, the fellow apologized and begged for mercy because his legs had turned to literal jelly, prompting the master of ceremonies to suggest he just sit his butt down and relax, thanking him profusely for delivering such a massive and heavy bribe even while feeling under the weather. But then he looked at the firearm and mentioned he simply couldn't take it, which naturally caused everyone to ask why again. Dolly made a face, thinking that if even a super-computer failed, perhaps he just wanted something with a pulse instead. Squeezing his eyes shut, he guessed the guy probably just wanted a tiny fluff ball to pet, wondering if an elf, a stout dwarf, or maybe a mangy hyena, man or wolf, beast would be more his style. Eyeing him, Xiao explained that he actually had a small favor to ask, but he felt that if he kept taking these extravagant presents, he would be far too embarrassed to actually request anything at all. Clutching his chest, the player voiced his plea while a nostalgic vision danced through his mind. Gazing toward the side, he recounted the grim tale of children vanishing beyond the safe perimeter, while the woman praised his status as a big wheel in a fancy mansion with elite friends, begging him for just a smidge of advice from Master Roland since the warehouse folks treat his word like gospel, especially with his massive mug plastered on billboards everywhere. So the man finally told her to just beam the details to his device since he was already on the case, though he secretly worried that any mutant capable of wiping out armed guards before they could even hit the panic button must be packing some serious heat. With a grimace, the youth noted the Demon King was watching, making him wonder if this mess would end the world. Lurking behind, the champion timidly asked if rescuing the youngsters was on the table, which made the other guy do a double take. The hero started getting misty-eyed, confessing his heart was absolutely breaking for those poor little rascals. The bystanders simply stared at him in utter confusion. Frowning deeply, Roland suspected something was dreadfully amiss. Maybe he had finally snapped like that dramatic Demon King. Yet here he was, imploring others to rescue the youngsters, for if the fighting continued, those kids would become the fodder for the next battle, making him pause and stare at the hero, whose downturned eyes suggested a facade of innocence while secretly harboring some deeply wicked and sneaky scheme. Gazing fixedly at his telephone, the player announced that the intelligence indicated the monstrosities hadn't simply executed the captives, but had instead carted off the entire school bus, leaving the reasoning for the strange tactic completely baffling. Then he lowered his head, murmuring that surely this odd maneuver had some underlying purpose, and if there was a goal, the children were probably breathing still. Shutting his eyes tight, Xiao questioned if they were actually still breathing, then declared with relief that this was truly marvelous news. Roland just blinked at him, utterly bewildered by the display. He averted his eyes, thinking what a smoothly executed little play this was, requiring him to keep up the pretense of believing the whole carrot. Wrinkling his brow, The fellow added that if he could manage to keep this person contained, all this tiresome groveling wouldn't matter a jot, and upon hearing that being touched by the hero felt like a divine gift, he agreed wholeheartedly, admitting he felt the same way. Closing his peepers, the young chap assured them he'd certainly bring everyone back safely, earning the reply that he was simply magnificent, right as a view of the structure appeared, accompanied by the thought that he eagerly awaited positive updates. Then Roland clenched his fist, vowing to nail this assignment, privately noting his acting skills were so superb, it barely felt like pretending anymore. Extending an arm outward, he boomed an order for the non-player characters on the front line to lock down all mutants above level 50 within a 100-kilometer blast radius and keep tabs on their movements for a solid 3 hours. Perched by the system console, the crew listened intently to directives to specifically target any mutant packs exhibiting organized, group-like behavior, causing the fellow to frown and command that the players be assigned the task, prioritizing those ravenous, flesh-eating sorts. The poor man nearly jumped out of his skin when he heard the instruction to gather hard proof regarding the vanished little ones. Placing his hands firmly on his hips, the guy mused that this approach would guarantee he received any scrap of information the moment a solid lead surfaced. Grinning widely, he chimed in that in that case, he'd just patiently await the good news. Observing him closely, his father couldn't fathom why his own son was so fired up to complete the Demon King's ridiculous errands. Gripping his firearm, he mentioned that the Sovereign had elected to work alongside him, observing that rejecting the top-tier vacuum cleaner seemed to confirm Roland had outdone everyone in his zealous attempts to placate and stabilize the fearsome Demon King. Closing his lids, the gentleman thought this quiet moment was truly restorative, allowing him to retire without a care. Lowering his head humbly, he explained that only by keeping this fussy, hyper-organized authority figure placated could he buy himself crucial time to mature, a task only he could manage. Then he set his rifle gently by the wall, declaring he'd shadow his offspring from now on as the device clattered against the plaster, making him startle when he heard that the excitant divine intelligence was integrating with the Sky City digital framework, effectively monitoring everyone in the city, ready to alert the Demon King at the slightest hiccup, prompting wide-eyed Dally to confirm that yes, the whole system had clearly defected to the opposition. He froze stiff, wondering if that was the genuine reason the Demon King had refused an audience, just as the floating pyramid appeared, carrying whispers about what a truly sinister and cunning fiend he was. Stepping forward before the assembled populace, the hero announced that Big Brother Roland was already on the case, urging everyone not to panic because he absolutely would rescue the children, adding that if he failed, perhaps no one else on Earth could succeed. The lady closed her eyes and reported that Sky City had just flooded the airwaves with plentiful bounty quests, desperately encouraging folks to slay the mutants and locate the missing youngsters, offering genuinely hefty rewards. Smiling sweetly, the main character declared that this was absolutely fantastic news, allowing everyone to finally catch their breath. The townspeople beamed, chattering about how, even though they didn't fully grasp the specifics, successfully finishing these chores would also significantly boost their standing, granting them a 5% markdown on all future engagement fees. NC arched an eyebrow and confirmed that yes, that meant a 5% discount on store purchases, transaction taxes, and skill training for crafting, which, when rounded up, amounted to a cool $1 million. Then he glanced downwards, and standing before the crowd, Xiao inquired if hunting mutants wasn't a bit too hazardous, which was true, especially since these missions were launched after he'd begged a sibling for aid, making it slightly embarrassing if he were found to be involved, leading him to scratch the back of his head when the hero mentioned he was also interested, to which the hero retorted that he'd best just drop that idea. Text materialized upon a hovering panel, which the protagonist delicately held in his grasp. Townspeople drifted past the silent figure, who remained rooted to the spot, until Bensi turned his head and overheard someone remark that this guy wasn't any major online sensation, causing the young man to smirk at him. The protagonist sheepishly rubbed his head, hefting a sack of scrolls, and admitted to the other fellow that he used to see him on the main news channels and assumed he was some huge deal, then asked how he ended up in a spot where nobody would even offer a hand, to which the response was simply that it was a lengthy tale, as the youngster tossed a couple of coins, while a nervous, plump player cowered against the wall, pleading that all the payment was right there and begging to be let go, promising delivery tomorrow, but the lad in the green hoodie warned him that unless he wanted his embarrassing pictures plastered on the global feed, he should just obey orders. The delighted youngster pumped his fists, exclaiming that these fresh assignments were an absolute money-printing opportunity, noting that their leader had hoarded so many low-level materials they could all bask in the glory and rake in a tight profit. And the girl chimed in, agreeing that collecting so many unclad pictures of low levels proved their commander was truly exceptional. Then the woman shifted her focus to her partner, suggesting it was high time for a well-deserved party. The administrator placed a hand on the protagonist's shoulder, concluding that everything had simply been a series of happy accidents, meaning the protagonist wasn't actually a major celebrity, to which Xiao sniffed that he was only level 1, unlike himself who had always excelled at everything he tackled. The girl smoothed her hair and inquired what the commander had dug up regarding a low-level individual, praising him as such an exemplary worker, but the young man clarified that this person wasn't even in their court, residing off campus and skipping lectures entirely, causing the girl to admit she barely recalled the fellow. A blue-haired young man gracefully tossed some coins into the air, observing the pitiable state of the player and benevolently offering his assistance. Staring at the trio of metallic tokens with shock, our hero glances toward the boss who stands with hands tucked in pockets, questioning if the man's rank is sky high, noting that level 19 boasts a combat power of 3,445 and takes one of 4 slots in the squad. Chuckling softly, the boss remarks that the greenhorn clearly lacks any clue about how this world actually functions. As the boy blinks, a hooded comrade brags that hitting the top 5-0 is legendary, calling the kid a blind amateur, while a lady gushes over the leader's pro-gaming history, which he tells her to forget. Yao gazes at them in awe, lamenting his lack of field time and begging for a spot on their next quest because finding actual pros took forever, but the leader stares back, wondering if 3 silvers were insufficient, or if the kid genuinely expects a permanent invitation to their elite circle. Hanging his head, our gloomy hero offers to pay, though the skeptic mocks what a level 1 could possibly afford. Standing tall, he initiates a trade for 2 gold coins, leaving the boss stunned, because it took him a lifetime to save that much cash. Looking up at Total Shuck, he yells about how a rookie possesses as much wealth as a world-ranked warrior. Xiao stares him down, promising a total of 5 gold pieces once the job finishes, and questions if those terms satisfy the big shot. Waving a finger with confidence, he explains that a high price tag usually means quality service, then mentions he previously dropped 10 shiny gold coins on the world's most elite top-ranked squad. The bitter veteran glares, sensing major condescension from this social redact who thinks one viral stream gives him the right to flex. The boy just shuts his eyes and lets out a tiny laugh. Glancing away, the leader plots a brand new scheme to drag Xiao out of the safety area, beat him senseless, snap some embarrassing nude photos, turn him into a servant, and pillage all his gear just to see if he dares to boast after that. Our hero looks at the guy skeptically while the veteran claims that their shared school history makes discussing fees totally unnecessary. Casting a devious look toward his companion, the leader asks if helping out a buddy isn't simply the right thing to do. Amidst the rubble-filled plaza, a hooded fellow warns the rookie to stay still or risk being lunch for mutants, noting this hunting ground is open to everyone. Flopped on the dirt, the kid begs the man to stop the scary talk, seeking reassurance of protection, while reminding him that the bill still needs settling. Raising his blade into a combat pose, the warrior declares that the final paycheck from this amateur is the last thing on his mind. Checking his scrolls rapidly, Xiao notes that the initial phase is done and suggests they keep up the momentum for the rest. Closing his eyes in total satisfaction, he calculates how much work remains for a reputation boost and realizes he hit the mark, earning the prestigious Friend of Sky City title. Under a glowing full moon, the leader tells the sitting hero they should head home now, while the boy complains that the brutal quests he accepted were exhausting and the darkness is making things harder. As the crew exits the crumbling ruins, the hooded fellow wonders why the usual grind felt so different this time compared to the difficult searches of the past, but the girl says they can investigate the mystery when they reach safety. Glancing at the kid, the veteran thinks the timing of the sunset is perfect for leading Xiao into a deserted trap. He marches ahead with total assurance, his loyal crew trailing behind in the dark. Our confused hero scans the unfamiliar surroundings, asking if the leader is absolutely certain they haven't taken a wrong turn. Grinning as he turns, the leader points out the local wildlife just as a massive mutant wolf shadows them, signaling a very rough fight. Screaming for an exit, the fighter is blasted back by a mysterious force from the leader's palm, while Xiao trips in shock as his teammates flee, refusing to believe they would just abandon him to the beast like that. The beast unhinges its massive jaws, and our hero accepts his fate, realizing his luck has finally run dry. Hitting the cold stone floor of a locked cage, he drops to his knees and cheers through the bars, ecstatic that he somehow avoided death. Crying happy tears, he vows that next time he will pay for the top 10 experts instead of being a cheapskate with budget bodyguards. Salty droplets stream down the cheeks of a tiny girl. Turning his head, he hears the sound of weeping and notices a group of little kids shivering right in front of him. The group of terrified youngsters stares at the boy with wide eyes. Surveying the room, he identifies the lost orphans and missing warriors, realizing that every single one of them was trapped just like him. Right in the adjacent cage, the traitors who sold him out are rotting. The lad stares blankly into the distance and realizes the vanished crow is breathing just as his sibling mentioned, while contemplating whether those freaks are plotting a brunch or something far more sinister. He watches the weeping rugrats, and a tiny person complains the local stench is like a dumpster fire, making them crave their own beds and safety. A perfectly roasted bird suddenly appears. The kids admire the feast with pure, unadulterated gluttony. The lad shuts his eyes tight, the girl stares and mentions her mom said birds have too much protein. He grips her hand and admires the feast with joy. She stares again and repeats her warning about the excessive protein in the bird. Clasping the girl's small hand, he admires the chicken dinner with the passion of a starving man. Gripping his blade, he hears a toddler complain that its lack of neon glow makes it look totally uncool and lame. He passes a gadget to the youngsters, and the device itself cheekily asks if he is some sort of basement-dwelling nerd. The shocked guy realizes babysitting during an apocalypse is awful, while a wide-eyed girl points ahead and asks what the terrifying thing in front of them is. Glancing at the shiny box, he explains it contains a basic level cleansing brew from an old quest that acts as a purification elixir to fix minor bad vibes and gross debuffs after drinking it. Clutching the emerald flask, she admires its sparkle and wonders if this juice can delete scary feelings, stress, and general misery from her mind. The lead guy looks at her with total confidence and says he is crossing his fingers. Wagging a finger, he tells her to stay brave, though she points out he looked absolutely terrified a second ago and asks why on earth she should not be afraid of anything. While a monster creeps near the cell, the lad promises someone is coming to rescue them all, earning a skeptical look from the girl who needs him to promise that everything he says is actually the truth. The beast eavesdrops while they chat, as Xiao bragged about future monster exterminations that will eventually make things safe for everyone, a statement that the listener finds surprisingly upbeat given their current situation. The kids swap nervous glances while the boy wonders why these freaks are so buff and who is brave enough to save everyone. The hero stares forward with deep focus. He asks the toddlers about the ultimate savior while the beast flexes its wings, just as Roland zooms on his bike hearing the news that he will discover a yellow bus filled with youngsters, and that those monsters claimed the entire southern zone, not sparing a single gamer or bot, and that the kidnapped little ones were dragged to that location. Speeding ahead with no fear, he demands exact geeks coordinates be sent to his phone and asks if the hostages are still breathing, while gripping the handles and suspecting this mission won't be as easy as it looks. As a massive dust cloud trails behind the bike, the lead guy tries to comfort the kid. Looking sideways nervously, he hears someone bring up his grand speech about a hero arriving to save the day from this mess. A spicy, high-tier fire wolf monster poses for the lens like it is auditioning for a horror movie. Flashing some scary fangs, the beast snarls that the guest is early, and he is actually excited for a fight. The big bad wolf's spooky clubhouse looms darkly against the backdrop of a starry night sky. Ugly guards block the path with sharp sticks, while Roland struts confidently through the dark street towards the freaks, ignoring their loud warnings that this DOS is Lord Fenrir's private property where entry is banned. While he stares back at them with pure rage, they point their pointy sticks at him and scream for the kid to freeze right where he is standing. Spacey fire turns the monsters into charcoal while the hero walks through the embers like a total boss. The giant wolf looks up pissed off and wonders if the ground is shaking or if he just needs a nap. A minion scurries over to the boss and whispers that the Roland guide is finally crashing the party. Grinning with way too many teeth, the beast says he is glad the visitor finally showed up after all this time. His gaze, currently scorching hot, darted sideways as he announced, mid-sentence before being cut short, that upon meeting the foe, he would certainly succeed. Just as a titanic blast sent the lurking freaks tumbling away, debris rained down everywhere, leaving Fenrir blinking around the devastation with a rather confused expression. The youth shot his adversary a glare that could curdle milk, loudly demanding that the small fry be handed over immediately. The transformed creature's eyes ballooned with terror, wondering why his knees had suddenly turned to jelly when he thought he was mentally prepared for this showdown. He snarled furiously, admitting the newcomer was indeed a prime candidate for humanity's champion due to his incredible pace and force, then abruptly demanded, cutting off the flattery, enough of this drivel, where is the nefarious Fenrir pointed a furry appendage toward the mangled cell doors, assuring everyone not to fret, as every single captive was perfectly safe and sound. The main character blinked at his unexpected rescuer with an expression of sheer disbelief. He drooped his head, utterly perplexed, second, guessing if he'd somehow miscalculated, while Roland nervously scanned ahead, baffled by the sudden appearance of the Demon King himself. Chow's mouth dropped open in pure elation, shouting that brother Roland had arrived, just as he'd hoped, realizing Roland was actually saving him while simultaneously being asked to rescue the kids. That formidable beast, Fenrir, stood poised for combat, declaring he had been anticipating the arrival of mankind's last hope for quite some time. The guy rolled his eyes so hard they almost popped out, annoyed that the freak had been waiting for him, then stood before the stunned youth, suspecting this was a deliberate setup to spy on him, hoping to witness his utter failure. With a fresh surge of competitive fire, he clamped a hand on his sword hilt, resolving to perform even better just so the watcher couldn't miss a second of the action, and began wrapping himself in a powerful shield of arcane energy. Roland charged the grotesque foe with surprising aggression, insisting the entire captive group be surrendered forthwith. The terrified children bolted toward Fenrir, pleading not to be abandoned, while the wolf, sporting a disconcerting grin, asked the charging young man, whose eyes burned with fury, which of them was the supposed bad guy. With shocking swiftness, he buried his gleaming blade deep into his immediate opponent. The crimson-soaked Demon King tumbled backward onto the ground. A massive shock wave sent chunks of rock flying outwards in every direction. The young woman turned, her voice full of awe, remarking that this was a truly potent blade, indeed confirming Roland as the genuine savior of humankind. The youthful hero resumed his relentless assault on the monstrous creature. The great wolf managed to plant all four paws firmly on the ground just short of his adversary. He snapped his jaws open in anger, letting out a low rumble that he had, in fact, only apprehended these humans with absolutely no plan to cause them any lasting harm. The fellow gripped his sword tight, while Shaw internally questioned whether Roland's true objective wasn't simply to eliminate Brother Roland, as a dark thought crossed the young man's mind as he inquired about the actual point of it all. The mutant spun around, telling the youth to check his power stats, and immediately the system chimed in, confirming Fenrir was a terrifying rank 5 mutation at a hopping level 101, prompting Roland to look ahead menacingly and question that staggering number. The wolf smirked, explaining he had unlocked an incredible power of rapid advancement, adding that consuming one thinking being granted him a gluttony level, which he could then spend to boost his own power rating. Fenrir adopted a fighting stance, admitting with a tone of proud satisfaction that in only 2 days he'd reached level 101, though he mused that the next 15 levels seemed somewhat overkill. Then turning to the human, he inquired what the other party thought, aside from those who possessed the sacred relics, about his current unbeatable status, and the beast then flashed his teeth, querying what the human would propose if an invincible Fenrir decided a partnership with humankind was his preference. Red light flared in the monster's eyes as he mentally confirmed his mission wasn't hostility toward people, but rather securing viable means for more mutants to continue existing within this harsh reality. The young man kept his sword poised while the mutant continued his monologue, suggesting he'd only revealed his capabilities to gain leverage in their impending discussion, correctly guessing that Roland would be completely floored by the revelation of his mice. The mutated entity raised a skeptical eyebrow at the human's reaction. Shaw leaned his body forward in confusion, while the young man mentally wondered why this person wasn't displaying the expected shock, instead just calmly observing him. Fenrir clicked his teeth together, admitting to himself that the past terrible things he'd inflicted upon humans still stung, and he desperately needed to neutralize the lingering hostility he felt toward them. The beastly freak clutched his heart, claiming he felt terribly sorry regarding that kidnapping, spinning a yarn about how those victims were truly rescued, just for a friendly chat. As the breeze toyed with the youth's garment, he questioned the furry one about this supposed salvation, prompting the hairy creature to boast about slaughtering a demonic horde that had ambushed them, while gesturing grandly at his own heroic chest. Celestial lanterns glitter above the duo. Leaning against the masonry, the lad mused that this canine was begging for a funeral, brushing his bangs aside while feigning an understanding of this ridiculous turn of events. Glinting with hope, the mutant gloated that his sincerity was working its magic, then nastily revealed his goons caught the wandering group in the danger zone, claiming the iron playpen was just a cozy shield to keep out nasty demons. Holding his gut, the fellow pondered why that overgrown puppy stared at him with such a creepy, expectant grin. Plunking himself down, Fenrir suggested a partnership with Roland, twisting his face into a mask of pure terror while declaring the Demon King their shared heady. Wrapped in violet cinders, Zhao hoisted his blade and barked that the flea bag was spewing garbage that needed to be cut short immediately. The youth pivoted, while our hero wondered aloud if the wolf's convincing lies might actually hold a tiny grain of truth. Beads of moisture sprouted on the warrior's brow. Azure radiance bathes the shingles above. Wetting his chops, the freak grinned, and remarked that Roland seemed hooked on his pitch. While the kids looked on in total confusion, that predator babbled on about his flawless scheme for world-class teamwork. As the girl gasped, Fenrir bragged that smart mutants were now outclassing the confused demons, making it the perfect time to wipe them out and become the king who never bothers a single human farm. Fenrir parted his jaws and inquired how that spectacular deal tasted to his listener. The freak squeezed his knuckles. Roland spun toward Zhao, looking completely lost. Shutting his lids, our protagonist inquired if such a pitch sounded like a winner. That youth's pupils dilated from pure terror. The dude, squaring his frame, he realized the Demon King's early arrival was a move to block this unholy alliance, so he baited the beast into spilling the beans just to see him squirm. Clinging to a mental image of a trapped wolf, Roland concluded that Zhao had foreseen every bit of this coming. Fenrir grinned, certain that even for a temporary truce, the guy had no logical excuse to say no right now. Roland grabbed his hilt and announced that he was swiping left on that deal. That critter seemed baffled. Roland charged the furry beast, who whined for a reason, while the golden-haired fighter silently cursed because the big boss demon was currently spectating. The fanged beast barked in outrage, demanding to know the price of peace. That brute ducked under the whistling steel. Watching the blade user, he begged for a civilized chat. With crimson eyes blazing, the blondie snapped that their conversation had reached a dead end. He lunged forward, yelling that he would butcher him in the name of the demon lord. The scarlet mongrel wailed, asking whose team he was actually playing for. That legendary wolf is now floor tile. Roland maintains a vertical blade stance, shouting that some level 101 amateur cannot win, while silently brooding over his centuries of combat experience. Zhao gazes intensely toward the yellow-haired fellow. The hero blinks in total shock, muttering some nonsense about the Dark Lord who lies in the basement. He bows his skull, wondering why his mouth decided to leak those specific words. Gaze drifts around as the wolf stands, complaining that his big brain cannot compute why humans act like total idiots. He curls his paws, swearing the blonde owes nothing, promising to release jailbirds and slaughter surface ghouls before begging to stay alive. Roland widens his optics in total shock. He grabs his noggin, realizing the cosmic truth has finally punched him in the face. Salty liquid drips down his face while he whispers that the Dark Lord is babysitting him just to ensure these weird mutant creatures don't escape. The massive cannon glances back at the fighter, who vaguely rejects the proposed deal. The doggo avoids strikes, pleading to become a house pet, but the warrior says no, so the beast offers his entire pack as puppies, which the golden guy still rejects. The beast starts sobbing because his plans are failing, concluding that this human has a major mental illness. Roland confronts the canine, who spills the beans about just wanting a better life for his ugly mutant buddies. The creature looks grumpy and decides that kindness is a scam, so he unhinges his jaw to swallow 50 gluttonous layers and jump 30 levels. Those eyeballs glow like neon signs, as he remarks that his previous words were final. The priest mentions that mutants usually have potato-tier brains, but the deity explains that the Dark King's power makes these monsters fully sentient. The fuzzy-faced gentleman wonders why this crucial info was kept secret until right now. The beast towers over the dude, telling him he should have used his own brain instead of waiting for a manual. The guy pouts and admits they messed up the world, while the god offers a rather pathetic apology. That holy man rotates to repeat his inquiry. The monster grins like a shark and nods, noting that their potential friendship has become a total disaster. A ginormous wolf looms over Roland, bragging that he can definitely crush the hero. Electric sparks erupt from his eyeballs. The yellow-haired guy gears upward nervously, realizing this long-distance blast is about to delete the whole squad. He looks at Xiao, begging her to spam every single shield ability she has in her inventory. Cloaked fellas build a frozen barricade, a duo activate shields, and the tiny kids behind the protagonist cast magical buffs. The main character looks visibly uncomfortable, realizing he is basically useless without his entourage. Goldie creates a crimson energy wall, calling it Holy Defense, just as the giant wolf leaps onto the ruby sphere. A masked boy shields himself, praising the protection of Roland, while a trio huddle under the scarlet dome. The young man with the purse pulled a sickly expression, making the small children shriek in horror. Gao maintained a completely blank stare, and insisted loudly that he felt absolutely no pain whatsoever. Roland threw his hands up in a tense gesture, lamenting that the level discrepancy was too vast, and their protective barrier would soon be shattered to pieces. The monstrous wolf slammed into the blond man, politely requesting that he immediately cease existing. The creature furiously flapped its claws, prompting the blonde to announce that it lacked the ability to utilize artifacts and its power was limited purely by level. Roland glanced back nervously, recalling how he previously snubbed Fenrir's cooperation offer, then internally debated whether the Demon King might actually choose to intervene. Xiao scanned the area with unbridled excitement, while the blonde inwardly observed that the character's theatrical performance was terrible, suggesting he intentionally kept avoiding eye contact. The massive beast opened its jaws wide directly in front of the swordsman. The main hero quickly scanned the vicinity, and then shouted Roland's name loudly. The blonde man took a defensive posture, thinking to himself that despite selling everything he owned for the Demon King, he still really didn't feel like lending assistance at this moment. The young girl hurled a vial filled with green fluid, yelling at the top of her lungs that she would definitely save her sibling. The bottle whizzed directly past the blonde man's head, prompting him to shout in confusion about its nature. The glass container shattered completely. The predatory wolf abruptly froze just before sinking its fangs in. The creature collapsed onto the dirt, while the hooded figures shielded themselves from the debris and yelled for Roland. The wind dispersed the lingering smoke, revealing Xiao making an extremely excited expression as he began talking to the blunt fellow. Sunlight cut through the remaining dust cloud. Fenrir was holding a glowing gold orb in his jaws and wondering aloud what exactly was happening as the blond man stood safely within the divine barrier's center. The creature attempted to bite through the shield, muttering inwardly that it had successfully destroyed this exact type of barrier just moments before. The blond man began to shine with a brilliant golden light, causing the monster to silently ponder what had changed in the situation. The swordsman hardened his expression, and announced that the monster's power ranking was significantly different now. The enormous wolf scowled deeply, and repeated its question for clarification. He examined his own fur-covered physique, declaring that all his accumulated gluttony levels had completely vanished. Fenrir, originally a B-class mutant, had been struck by a purification potion which dispelled the gluttonous state and reverted him to his prior power level. The beast leaped backward, realizing its physical appearance and overall condition had suddenly reverted back to their original configuration. A shattered vial containing green liquid rested on the dirt, a potent purification potion known to negate magical influences on a target. Fenrir creased his forehead in disbelief, insisting that such a common, low-grade liquid couldn't possibly affect his unique, rare abilities. The blue-eyed individual glanced sideways and inquired about the specific composition of the potion. The girl stared at Xiao in shock with many bottles in her hands as the hero declared he never expected the flasks to be so useful. Roland and the wolf both made surprised faces. The blunt man cast his eyes downward, concluding that this entire situation had been part of the protagonist's clever scheme all along. The blonde started weeping softly, mentally lamenting that they were nothing more than mere playthings in Jaeha's calculating grip. Our warrior stares at Fenrir, wondering how a dog managed to become such a naturally gifted jerk. Looking genuinely shocked, the beastly creature retorts that his current circumstances are actually quite pathetic and hopeless. Cloaked in a spicy crimson glow, the azure-eyed fighter announces that the beast has finally run out of things to say. The wolf knit his forehead together, attempting to mumble a witty comeback. Vanishing into the clouds right before Roland, the furball shouts that he is officially breaking up with this annoying partnership forever. The warrior faces a beaming Xiao, who admits he never doubted the blue-eyed hero would swoop in for rescue. Grinning sheepishly, the protagonist explains he only braved the outdoors for some sweet loot, mentioning he never planned for monster trouble, but expresses deep gratitude that the Blade Master arrived. Turning his head, the blonde man mutters that the moment the drama finished, the kid instantly reverted to his habitual masking of emotions like a true professional. Closing his lids with a heavy breath, the fair-haired man vows that his presence guarantees safety from freaks, earning a compliment about his coolness. So Roland offers a ride back home, while Xiao gleefully wonders if the mess is fixed, causing the blonde to stare in confusion before explaining the monster is basically a weakened potato now, as the blue-eyed warrior confirms the beast's power took a massive nosedive, rendering the creature totally harmless to everyone. Xiao grumbles that the world is still dangerous for newbies, even if the target focused exclusively on monsters, and spared the people. Hopping onto his bike, Roland asserts he has the full picture and zooms off, leaving the protagonist to cheer and clap. A cloaked fellow speaks to the blonde, who confirms he wiped out the local monsters and demands the kids and players get escorted to safety. So after closing his eyes, the fighter ignores the chatter until asked about the big boss, prompting Roland to command a cozy ride home for the target. Xiao signals a farewell with his hand as the blonde rider disappears. Demeters bail out of the oversized yellow Twinkie. Our main guy looks at the cloaked youth, who suggests stealing away in the car. The lead character gazes at the limo with massive height. Bumping himself into the posh interior, he remarks he is happy to accept the fancy ride. Leaning toward the window, the lady asks for the name of the handsome passenger. Peering through the pane at the lady, Xiao hears her heartfelt apology for failing to guard him during the quest. A trio waits by the luxury car, where a female voice shouts to catch the protagonist's attention. Theming. She mentions how surprising it is that he is actually acquainted with a celebrity like Roland. A purple-haired dude makes his hand glow yellow, returning 2 gold pieces while claiming they are buddies and debt is for strangers, then suggests they party up, and the chauffeur peeks out, asking if these folks are Xiao's pals, which makes them look guilty when invited to join the ride. But our hero stares at the group, flatly denying that their relationship is quite that friendly or deep. Giving his old guards a weird look, the hero clarifies he only paid them for a job. So the friendship tag is a lie, especially since they shoved him when things got scary, and the driver grins, claims he gets the hint, then proceeds to haughty the group and toss them into a squad car while they stare in disbelief. Outside a massive white structure, a suit-clad official holding files mention the supposed error occurred, leading to the trio sitting in jail cells while someone asks if this counts as a shakedown. The official carefully inspects the pile of legal paperwork, holding the evidence that the suspect shoved Master Xiao and merit 3 years behind bars. An officer stamps the forms before the stunned guards, suggesting an upgrade to felony extortion. Exactly as the sun glows over the urban skyline, a news anchor reports that Sky City Guardians accidentally busted a scam ring preying on rookies for protection money, advising players to train properly and stay peaceful, while a snowy-haired reporter beams at the lens, announcing that the lost kids were located and the main suspect is Fenrir, whose mugshot is censored by a black bar. And as Roland speeds on his bike, the broadcaster explains the beast is fleeing toward Damon Street with our blonde hero in hot pursuit. Cheering with her hands up, the pale-haired lady credits Xiao for the successful rescue of the little ones, then shoves the mug at him for a comment. So the protagonist flashes a grin at the viewers, laughing that his heroic involvement was nothing more than a series of happy accidents. Standing beside him, the presenter points out his presence at that elf auction near the warehouse within the neutral territory. A mysterious cloaked figure enters the shot as the girl mentions rumors claiming the man is basically a legendary high-tier raid boss. Suddenly, a massive hand blocks the camera lens while the panicked reporter asks the chauffeur about Xiao's secret past, until an unidentified individual declares that the session is officially over and no further inquiries will be permitted. Thai Balila and her pal Babylon perch atop the sofa cushions, watching some boring reporter grill a guy about his quirky habits on the telly. Longard mows down a massive biscuit solo, then warns that snowy-haired lady about that wolf-stalking Damon's tree, plus Fenrir zooms at 87 miles per hour, shouting that he won't fail despite being totally baffled by the way things went so south so fast. This beastie leaves clouds of grit behind, whining that despite his elite numbers and genius team tactics, he never even scored a jig as a human's pet. That monster's peepers flash crimson as he insists he will live and bulk up, eventually making Roland his lowly personal coffee fetcher and minion. Fenrir gallops toward a giant glass tower, noting the scary demon left the fridge open and the house unguarded, which is perfect since he intended to use this pantry for himself anyway. An enormous shattered skyscraper just floats there in the clouds. That lady keeps a watchful eye on the Rugrats. A crimson critter soars past the glass right before the tiny devils, announcing he must do something drastic to get his mojo back. The kiddos spin around terrified, while the wolf yells that they are officially on tonight's dinner menu. Shimmering glass pieces go airborne everywhere. The guardian devil shields the youngsters with his frame, insulting the level 76 freak for having the audacity to trespass on their turf. Fenrir lashes out his claws telling her to scram. The Jinger feline shreds the nanny's outfit, landing a clean level 36 smackdown. The poor lass gets slammed into the bricks, while the scared tots watch in horror. The animal gapes wide before the toddlers, and proclaims that it is finally time for a massive buffet. A vertical blast of mystical energy slams into the Jinger giant's spine. Clenching her jaw, the dame vows this isn't over, saying he won't touch a hair on those kids while she still breathes, while Fenrir charges his foe like a missile. The brawler punches the dark-haired girl in the ribs, leaving a hole in the plaster while the dull-eyed victim goes night-night. Spinning about, the freak wonders who the uninvited guests are, as a breeze messes up her locks and three strangers appear. The women stand with hands on hips, and the Crimson Titan identifies them as the infamous Belial and Babylon duo. Dropping his jaw, Fenrir asks how these high-ranking devils are still kicking, since his Google search history said they were definitely deceased. That devil gaze is straightforward, and plus that furry beast mentions how that jade-eyed dame stinks of the protagonist while posing right before Xiao. Belial hangs her head while Fenrir teases that one only catches that specific musk by sharing a cozy bed at night. The silver-locked lady glares at the demon, insisting such things are impossible since those chicks have crashed in feline baskets ever since seeing the monarch. The jade-eyed lady grins pink. Hair wonders if this is legit, and she leaks nostril juice from sheer height. The feline strides forward, and the redhead asks if he can sniff out the crimson scent, noting this freak has already encountered his overlord. Grimacing, Fenrir asks what kind of boss he actually is, while the dark-haired guy flees holding the toddlers, and the Ginger beast insists they mean the devil on Ox. All in a hefty pack, our lead surely carried some tonic for fixing hunger issues, orchestrated his own capture plus invaded the den, stunning Thou while he sits calmly upon rugs. That Scarlet Titan lets his trap hang open, realizing he just accidentally leaked his entire master plan to the devil monarch. Grinning, Fenrir declared he would exterminate every hellspawn, lifting a limb to show his hunger for beast meat, while the mutant stood ready to pounce, insisting he and his buddy only ate monster steaks as Roland sprinted and the Titan realized the blonde only screamed for the Dark Lord because he was totally clueless. One salty droplet leaked off the beastly creature smug. That Ginger stepped closer, lifting a sharp appendage while Thou asked his foe if he was ready to kick the bucket in peace now that he knew the truth. Stachesky. Fenrir muttered that his will to keep breathing had officially expired like a stale loaf of bread. That kitty pushed a fuzzy foot toward a wounded fellow. That redhead peered downward, noting the giant was still, as the feline realized the boss's power was tucked away inside this weird mutant. Peering nearer, the emerald-eyed fellow pondered if the protagonist spared the beast for a prank, adding that if so, he would give the redhead a break, making the wolf scowl. That feline leaped upon the dusty ground. The fellow with ruby peepers stared forward, and the Ginger clarified they were heading to the boss to pay for their naughty deeds. Ba walked toward the ladies, saying the giant's plans were giving him the creeps, while Babylon thanked the feline for tagging along. Spinning about, the Ginger mentioned that if the monarch blamed the squad for being reckless, it would be Fenrir's own guild. That group hopped into the pit when the boss said it was time to go, while Bao looked down and saw a weirdo hiding behind a rock. Wearing a shocked expression, that fair-haired fellow realized he stumbled upon a secret monster hideout by mistake. The noble was terrified. A man named Roland who went from being the world's savior to a sad guy who accidentally found a monster cave while trying to catch Fenrir. That guy stared at the feline and the pair of legs, realizing he was trapped solo against three heavy-hitting fans once his cover was blown. Billy-O and the ladies crowded the guy, saying they were truly sorry, but had to end him to keep things quiet. Roland stared at his boots, knowing he was the strongest guy around and could beat Billy or Babylon, but right now he had zero chance of winning. That kitty bounded skyward, stretching his limbs apart, as the fellow bit adieu to his last bit of optimism. That nobleman mashed his chompers, groaning how such a path was his solitary option. The fellow puffed his arms aloft, triggering the Lee clan's final secret technique, hollering that the Dark Master himself had summoned him here. That feline's peeper sparkled with mystic hues. Shimmering power circles manifested about the group. Bao squinted suspiciously, requesting the fellow to repeat that bizarre tale once more. That town was a total wreck, as Roland sprang upward before the group of ladies. He shoved his hands in his pockets, joking that these lackeys were pretty dumb since nobody knew what the boss was actually doing. The furious March asked if he really thought he knew the master better than her, while the other lackey yelled that he was being way too cocky. That kitty glanced skyward, requesting permission to chip in with his own thoughts. The noble gave them a grumpy look, saying his first job was to go rescue the tiny children who were being held as prisoners. The hero touched his fingers together, saying the kids are basically helpless nuggets who need to stay safe, so he will go save them, because he cares. Shutting his lids, the fellow mentioned that when he arrived, he found the guy waiting like an eager puppy. That mutant fled, but stumbled right into them. Babylon balled her fists, arguing that if the boss wanted him dead, he would be a ghost, unless the Dark Sovereign is just incredibly bored. Billy bowed her noggin, admitting that the big cheese spoke nothing but the truth. The queen grinned, bragging that her psychic gift and proximity to the crown gave her the scoop on this plan ages ago, but glanced skyward, stating that since everyone is in the loop, he can stop his acting career. This truly was the master's design, which left the poor girl absolutely floored. That girl scanned the bunch, feeling like the only clueless soul who missed the mantle. Roland looked down, sighing that if they'd both said so, then the facts were settled. Looking up, he added that the Dark King always knew his people were in hot water, even if he acted colder than a fridge. Honestly, every move was a secret play behind those monsters, whether saving brats or slaying beasts. It was all just a fancy smokescreen for his real intentions. Every person jerked their heads up during the talk about relocating those tiny imps to a secure area. The kitty smirked, claiming he nailed the prediction perfectly. The kid balanced on the ledge, asking who the heck they were talking to. Those guys crowded the window, gossiping that this dude looked exactly like Roland, while the big boss stared at the tall building. That beast squeezed his knuckles, yelling that his demise was mandatory to soothe the Dark Sovereign's anxiety. After a massive jump, the guy landed right by the little monsters. Grinning, he invited them to join his crew. While the kids sat there looking like they forgot how to walk, sunlight hit the walls as he promised to take them to the king. Red boxes appeared, screaming that the system hated his application and rejected it. He turned at the chime, wondering who showed up, while the hero met the gang. Xiao grinned, asking if the kitty finally scored a roommate. The dude stared at the master, who flailed his arms and told him to manage these small fries. The protagonist got grumpy, asking who exactly made that choice and what gave them the right. The man pointed at Bao, asking if he was thinking straight. A pet having a pet is like some weird nesting doll. Does that even make sense? A ginger hound appeared when the young guy asked if the beast was just a massive, hungry vacuum cleaner. The cat flattened his ears, figuring the request was denied, and mumbled that it was fine if things stayed that way. Flexing his sharp bits, he accepted that only the sweet embrace of death remained. Zhao waved his hands at Bao, saying he cannot even afford his own lunch, but wants a psychic, asking who is going to pay for the dog's snacks. The young fellow's eyes popped, realizing that if he agreed, he would be stuck paying for the mutt's expensive food. The ladies fell to their knees once they knew someone else was covering the bill. The guy put his hands on his belt, claiming he actually loves animals, so if he gets one, he will just tie it up in the backyard. The kitty sat on the dog's noggin, realizing the rejection was just a prank meant to rattle his whiskers. The pooch turned to the main guy, hoping the Dark Sovereign would finally forgive his past blunders. Trapped in the pen, he accepted his new life as a royal pooch. Standing in the corner cage, he started desperately trying to summon the Dark Sovereign for help. Roland threw his arms out, asking for someone to watch these toddlers. The hero wondered how he could say something so ridiculous with a straight face. That master glared fiercely at the rafters. The man looked down, admitting this was the plan all along. Once the leader spoke, he started seeing him in a totally new light. That youthful fellow peered forward. Rumor has it his eyes looked transformed. Roland shuffled toward the hero, whispering that he tracked Fenrir and discovered these orphans, who were practically on the menu and inches away from death before he stepped in to save them. He gave a sneaky wink, saying their backgrounds are impossible to check, so there will be zero legal drama later. Xiao looked at the floor, thinking that the official representative is asking for help with social work, and since he has been a total bro, it would be super awkward to tell him to get lost. The fellow shuddered his peepers, presenting the item, and declared it might be a tad tricky to square things away with him, suggesting this alternative was superior, as he possessed some starter gear he'd dole out to everyone for a bit of a warm-up, all while discussing the painfully sluggish pace of their merchandise sales. A patch of prime city acreage was displayed just as a young fellow announced his intention to become an orphanage patron, mentioning he'd been granted that very lot but hadn't bothered utilizing it whatsoever. Roland blinked in disbelief, querying about the orphanage, to which the hero responded he truly couldn't offer more, citing emotional distress, so severe it caused coughing up blood, accompanied by a grimmick reduction of 100, while small child tugged his pant leg, pleading for the monarch. As the other youngsters widened their eyes, gazing upward, bewildered that they were now effectively parentless souls with no anchor. Xiao looked quite taken aback, processing how grim the entire situation appeared, then peered downward, musing internally that perhaps his scheme might actually bear fruit. The protagonist offered a grin, assuring Roland that if his dear brother truly required his assistance, he had a concept bubbling up. Xiao flashed an enthusiastic thumbs up, pondering aloud why they shouldn't just establish a club and welcome all comers, thus forging unbreakable bonds, ensuring mutual support and care among the members. The youngsters wearing kens on their heads just stared blankly at the gentleman speaking. Whoever suggested that with a proper framework in place, they would no longer be utterly defenseless, and the main character closed his eyes, smirking, realizing that if he had to cough up resources, it absolutely needed to yield a mutual benefit. The chap clicked the system notice, reflecting that the hoops required to launch a guild were ridiculously taxing, involving not just a hefty upfront fee but also metrics for fighting prowess and minimum headcount. Yet post-creation, the maximum transaction charges could shrink by 15, potentially reaching a 20 reduction considering his fine reputation and an extra per. Xiao beamed, holding a rolled-up parchment, seated in his computer throne, suddenly grasping that forming a guild was also a fantastic vehicle for engaging in more lucrative activities, making the whole endeavor quite financially sound. The fellow grinned as he unveiled his scribbles, claiming it was just destiny that he already possessed the official paperwork necessary to petition for a guild charter. Roland scrutinized the system prompt, suspecting the feigned hesitation was merely tactical groundwork for the guild establishment, but concluding that if that was the sole prerequisite, it wasn't a huge deal either way. So the noble leader humbly nodded his approval, the guild successfully forming, leaving him to wrestle with a fitting moniker. A brilliant flash illuminated the area above the children as voices chorused congratulations to Xiao for inaugurating the guild named Overworld. The assembled figures turned their gazes toward a single point with clear interest. Pete. The young woman parted her lips, wondering if the name all-encompassing world implied that people from every corner could convene and depend on one another, instantly sensing a comforting warmth. Then she mentally sealed her eyes, deciding the true intent was for their leader to forge a completely novel reality where every species could coexist peacefully, a truly monumental aspiration. Belial narrowed her lids into sharp slits, branding them a collection of simpletons, yet grasping the underlying implication. The hero burst into laughter upon hearing the exposition for Overworld, which simply meant positioned above the known universe. Roland recoiled in horror, tears welling, utterly baffled by the enormity of his recent actions. The cityscape materialized on screen as the narration confirmed the successful birth of the new faction, Overworld. Finn turned his head sideways, querying whether the dreaded Devil King had taken up the mantle of organizing a fellowship, while Xiao lounged on the sofa, observing his system screen just as alerts pinched. Qin was submitting an invitation to join his organization, and Lu Xiao had also queued up for membership. The central figure stopped dead in his tracks, looking straight ahead in utter bewilderment. The various individuals materialized within the same plane of existence when the announcement declared their successful induction into the Overworld Collective. The nimble thief stood frozen, completely perplexed, then glanced forward, receiving missives confirming his promotion to second in command of Unit 35, Level 36, and had been bestowed with the peculiar title, Claws of the Demonic Suffering. Alvarez swiveled around, addressing Qin directly, yet he merely looked down, offered no reply, and remained motionless, as hulking martial figures materialized directly behind him. The combatant fixed his stare ahead, utterly mystified by the sudden shift in their circumstances, as the group stood rigidly with their backs turned when the pointed query was posed. The scoundrel spun around, leaving the warrior to ponder why such immediate animosity had spontaneously erupted between them. A massive entryway came into view. The spectral being registered the light shining upon it and involuntarily questioned this novel sensation, as the creature, presently swathed in faint green energy, tilted its head skyward, the declaration being made that it was now the chief deputy for tiers 103 and 109, earning the title gatekeeper for the King of Shaos, subsequently lowering its gaze to reveal that it had started as mere vapor, but the Dark Ruler had unexpectedly gifted it corporeal substance. While a pinpoint appeared on a holographic map, the fellow tapped the chat notification, noting a suspicious red pixel on the in-game display. A dungeon. Apparently, his buddy quickly confirmed the worst. The Demon King's stronghold, located firmly within the designated safe zone, had just become a high-risk monster pit. The lady observed her male counterparts quietly as they reached the definitive, though mathematically unsatisfying, conclusion that the risk level had exceeded all known metrics. The woman stared ahead, noting that while the hero's experience gain had stalled significantly, the Demon King's power level was escalating at a truly ridiculous pace. Her head dropped in despair as she realized humanity was currently facing an adversary far more terrifying than anything in the history books. Clutched tightly to her crucifix, she beseeched divine intervention, completely unaware that the shadowy entity nearby was just sitting there, completely ignoring her urgent plea for protection. The enigmatic being smirked, reassuring them that there was no need for panic, as the actual worst-case scenario involved her making a personal appearance. A display of the main character's belongings followed. Roland stood hunched near the entrance, looking bewildered and thoroughly confused about recent developments. He mumbled to himself, realizing he felt entirely unqualified to serve as mankind's savior in this dire situation. He quickly regained his posture, reminding himself that abandoning hope was simply not an option. He knew that even if the path ahead seemed pitch black, a tiny glimmer of optimism always remained. Gritting his teeth, the man declared that hope, unlike his dignity, would certainly persevere. On the balcony, a woman mused that they were truly getting what they deserve. Babylon snickered, observing that his struggle was futile, while Belial added with a grin that the Demon King had already optimized the entire scenario for failure. The young woman stood confidently on the dining table, insisting that their triumph was inevitable, at least for her side. Just then, another lady interrupted, opening the door and yelling for the sisters to come eat dinner. They spun around, yelling that they would be right there. The sisters immediately knelt by their plates, listening intently as Belial continued her monologue. The girls happily devoured their desserts, cheerfully agreeing that as long as they remained their master's tiny, devoted companions, life was perfect. The small creature sampled the milky contents of its ceramic dish. The kine tilted its head inquisitively, then spotted the new arrival through the bars of the enclosure. It questioned the Demon King directly, wanting to know why the stranger was present. The main character stared at the floor, beginning to explain that he was actually the mutant Wolf King, eager to collaborate with Roland to eradicate every demon. Xiao stood casually by the cage with his hands in his pockets and casually questioned if he had understood correctly. The young man merely grinned at the lack of a response.